Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, hello. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, da-da-da. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Hello, everyone. Okay, let's see. Chat, you said, Brittany, check the title of your video one before last because viewers will not know what that means. But what means? Which one? Which one? Which one are you talking about? Which one do you mean? Hello, hello. Tell me what you mean by that. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know which title you're talking about. Da-da-da. Okay, now, today, I'm so excited. First, I did record a bit of Love is Blind, at least one episode. So I'll have that up. I'm doing it in parts because their episodes are so long to begin with. So I will have that up for you ASAP. Okay, 2. Today we're watching Hijack of the Hollywood Tour Bus. Very exciting stuff. And Frenemies, episode 39. Very exciting stuff. Love it. Stoked. Okay. I'm very excited. I'm so. So, wait, chat is trying to help me right now. Let me see. Brittany's members only video, getting what you want. You probably meant what you want. Getting what? A members video? God, hold on. Oh, the BoJack video. Getting what you want. Oh, thanks for catching that, bros. Thank you. I see it. Thank you for catching that. See? Why did it take so long for everyone to catch it? Because we're all dyslexic. Getting what you want. And thank you, bros. Good looking out. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so first we're going to watch this 43-minute video of the hijacking. Love to see it. And then we're going to watch the stream about the pregnancy announcement. And then tomorrow is our last day. We did it. And I'm so excited. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch that. Just a reminder, if you're over on the Discord and you want sort of extra time with me, some content and events, go ahead and check out memberships for YouTubers, YouTube memberships. I'm still in negotiation with Patreon right now. I'm like begging Patreon to let me post videos on Patreon. So you guys don't have to be in two places if you don't want to, unless you want all the perks. Like I'm begging them to let me post on Patreon. I really think they might, like, if they look at my account and understand why, like, I'm really just trying to post extra content there, uploads to Patreon. But for now, book club has started. We've already done the first week of I'm Glad My Mom Died. And so if you guys want to join us for audio book club, second week, chapter 16 through 35, March 2nd, come join us. And yoga on March 9th, 30-minute class professionally taught. And that is going to be at 6 p.m. CET, which is 11 a.m. Eastern, I think, or noon Eastern. I think it's noon. You'll have to go on the Discord and it will convert it to your time zone. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with Frenemies. Christian Ethan hijack a Hollywood tour bus. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ooh. Ugh, love. All right. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Love it.
Oh, hello. Welcome to Frenemies Vlog
How do we feel about the volume? They killed it this time around.
number 2. We are down here in beautiful, one-of-a-kind Hollywood.
In the heart of Hollywood, California, giving an iconic Hollywood bus tour. The pink bus, because the pink side is better than the black side
true.
here on Frenemies.
Are we in the heart of Hollywood?
We're in the heart of Hollywood,
Okay.
yeah. Joe's Pizza and PH Hollywood Hookup.
Woo woo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Today we're hijacking a tour bus.
We
Unsuspecting
paid for
people.
it. We're not hijacking.
Well, it's not like a criminal hijacking.
But, yeah.
But like the people don't know that we're giving them a tour. That's the premise.
Surprise, you're on hidden camera.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna be giving our own version of a Hollywood tour to unsuspecting tourists. So with that being said, let's get right into it.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody, welcome to Hollywood Tours. Thank you. I will be your tour guide today. My name is Ethan, and I've never done this before. Actually, to be honest with you guys, I don't even like Hollywood that much. It's a little bit of a... Let's be honest, folks. There's not much to see here. I see people on this tour. I don't know why they're doing it. It's odd. Why are you guys here? I don't get it. How much you pay for this? 20 bucks? How much a ticket for this? What's this cost for a tour? $40. 40 bucks you guys spent on this shit? Holy Christ. All right, well, I'll try to give you your money's worth, but I doubt that you're going to get anything substantial out of this tour. Here we go. Nice little playground here. There's a homeless dude changing his pants. Hey! All right. Hey, everybody. Hey. Just working with the environment here, doing my best. All right, well, we are headed down to, where are we going? Beverly Hills. To spy on a bunch of celebrities. Super creepy. You know where all the celebs live, right? Do you feel odd about that?
Like literally super creepy though. Like super weird that people do this. Like actually like super weird.
No, he says no. And so we've gotten every celebrity that we can find their address off like the deep web, Google.
You looked it up?
Yeah. Oh, I hired private investigators, so
Oh,
this is pretty shady.
okay.
But we're gonna go scope out some celebs and go you know, violate their privacy. That's what we do here, folks.
Oh my god.
Well, there's no way to hide it. I mean, there's a lot of homeless people down here.
Oh man.
I mean, might as well just call it out, right?
Cool.
And I mean, God bless them, but
Hollywood High?
oh, wow. There's a high school here?
John Ritter went there.
Oh, that's gonna fuck you up. Going to high school here?
I feel like Trisha actually does know the facts about Hollywood and it should actually be. See, Ethan's funnier for the tour. They should have been both of them together. So Trisha could have been like, oh my God, that's where so-and-so went to high school. And that's where so-and-so went to this. And then Ethan could have been the comedic, like, you know what I'm saying? She actually does know stuff.
He turned out.
You graduated from there? Oh, your uncle? How's he? He's kind of fucked, right? Yeah. All right, guys. So here we are. There's a car pulled out in front of us. We're gonna just take it easy. UPS on the right. Say hi to UPS. Hi, UPS. It's empty. We're going to check out Charlie Chaplin Studios. Does anybody care about that?
No.
Nobody cares about Charlie Chaplin Studios.
No,
but-
yeah, I do.
Oh, we do. We
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Love the studio.
Someone's yelling. Who's that? Where'd it come from?
He said if you're on that bus, you stink like acid booty.
No.
Who said that? Somebody, hey, turn around.
No.
Hey, we gotta go confront him. Can we do a Yui?
I don't know about that.
Oh, was it like
No.
a, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm kind of down to. Okay, all right.
No.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. I'll tell you what. You guys could definitely be doing something better on a Tuesday afternoon. But that's all right. You're stuck with me for 2 hours. So if you want your money back, it's not happening. All right. Here's a parking lot on the right. That's interesting, right? All right. Wow. That's a condemned house. You get a shot of that one?
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes. Hey, Kermit.
Jim Henson Studios.
Oh, there's a big Kermit.
It's his studios.
Holy shit. There's a giant
Oh my God, Trisha needs to be up there, bro.
Kermit up there. Kermit impression? What the hell is this?
Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit the Frog here. That's exciting. All right. Kermit, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Give it up. Incredible. What a good time, huh?
By the way, it's closing and moving to Texas.
Oh.
That fucking frog is betraying us, moving to Texas. God, you believe that shit? Everyone's moving to Texas, even Kermit. There's a Dunn Edwards paint over here on the right. And a Ross right next to it. You guys heard of Ross? You can find a James Charles palette in there.
There's this.
Oh my
there's
God.
The Starbucks where Jeff Wittick blew me off.
Oh wow, that's very important.
Yo, that's the Starbucks where Jeff Wittick blew Trisha off, you guys. This is unprecedented on this tour. Unbelievable. So if you guys don't know the story, Jeff Wittick blew the famous Trisha Paytas off there. He saw her in there, and he left his order.
Okay, I think this is so funny, but they better give these people their money back at the end because, like, this is not what they paid for. But also, I think it's so funny. Like, I actually do think it's funny, but also, like, you can't take $40 per person. $40 is a lot of money. You know what I mean?
On the counter and left the Starbucks.
Maybe they signed up for a special Hollywood tour that is unlike any other, and therefore, but I don't know how they got these people to sign up for the tour. You know?
And that's when the famous beef started, you guys. This is huge that we're seeing this. There's a guy recording us. Hey dude, window down. What's up? Nothing to see here. You got $40 for the store, man. You ain't getting it for free. Wow, I can't believe we saw the Starbucks with Jeff Wittick, blew Trisha off, folks. Is this something or what? Wow, what a tour. Unbelievably good times here. Wow. Wendy's on the left there, Wendy's.
Ted says everyone there is crew, friends, and family. Oh, okay. So it was like a joke. The whole idea, like, how much did you pay for this? So that was like a joke or something.
Excellent.
Hey, Demi Lovato!
Demi Lovato.
Wow. Demi Lovato, ladies and gentlemen, on the billboard. Rumor has it she's still upset about the yogurt incident to this day. Her day is still ruined, folks. Our hearts go out to Demi Lovato. We got handprints?
Handprints to the Guitar Center.
We got handprints.
Famous lead guitar player.
What handprints? Who's handprints? We got handprints. Whatever that means, guys, take a look.
Nikki Sixx.
We got handprints. Wow. Cool. You guys see the handprints?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Oh, I have some commentary coming up.
Oh, okay, you want a tour? Here, you want a free? Here, take
Okay,
that.
I have a lot of good stuff coming up.
Okay,
for real.
good.
Go.
Okay.
Girl, let's
Okay.
here.
It
Introduce
is kind of hard
yourself.
to see though.
Introduce yourself.
Okay. Oh, this is weird. Hello. Oh.
Hold on
Can you
tight.
hear me? Hey guys, I'm Trish, second host of Frenemies. We were originally supposed to be in costume, but Ethan bailed on me. Look me like a
Oh
loser.
my gosh, what a loser,
In this
Ethan.
outfit, but we're thematic. Okay, so this is like my spot. I have history here, and I'm very excited to take people on a tour. This is very exciting. All right, hold on, let me see what's coming up. Oh. This used to be a KFC, and it's now a Zanku chicken.
Wow! That is insider info.
No, I got some good stuff. I have good stuff coming. I promise. Hold on. It'll just take a minute because this strip is like my strip. You know, I used to like. This is
You
where
want
I
to say something to Starbucks people?
No, that used to be a coffee bean and tea leaf. That's where I saw Bob Saget in real life. I
Ooh.
saw him. And now he's suing me.
Oh, is he still suing you?
I don't know. I paid for something, so I think he might be.
Uh-oh. Why is he suing you?
Oh, because I said that he was creepy on TikTok. Okay, so coming up is the Laugh Factory, and this is where I used to sell meat for a guy. We'd sell it on the corner of Laugh Factory.
You sold what?
Meat.
What? Meat?
Yeah, his name was Josh Nasser. He was a comedian that also sold meat, and yeah, meat.
You sold meat?
Meat on the corner of the Laugh Factory.
Like hot dogs?
No, like frozen meat that you could cook, like steaks.
Were you in a store or on the street?
On the street, because he would like perform there, and I was like his assistant, and we used to sell meat.
That's odd.
There's also a Jewish deli, kosher. Okay, there is something else coming up too. I used to be, I'll show you. Okay, to the left we have Hyde. This is Club. It's the first time I did heroin. It was a fun time. I was very skinny. And then over here is the famous Chateau Marmont, where John Belushi actually overdosed. Fun fact, I puked on the butter noodles that night when me and Moses went. There was blood on the sheets, so.
Wow, amazing.
Pretty good time.
Let's go.
Yeah, there it is, Chateau. It's very scary. This is, let's see here. There's more, This is where to the right was Body Shop. I auditioned here at 18 years old to be a stripper and told I was too fat, so I went to the Valley. Yeah, skinny girls only. But it's okay. It's pretty iconic still. My favorite site is coming up. It's coming, you guys. Get prepared. To the left, we have coming up the world famous Saddle Ranch, home to the douchebags like David Dobrik, Bryce Hall, Tana Mojo.
Fuck the Saddle Ranch!
If you want to be seen, go here.
Fun fact, Tana and her are now doing a podcast together. Woo!
Saddle Ranch. It's an iconic, but like it really is iconic. So Comedy Store, yeah, I used to work there as well. Nothing good happening there. Although Andy Kaufman did perform there.
Comedy Store haunted, like you say?
Comedy Store haunted? No, I don't think so. Okay, so we are approaching the famous part of Sunset Strip. Well, it used to be famous. This was like in the heyday, Viper Room, Johnny Depp. I used to come here in 2006, like wait 25 years past its prime, when I dated, I don't know, I guess I shouldn't say that anymore.
Say it!
There's, no. But we used to go here and they were like 50 years old and they were still like doing drugs and shit like that. And they were like hooking up. This is when I was like 16 years old and people were like hooking up with me. It was kind of gross actually. It's a little dark. But it's still there.
Nicolas Cage? Nicolas Cage?
Oh my god, fun fact though, not that I know this, oh I do know this, but I don't know him personally. Nicolas Cage met his wife at this little sushi place, it's called Blowfish Sushi, but it's no longer there. It was right across from Boa, and that's where we met. So I ended up trying to get a job there, but I didn't get hired because I had no prior experience. So there's the Viper Room where Joaquin Phoenix died. I did a death tour one time in Hollywood, and they just showed us places where people died. But he did die, rest in peace.
Joaquin Phoenix is alive.
Oh.
I think you're talking about River.
Oh, right. My bad.
True. Chat, I'm going to pop your bubble. Okay. You said, I'm going to leave you with the great thought. So many winners of tens or hundreds of millions in the lottery waste their money on cars, mansions, and frivolous stuff, then go bankrupt. Best thing to do if you win $100 million is to invite everybody in your community to do things like this. All will be happy and money will last a long time. The best thing to do if you make millions of dollars in the lottery is never tell a soul. Don't tell anyone. Hide your face. Make it private if possible. Leave with that money. Don't tell any of your friends and family. Nobody needs to know you made that money. Best advice my father ever gave me, Betsy, if you ever win any money in the lottery, don't tell nobody. Don't tell me. Don't tell your mother. Don't tell your siblings. Okay? It doesn't exist. I never had it. And if you want to give to charity and give to your communities, do it anonymously or through a donor agency. Okay? So like, I didn't do it. I didn't win no money. I didn't do nothing. So with peace and love, okay, the community is a reflection of us as a whole. If you keep waiting for people to make billions of dollars until you become good with your community, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But like, people will kill you for money. You think you're good with your fifth cousin until they find out you're worth $100 million. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm.
I know it was one of those people. That's sad though, but iconic. Okay.
Did we get Roxy stories?
I went into the Roxy. There was a band called Faster Pussycat in the 80s, and I dated this guy named Tame Me Down. And
Okay, first of all, yes, I will tell my partner, chat. Chat says, will you tell your partner? Yes, my partner would know, but I also married the love of my life, and I did marry somebody that I know is a bad person. If you're in a marriage that's bad, get out of that marriage ASAP. Okay. But also if you want that money and you're married to that person, it's half theirs, right? But like, I married the love of my life. I married a good person. So, you know, like we're in this together.
And he used to like, I can't really tell any of these stories because they're just not like family friendly. But we used to go to the Roxy all the time. Here's the Whiskey A Go Go. I really only know this from Rock of Ages. I've actually.
Chat says, I'm the oldest of 5. I would feel like a bad person. I got 5 siblings. I got to set them up. Don't set up your siblings. Your siblings who can't figure out their own life, don't set them up. I have 9 siblings. I'm not setting my siblings up because the ones who are bad with money are going to be bad with my money. Don't set your siblings up. You know what I'm saying? Like with peace and love. Don't enable your siblings to be worse than they are. If you have siblings that are genuinely like good people that are truly got their shit together and they need help doing something that they've wanted to do, you can give them money as a gift. But if you have siblings who can't get their shit together, you're just going to enable their bad habits. It is why when poor people do end up winning the lottery, they spend it because they don't actually know how to make or use money. And that's systematic. That's a systematic educational problem, right? But there are siblings I wouldn't give a single fucking dollar to because I know they'll just spend it. It's going to enable them. But if you want to put money aside for them when they're sick in the hospital or 99 years old and haven't figured out how to like figure out their life, then you can house them. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, you might have a dream of saving your family, but be careful that you're not just like wasting your money on people who want to take advantage of you, but don't even realize it. You know, but seriously, if you're really worried about your siblings, wait till you can pay for something reasonable. Wait till they're actually in a bind and then pay for that thing that they need instead of giving them cash money.
Actually never been myself, but it looks like kind of a bop. I did a lot of drugs down here because I thought it was cool, but
What kind of drugs did you do?
everything: coke, meth, heroin.
Nice. True Hollywood experience.
I thought it was so cool, but I was like 30 years too late to the cool scene of Sunset. It was like past its prime. Oh, the Rainbow Room. This is another place where it's popular. They let me in underage there. The Rainbow Room is famous for letting people that are 16 in. You're supposed to be like over 18 or something.
Hey!
I used to go in. I don't know. Now we're going into Beverly Hills, so.
Wow.
Beverly
That was all I knew about
That
Hollywood.
was good because
So.
I didn't know any of that stuff.
Okay.
Amazing. Wow, Trisha, fantastic. That was great because I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I haven't done meth, crack, heroin, or anything fun, exciting. Actually, I did smoke crack once. That's a lie.
Oh,
Yeah, I did smoke crack
nice.
once.
Nice.
It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't fun. It was a small hit, you guys. Don't judge me. It was a very small hit of crack.
Where were you?
No judgment!
Yeah, thank you. I was at my friend's house. I had a little friends who were just on the little shadier side, and
Nice.
they started cooking cocaine into crack. I took a hit. Not a big deal. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Woo! Hey, I think you can do all kinds of drugs safely and within reason. And then I think there are people who are just reckless with their drugs. Trisha, reckless drug user, period. Ethan sounds much more responsible. But Trisha, reckless drug user. All her stories are how she did drugs badly. All my stories, how I did drugs fabulously. Fabulously. Love doing drugs. Love doing drugs with my friends. My friends, when we did drugs together, would host sleepover nights, give us care packages of snacks, blankets, water bottles, set everybody up with their own like station. Like when I do drugs with friends, we are caring about each other's needs. We are there. We're like, you know, what are your boundaries? Where's consent lines? What do you want to do? We talk to everyone sober. Then we do drugs together. You know what I mean? We're looking out for each other. Everyone's got a safety buddy, you know? Drugs done responsibly, greatest thing in the world, in my opinion.
Crack one time. I did crack one time. Thank you. So we're heading into Beverly Hills. We're going to go harass some celebs, all right? That's what the store is all about.
There's Boa. That's the other famous place to go get paparazzi'd.
Okay,
That's
Let's
where,
go.
like, the dealers go. I'm like, I don't want to get paparazzi'd, and then they're getting like, that's where paparazzi is all the time.
Alrighty.
We should go at like 9 so we can get paparazzi'd. You know what I mean?
I always say that, and you say you don't want to.
Yeah, I definitely don't.
Yeah, I love Ringo. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Actually, fun fact about Trisha Paytas is that they didn't necessarily chase paparazzi, which was interesting. Why did they chase fame on the internet, but not fame via paparazzi, traditional? Because that's what Kim did. That's what Paris Hilton did. Yes, they had the names from their parents, their Nepo babies, but they also had to chase paparazzi. They had to like show up at the places they were. They had to be photographed. That's how they maintained their status. So why didn't Trisha go down that traditional route? Maybe they're too neurodivergent. Maybe they're too YouTube. I mean, YouTube is its own ecosystem. You know what I mean? I love YouTube. I'm good with YouTube. I would never want to be paparazzi'd. You know, so maybe Trisha is also just in their heart of hearts a YouTuber. We love it. We love a YouTuber.
Where
This
is
is a
he?
serious message to everybody watching. This update right now.
Is he here? Is he here?
Tom said something about Ringo Starr.
We're gonna go to this driveway.
With peace
Oh, we're
and
gonna go to
love.
the driveway? Oh, that's so amazing. I gotta do I've been training for this, you guys. I've been memorizing his peace and love speech. Oh, he's gonna hear me.
Oh God.
I'm gonna shout. Does the speaker get louder? We've achieved louder volumes. All right, we're approaching Ringo's. Let's try to keep it down. We don't want to scare him.
Oh my God.
He is a founding. Well, he wasn't founding. He's a member of the Beatles. Let's just say that.
Second wave.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But he's a Beatle. We don't take that away from him. Ringo Starr's an icon.
Icon.
And he loves when big giant tour buses of people come outside his house and scream for him, which is what we're gonna do here today. So we're in Beverly Hills, where people come to have peace and quiet, and we're here to disrupt that. Oh, is this it? Stars on the gate? Oh, okay, wait. Okay, stop here. This is a serious message to everybody watching my update right now. You think you can hear me?
Awesome.
Peace and love!
Peace and love.
Ringo Starr. Well, he's got the stars on his gate. Did you make that up because there's stars on the gate?
And then he opens up as a star in the driveway.
Wow, a little bit of a...
Really a star, man.
You gotta tone it down a little bit with stars everywhere. I mean, I get it.
It's a little gaudy.
It's a little gaudy. Tone it down, Ringo. Okay.
You know what though? Jeffree Star has stars too at his house, so maybe it's his second house.
I don't like
That's
that.
Ellen's old place, right?
Oh.
Who's that?
Ellen DeGeneres.
Oh.
Old place, old place.
Oh. Sorry. Old place. She doesn't live there anymore. Okay. So just so we've seen Ringo Starr and Ellen. You guys feeling entertained here today?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't see them. We didn't see them. We saw their driveway and gate and brushes. Herb.
David Arquette, Courtney Cox are right here.
David! Wait, that's his house?
They were.
Oh, they were. Well, you know, if they were there, then we don't really care about that. I mean, I want to know where they are right now. Jackie
Michael
Chan?
Jackson. Michael Jackson.
Who lives here?
Jackie Chan in Rush Hour, that featured that kid.
Oh.
Jackie!
No, in Rush Hour. In Rush Hour.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I'm here to see the celeb's house, not they used to live here.
This is the consulate house.
Oh, hi. Did Jackie used to live here? Is that true? We asked the current resident, but we didn't get a yes or no answer.
I saw him.
We moved on quickly.
Oh.
That's a shame. Wow, whose house is this?
Edward Doheny, the oil baron.
Oh, oil baron? Boring, snooze, loser. So once again, just for clarity, guys.
Okay, so one time I was in the hills and I was going up those narrow roads, you know, and all the houses are gated and all the houses are, you know, whatever. It is the weirdest, surreal feeling. And I genuinely felt very claustrophobic. It was beautiful. The homes were beautiful. And I was visiting somebody and it was weird. It felt very claustrophobic. Like I entered a bubble and I was just like, I don't like it here. Like, I don't, it's not my vibe. But I get why everyone lives there because it does feel very secluded. It does kind of feel very private, even though all these tourists go through the neighborhoods. It does feel safer for some, like, obviously, than a cul-de-sac with a normal neighborhood in the suburb, right? I always secretly like just love the idea of somebody just living in a suburb, but we can't because of like fan culture, which does suck. Like, ironically enough, like that's why Jenna Marbles, Julian had to tell people stop showing up to my house. Like, if people, that's why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. Like, ultimately, celebrities could be people who just like shopped with us and was normal, but because we're not normal, they can't be. Because people aren't calm and grounded, they can't be. And that's a problem. You know what I mean? That's what I think is the problem with humanity. Like, you know, celebrities wouldn't have to be up in these fucking hills. They wouldn't have to be in gated communities if they could walk around and not be harassed. You know?
The Osbournes was shot here. They don't live here, but they shot here. Does that interest you?
20 years ago they did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fascinating.
Where's the Playboy Mansion? Isn't it around here? Yeah.
You can't see much, but
You can see the rock that you speak into.
okay.
Iconic.
Sandra Bullock right here.
Sandra Bullock lives here! Guys, Sandra Bullock lives here!
She's had 3 stalkers break into her house, so we shouldn't advertise it.
We walk on thin ice with the tour buses coming over here.
Yeah.
I don't,
Tom is saying that
one shot won't hurt, I guess.
Tom is warning that The celebs sometimes complain about.
They'll call the cops.
They'll call the cops?
They'll start
What are they going to
Good.
do about
They'll
it?
give us
Call
a
the
ticket.
cops.
Yeah, well, I dare them to come out here.
Triggered. Over the weight limit?
Yeah, excuse me, fat shaming. I dare them to call the police.
Yeah.
This is my tour bus.
Could you imagine we get a ticket for being over the weight limit? Oh my god, that's so triggering.
Oh, yeah. If there's a weight limit though, we are way over.
Percentage.
Oh shit, the cops are right there.
Uh-oh.
Actually?
Should I not say anything?
Yeah, we'll say, sit down.
Should I say? Oh shit. Okay, everybody act cool. Everybody act cool. There's an officer on our left. Everybody act cool. Everybody be cool about this.
Oh my god.
All right. This is a hell of an adventure.
Are we going to your house? I feel like we're getting
Hell
close.
no. You want to do the Playboy Mansion?
Playboy Mansion.
Here, you want to take over?
Are we close?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Here, take
You know,
over.
You know what? I only took the Hollywood death tour for real because someone was murdered here in her Mercedes. There was a publicist. Do you remember that? Right here on Sunset.
Wow.
Yeah. And Bill
Oh.
Cosby's son was murdered off Sunset Boulevard.
Oh my
So I already know
God.
like the death ones. Dr. Laura's mom was cocooned into a coma over here, and she was in her apartment for 3 days.
Whoa.
Yeah. Some actress was killed by her stalker. There's just
Jesus.
Oh, is this the Beverly Hills Hotel?
Yes, it is.
Beverly Hills Hotel. We were gonna have our wedding here, but trash. They didn't have any opening availabilities. I think they said it to us because I think they thought we were trashy. They didn't want to host us, but.
1 star!
Yeah, 1 star. This intersection, I definitely got into car accidents. It's a 6-way intersection right this, and this gets into car accidents all the time. I have a few stories about being at the Playboy Mansion. I used to go from 18 to 21, and they would always take pictures of you, right? And I was always a little thick gums, but I got thicker as the years went on. And I remember one day, Hef came up. He always did like a molest. He always kind of like groped your body like this, and I had a little belly because I stopped doing drugs. And he's like, oh, he goes, I see you got a little curvier, and I never got invited back after that. It was really, really sad. Yeah, I know. They really did ban me. I couldn't even go to the big parties where they had like a ton of people. They were like,
Oh, hold on,
I'm okay.
hold on.
I become one of the Hollywood death tour things. And I was like, oh shit. Sorry.
That's why
I'm sorry.
You could get killed instantly if I had to.
Oh.
You could get killed instantly.
I could just get impaled.
Say hi to Michael Jackson's place.
I knew this one, the Michael Jackson oldest. Is this where he died or just?
Yeah, we're gonna-
Yeah, I've been to this one. David Spade also lives here. He always takes pictures of people taking pictures in his driveway, and I think that's some bullshit. It's like this right here is a really photogenic spot, and David Spade will come out and like make fun of Instagram girls taking their pictures in the middle of the street.
Wait, let's go see if we can
It's
get him to
some
take a photo
bullshit.
of us.
Yeah, he's around here somewhere. It's like the palm trees. I just recognize the area, like this spot. And he's like right on the street like this too. He's like, look at these losers taking pictures.
Okay, David.
David Spade, the loser. He always ignored my DMs until one day his girlfriend wanted to meet me, and he's like, hey Trish, my girlfriend's a big fan. Can you say hi? And then I was just like, you've ignored me for 20 years, so no, thank you.
I don't know what to do with that information, except that, of course, he ignored you. Like, that's what I'm saying. Does Trisha think she's entitled for celebrities to, like, pay attention to her? Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
I don't like David. I
Rolling
just,
Stones bought this house.
whoa, the Rolling Stones?
Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones own this place right here. Elvis moved in right here in 69.
Elvis?
Elvis
Oh.
69.
Okay, Elvis. Elvis Presley lived over here.
And then this is the house where Michael lived.
So this is Michael Jackson's last residence. According to Tom, our bus driver, he used to stand on the balcony, say hi. So sad. This area feels spooky. Like, it feels like very scary. I don't know about it. Why is there so many deaths in Beverly Hills? It's like rich people just sad, I guess. 2009, the day tragedy struck.
What does that mean? What happened in 2009?
Is this, chat says, is this destroyed by the fires? I don't know. I don't know LA enough. I don't live in LA. I've never lived in LA. I've always been south of LA. Like, my family's all south of LA. I don't know. Is this the area that the fires happened in? That's so sad. Like, it is, like, very devastating for everybody. And you know, Colin and Samir had their houses destroyed. If you guys watch Colin and Samir, their video, I was crying watching their video because they had just invested, you know, everything in. They had just built a family home. They had been neighbors. Their kids were going to grow up together. And they lost everything in the fires. And of course, like, we're just sitting here watching their podcast. If you watch their podcast, not thinking much about it. But now there are people who have to rebuild their homes, you know, very sad, especially since they're not like multimillionaire, like celebrities, you know, they do well, but they don't, you know, they're not like, they don't got 20 million in the bank, you know, just to replace a home easy. Just sad.
Michael Jackson died.
Oh, is that it? Oh, I forgot. Hey! Oh, we got the
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yell at them.
Okay.
Yo.
Who lives here now?
Random words.
Oh, they're speeding.
Guy.
Follow that car.
Oh my God, okay.
Trisha, yell at them.
Don't follow
Yell
them.
at them.
Hey, stop. Oh, this is weird. Ooh, it got stalkery.
They're right there. They're right there.
Stop showing their license plate
Yeah,
too.
let's find out.
Let's not.
Oh my God, Ethan.
We ate pizza right before getting on the bus, and I just feel so sick right now.
Motion sickness pills, bro. You got to take motion sickness pills.
We had the Greco's pizza by the slice, so we were in the car.
How many slices?
2.
Oh, just 2?
Yeah.
Are they big?
Huge.
Oh, really?
And they wasn't well done, and we saw Dan and his girlfriend, and I hate making eye contact with people when I eat, and I was just like, oh, they're judging me for being a big fat pig in this car right now.
Did you judge them, Dan?
That's what I was thinking. I was just like, Moses looked over, I'm like, don't make eye contact, I'm eating, and I look like a pig just ravaging. Playboy Mansion. Oh, here, is it here? No. Fun fact, he actually like went bankrupt 5 years before he died, and this was sold, but the agreement was that he could live there until he died. I talked to Crystal Huffner about this on the Dish with Trish podcast, and she said that this was the truth, and that they were bankrupt and sold it.
Hey!
Where? Is it here? Wait, where? Where's the rock? Oh. Who? Jay-Z? Oh, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Does anyone currently live in these houses? Like celebrities? No? They all moved out. Oh yeah, there's the rock.
What's all this hubbub about a rock?
You speak into it to say
Oh,
like
I
I'm
see.
here for whatever.
I see.
Nickelback shot their video Rockstar here. Fun
Wow.
fact.
We're here.
Girls Next Door was
Speak
shot
into
here.
the rock.
I think he's dead though now.
Oh.
Right? Didn't he actually die? Recently,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You have
Well, that's what I thought, but
Well, I
everyone-
assume somebody's here, though.
I don't think so. I think they're making it a museum. I don't think anyone lives there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, are they?
Somebody bought it for 200 million.
Somebody bought it for 200. Is that true? 200 million? That
Wow.
seems like a lot.
Oof.
That house is small. And now we're going into who?
He did it.
P Diddy.
P-
Say hi to P Diddy.
Oh, I need to share.
Yeah.
Here.
Come up.
Or here, I just want to say. You want me to take it?
Yeah. Good luck getting impaled.
I just wanted to say
I'm
that.
hot.
Where's P Diddy's house? Right here on the right.
What are we gonna do with all these men, Ethan? Tell P. Diddy I said hello, and I really respect his hustle and bustle. Just kidding. I don't respect him. I feel like Jordan Peterson hates Andrew Tate. He definitely hates P. Diddy. You know what I mean? We don't like rapists. Okay?
Okay, so
thank you. I know the
something you
microphone
guys
is
need to know about P Diddy's house is that Zach here's
Sorry.
foreskin is buried in the yard. So
What?
Zach's foreskin. Like, give it up for Zach's foreskin. Thank you, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
can't see. Thank you.
Wait, this house?
You're gonna say Zach? Oh, Tom is gonna work that into a store now. Zach's foreskin. Oh, this is it?
Yeah, this
So P Diddy lives here? Diddy!
I had my childhood in this home.
What?
Diddy!
I want my foreskin back!
Oh, jeez.
What?
Rest in peace, Biggie Smalls. We love him too. Yep. Let's find some more celebs to harass. You think we got any police calls for today? That'd be kind of exciting. That'd be a fun way to end the tour.
Oh, Zach's family is really rich and his grandparents used to own that house. What? No way, really? Oh, his family like rich. What? What? That's crazy. Zach's the sound guy. Zach's the guy who does all the sounds on H3H3. Whoa.
Have you ever been pulled over by the police?
Oh, many times for the over the wing.
Oh, many times. And then what? It's just tours over?
Gotta pay. No, you just have to pay the ticket.
Just wet their beak?
$300, $500.
Oh shit. Not your problem though. You pay it? What kind of fucking bullshit is that? You driving and they make you pay that shit? What? That's some bullshit, Tom. Yo, but the bus owner should pay that, no? Oh.
Oh, he went to school with Kylie and Kendall Jenner, or with Kelly. Wow. Okay, Zach with his fucking connections. Okay, I didn't know Zach was from that bubble.
Oh, Tom, guys. Tom is being forced to pay overweight tickets. Shame on all of you who have not been on a diet.
Oh my God, stop.
God, triggered.
Just kidding. It's not about the individual weights. It's about the quantity of people. Sure, let's see where Princess Leia grew up, ladies and gentlemen.
She died too.
She's dead
Aw,
as well.
rest
Is
in
anyone
peace.
living on this tour? So apparently a lot of people die around here. Just a lot. This is kind of like a lot of death, old people, and just horrible things happening here in Beverly Hills. So who's hungry?
Me.
Oh,
Me.
Trish is hungry?
I mean, I'm a little sick from the pizza, but I could use something to stabilize
What
it.
do we feel like? Domino's.
Chick-fil-A, Burger King, McDonald's, In-N-Out,
What if we call
Cupcakes.
some food to pick up and we just chill out on the bus and have some food? Now that's a fucking tour I could get behind. Right? Right! Yes.
Pizza!
All right, what do we feel like, guys? We're on a tour. I got some Domino's, pizza. Trisha, what do you feel
I
like?
don't care,
In-N-Out,
whatever.
Chick-fil-A. Come on, you guys, let's get some enthusiasm for the food, ladies.
Jump on the Johnson!
All right, we got the big guy back here who's very vocal. Any of you guys got an opinion? What do we got?
Bubble tea.
Tea?
Bubble tea! Boba tea!
Boba tea?
Boba tea!
Okay, all right, guys, we're doing the boba tea. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Is it food? No.
All right, we got.
Fun fact, boba tea, I can't. The texture, oh my God, my sensory issues. Like I can't do it. I don't like it. Blah, 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 no wiggly things in my mouth. But also, I think boba tea places usually have like food. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? But yeah, on the texture, no.
We got boba tea. Would you like a boba tea, Tom? All right, Tom Dog. All right. Yeah, we got to get some boba tea.
Carrie Fisher grew up right
Carrie!
here.
She's not here. She died. She's dead. It was a good tour, huh?
Debbie Reynolds.
Debbie! She's dead. I've been informed she's also dead. Sorry, I just.
A whole generation of people, of course, us millennials grew up with. But yeah, actually, that's what my friend and I were talking about. Like a whole generation of like celebrities we grew up with, like they're dead now. It's like truly an end of an era when everybody you grew up with who was famous and very popping and very, the it people, they're dead now. And it's like, man, time really does go by right in front of you, And the next generation is going to be our parents. Like our parents are next, in the next like 20 years, it's going to happen probably. Except my mom will live forever. Just like me, I fully assume I will live till 102. Like my grandpa. I'm going to be so bored. I just know it. Just kidding. I don't get bored. But you know what I mean? Like, I remember him saying, all my friends are dead. My wife is dead. My youngest friend is in their 70s. Why won't I die? And I was like, girl. And then it was time. Growing old is interesting.
Gave Lena like Mission Impossible. Everyone seems stoked on boba tea.
Ben Siegel shot and killed him.
Here, let's.
Oh.
Right here.
Ben Siegel, ladies and gentlemen, died right here. Excuse me, miss. Did you know Ben Siegel died right here?
Died there.
She didn't know that. Now you know. Can we get a Postmates to the car and have him chase us?
No. Oh my God.
All right.
I think the next street for real is David Spade's house. Those palm trees
Oh,
right
let's
there.
go to David Spade's
Maybe
house.
pull over by that road,
Yeah.
right around the corner.
Yeah.
I know, because I see him do it every day
This
on
is
Instagram.
awesome.
Yeah, he gets pissed. Like standing in the middle of the road, he'll
Okay,
get pissed.
so right now we are going
Right
to see
here.
if we can bait David Spade into coming out and
Oh yeah, this is
confronting
it. The
us.
Paul
David!
I would say middle, park in the middle. Like,
David. Hold on, chat. Listen, my grandpa was like 102, 103. I forget which one. I think it was 103 when he died, but it didn't matter. He genuinely, I think mostly, when you live a long time, I hate to say it this way. I won't talk about my grandpa, but I'll say this. Chat says my grandma in her mid 90s is in her mid 90s and she literally hates being alive because it's so painful and I don't want that. I see that in a lot of old people where it becomes so painful and they don't want to live anymore. It doesn't, for the old people that have experienced who are having this relationship with life, they feel like the young people I know who are similar. I'm like pretty convinced that it's not about getting old and being in pain, though I do think we should allow people to kill themselves in a dignified manner, because I think it's fucked up that we're forced to exist. Like, I think it's actually fucked up that people force you to be alive. Like, I think that's really weird. But I think, like, there's a difference between suicide and chosen death, But I think, like, I wonder if people lose themselves as they age a little bit. Like, a lot of the old people that I see that hate being old, they kind of like, there's a part of them that has given up on existing and they're lonely, which is so valid. But also I wonder about that idea. I do wonder about that all the time. What is that like? Like, how do I prevent that for myself? Not to judge them, but how do I I love the Centurions that are interviewed by Zac Efron in that show he did on Netflix. They're so happy and mobile and hilarious. And I just want to be like them. So it's like, okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? Because I don't value living like that. Like, I don't value existing. I don't think existing itself is valuable. And so for me, it's like being alive is not valuable to me. It's having quality of life that's valuable to me. So how do I have like a quality of life? That's what I want to start working on myself. Like right now, I'm thinking about my retirement. I'm genuinely, we are planning for retirement. We are very focused. Financial Diet just put out a really good little graph about ways to figure out where you are financially, and having 3 to 6 months of savings just for emergencies that you don't touch unless you basically lose your job. That is like one goal, which is a big deal. But that is one goal in a line of very many things you have to do to be financially secure, to look forward to retirement. And I don't mean retirement that you just choose, but retirement that might be forced on you because of medical health. So I think it's beautiful to be ready for death. Yes, Chet says my grandma just passed away a month ago and she was ready, very happy with herself. And I'm glad I got to talk to her about it. Love that. I think there's nothing more beautiful than being ready to die. I think that's so beautiful, right? Being ready to die is such a beautiful place to be in, right? I think that's so beautiful. So how do we create that reality for ourselves is what I'm always thinking about. You know, I really am. Like, how do I prepare myself for death? Excited to die, ready to die, and then how do I make sure I have a good life until I'm ready to die? You know, because I don't want to be desperate to die. I want to be ready to die, which I think is different. You know.
Like, you know.
David!
Oh my God.
David Spade! We know you're out here somewhere!
I just want to be on his Instagram story. That'd be dope.
David Spade! David Spade! David! We got a bus of big fans out here!
Are we? Are we David Spade?
No, we don't.
No, we are not David Spade fans. Guys says, do you think people put off preparing due to the fear? Yeah, I mean, look at all these billionaires that are obsessed with staying young and being immortal, and they all just want to live forever. With peace and love, like people who want to live forever, I just think, you know, they never have the lives that look good. Every time I see people who want to live forever, their lives are miserable. And then people that I see who like want to die young and romanticize it, their lives are miserable. You know what I mean? Like, obviously the answer can't be these two extremes. The answer is always somewhere in the middle. Live a good life, prepare for death, have a good relationship with it, accept it, move on. And it is like sometimes it's, you know, my partner and I will have moments of like real intimacy where we'll look at each other and we'll recognize that one day we will die. And it is one of the, like those moments where you're like, yeah, like one day I won't know you. Sometimes my sister and I talk on the phone and it's like, hey, I'm going to miss you when you die, you know? I'm really going to miss you. I accept it, but I'm going to miss you, dude. You know, I don't have any siblings that have passed yet. I don't have parents who have passed yet. So for me, though I've had death around me my whole life, like nobody that close to me has died. Like everyone's been close, but no one like, you know, there's always someone closer, you know? And when one of my siblings died, that will be it. And I'll never get to call them or talk to them or hear their laugh or send them a meme again. And at the same time, you know, we don't live like it's our last day on earth. I don't sit here. I live in Europe. So I love my family, but not enough to go live in America. I love my family enough to make sure that I'm in their life. But at the same time, it's like I love them, I value them, and I accept that like they will die. Now, for the religious side of my family, they say we'll see you in heaven again. So what does it matter? For my non-religious side of the family, it was nice knowing you. It truly was nice knowing you. And for some of the family, it was nice knowing you some days. But sometimes, bitch, I really wish you were dead. You know? And that's, hey, what it is. Hey, that's what it is, you know? That says, I would love if you elaborate more about how the Assyrian culture sees death. Well, they're Catholic. Religious people who are truly religious, I think, have a very different relationship with death. Like the Catholics that I know, the Assyrians that I know, like death is a mourning. You know, some of them have adapted some cultural aspects from other cultures around the world, like wearing black for a year. Some people do that. Some people don't. Some people just focus on remembering the good times, but it's accepting that like they're with Jesus. Like, one of the reasons I think religious communities can face death better than secular communities is they actually want to die. Like religious communities want to die, usually. When they don't, that's suspicious to me. When religious people want to stay alive, that's suspicious to me. Because I'm like, why do you want to live through the apocalypse when you're supposed to die and go to heaven, bitch? So I think the reason the Syrians I grow up around have a really good relationship with death, I feel, is like, one, you have to keep going too. Do you know how many of my grandma's babies died? Do you know how many of my aunties and uncles I never met because they died young? You just keep going. You accept it. You know it's a probability. You have babies, they die, and you keep going. Not because you're heartless, but because you've accepted it's just reality. It's a part of your life. It's devastating. You cry, and then you move on with your life because that's how life goes. You know, there are aunties and uncles I have never met, and they died after birth. They died, even one of them, I think, was 8 years old. I never got to meet her. Like, but people die. And like, what ends up happening is that the people, you keep moving forward. You keep going to work, you keep functioning, you keep showing up for the rest of the family. You honor people's, you know, who they were by moving forward, not staying back. I think in America, lots of people lose themselves to death because they can't handle it because they weren't taught how to accept it. Not because they're bad people. Like, they're not bad people because they can't handle death. But obviously we want people to be functional and accepting and to understand that this is what life is, right? Like, I would rather a child die than a child be kidnapped I never saw again. Like, I would be devastated if I didn't know if my kid was alive or not. That would be so hard. You know what I mean? Like, that would be devastating. But if my kid died, there's some part of me that knows the answer, and that's so relieving. Right now, of course, I'm not a parent. I've never had a child, and I'm coming from a very different Brittany perspective. So I don't mean to speak for other people. I'm speaking for myself. I just know the limitations of my brain handles matter-of-fact things very, very well. If somebody is dead, it's a matter of fact. I cry, I mourn, and I move on. Right? Because it's religious, but what if they were right and I'm wrong and I go to hell? I'm working on it though. It's tough. Let me just tell you this, girls. Even if there is a hell, you have no hand in it anyways. If God sends me to hell, girl, fuck it. With peace and love. I never think about it. I thought about it my whole life when I was religious. And with peace and love, with the way that I live my life now, God sends me to hell, fuck him. With peace and love. Fuck it. Like, for real, for real. Like, be serious right now. Please be serious. This is what sends you to hell? Girl, with peace and love, fuck your God. What a useless piece of shit idea. What a bullshit ideology. That perfectly decent people who are trying their hardest every day get sent to hell because what? Like, please be so fucking serious right now with peace and love, okay? With peace and love, with peace and love, you know? Just as are there therapists out there that can help you with terms of help you come to terms with death. I feel like there's got to be a thing. There's definitely therapists that work with mourning and death and end of life stuff for sure. I don't know what they're specifically called, but definitely, right? Okay, let's continue with the not so serious subject of Hollywood bus tours.
Like David.
I like David Spade.
Oh, we like David.
Yeah.
Oh, now we like.
I don't like current David Spade. I like David Spade back in the day, like Tommy Boy.
Oh, we like actor David Spade, but not person David Spade.
It's a nuance for me to shout out of a speaker. Yeah, let's just take a stop, get some boba tea.
Okay.
There we go. You ever park in these neighborhoods and just chill? Yeah. This is a first for you. Yep. Awesome. This is a first, ladies and gentlemen. Parking and chilling in Beverly Hills. Amazing. All right, so we're locating some boba. Tom, what do you feel like eating?
Nothing.
Tom, you call it.
I was just thinking Shake Shack back in West Hollywood.
Oh, okay, Shake Shack.
Tom is calling out Shake Shack, you guys.
So then we can take Santa Monica,
Shake Shack.
366 back to West Hollywood and get it there. How's that?
Oh, wow.
15 burgers and 15 fries? Woo! Oh, does anyone else want a veggie burger? How many veggies we got here? One? Just one? Just one? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Tom. Got excited about Shake Shack. One veggie burger. How exciting, everybody.
What the hell is that?
Hey!
So but you're gonna call him Veggie?
What the hell was that thing, man?
Who's behind the Floyd Mayweather?
Floyd Mayweather, ladies and
Oh, let's
gentlemen.
wish him luck with his fight with
Yeah,
Logan.
got your hat. Got your hat. Floyd Mayweather, who is going to be fighting Logan.
Friend of the show.
Jake.
Logan Paul.
I thought
Yeah,
Jake. Was it Logan? Oh.
Friend of the show.
Which I will not be pirating, by the way. I will be streaming legally or not watching. Let's be
Yeah, probably
clear.
just not watching.
Can I make a correction real quick?
You want to take the mic?
Can they hear me?
Here, take the mic.
No, it's for frenemies. We should clarify, can you really put this in, that it wasn't Jordan Fisher, the Evan Hansen I was talking about, it was Andrew Garfield, I think his name was. And he actually looked 16, the guy to play Evan Hansen. All the comments are really pissed that I got it wrong.
Yeah, you got.
Okay, well, you better get it right. That says there's a doc about it on Netflix. I think of a woman said during her trip to the Virgin Mary bought her miscarried child and it made her not scared to die. Whatever works, right? Whatever works for you for sure, but you're not allowed to be bigoted because of it. Listen, I am pro-religious freedom. I love religious people, but if your religion allows you to get away with being bigoted, it's bullshit and I will deconstruct it. Okay, I will have to put my foot down. Okay, girlies, we cannot be about it. Okay, if you personally want to be religious, that's great. But if you use that religion to impact the law, which impacts people's lives because you believe in a God in the sky, girl, we have no time for it today. And I know the majority of the world is religious. And let me tell you, as a person who watched atheists fight for their rights to even be represented or not seen as like evil people because they didn't believe in a God, let me tell you, we're going to have to do it again, girls. And we're going to have to be reminded not to become bigoted atheists because I don't want to become bigoted atheists. All these atheists are so Islamophobic. Like they're so fucking xenophobic. I'm over all of them, right? I don't want to be like them. I want to be pro-religious freedom with an open with boundaries mindset. Be religious. I'd love that for you. But your religion stays with you. Mind your business. Okay? This whole, what about the slippery slope? If we like gay people, what about incest? Y'all are cousins. Mary was 14. You all are cousins. Get over it. Like, I'm so sick of people. The same Christians that are so worried about gay people and pedophilia literally got Mary 14 pregnant. Okay? They literally out here fucking cousins with peace and love. Okay? Bro. Okay?
Got that. You really
So
fucked
it's
that up.
Andrew Barth Garfield or
This
something
is a
like
reference
that.
to the Frenemies episode.
So I just want to, because there was a ton of comments on it, and people were really
Well,
mad.
yeah, I mean, you really fucked that up.
And he did look like the other guy does look like he's 16, so my apologies. I just want people
What's
to
his
leave it
name?
in.
What's his name? Mixed up the age.
It's right
Look
here.
at that.
Andrew Barth Feldman, that's
Let me
him.
see. And this kid's actually 16?
And he played Evan Hansen on Broadway, and this is the one people
I
wanted.
thought Ben Plant played it on Broadway.
He originated it. But there's been like 10
He grew out of
Evan
it.
Hansens.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think that's important. I thank you. The comments are so upset.
So we are now headed to, this is the hotel. What time is it? It's like 1:30. Wake up!
Oh my god.
104!
They should be up by now.
It's only 104.
Wake up! All right, it's a wake up call. It's 1 o'clock.
They have the best hamburgers at the Polo Lounge. We should have ordered hamburgers from there. They're like $50 a piece. That's so good. The Polo Lounge.
Wow, can you do that?
Yeah.
Floyd's house, right?
Floyd right here?
Is he
Let's take a
actually
look.
there?
Oh, there's somebody in the window.
Somebody in the window.
Hey, hey! Floyd! Floyd!
Flying out the window.
Floyd! Floyd!
Got your hat!
Come fight me!
I didn't see it doing thing right there.
Yeah, I saw that. Floyd wins.
I will say, okay, so Ethan has obnoxious boy humor, which I do find funny, but I also do find deeply destructive to humanity. So honestly, a part of me thinks it's so funny, but it is so disruptive. And I actually think it's worse for people. Like, I do think it's unethical, but it is incredibly funny, but it is very unethical. You know, it's like not good for society. Disruptive humor, loud, obnoxious, like this kind of stuff. Again, hilarious, not good for people. Would rather live in a world where it didn't happen, personally, but also enjoying the video, you know?
Mayweather, ladies and gentlemen.
Mayweather.
How much he spent on that? 20 million. He's so rich though. He
Yeah.
got like jewelry that costs 20 million.
There's a competing band.
Yo, you got beef with the other tour companies? Yeah, fuck them.
Those are
Give a shout out for this band. It's a pink band.
Yeah, what do we give you
Book
shout
the
outs
pink
on?
band.
Dream Tours.
Dream Tours! Dream Tours!
It's a hot pink band.
Hot pink.
It's dope.
Tom Cruise used to live
Still
here.
live there.
Are we successful? $300 of Shake Shack. Let's go. 13 Shack burgers, 2 veggie shacks, 15 cheese fries, 7 shakes, vanilla shakes, 8 chocolate shakes. Let's fucking go! Wow, getting up some speed. Tom got excited. It's lunchtime. Let's go. Oh, what's this? Why is this plumber looking like a tour company?
Guarantee Plumbing.
I kind of want to run into other tour buses. If we can beef with them, that would be fun.
I had friends in high school that fell out of a bus.
Really?
I mean, I'm holding on. Thank you. I mean, as long as this thing doesn't swing
Wait,
open
wait.
unexpectedly.
You had friends, plural? You had multiple friends that fell out of
I
buses.
had one friend and then his best friend at their friend's wedding fell out of the party bus on the highway.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
You all right?
Are they okay?
No, they're dead. I don't want to kill the bus, but they're dead. I want to bring the mood down, AB. I just was telling him to be careful.
Well,
Bro, what? Why would you bring that up?
I asked him.
Wait,
Fun fact, I don't think I've ever had Shake Shack. I can't think. Maybe. I know the name, but I can't envision it. Maybe once. See, if you can't remember if you had it, did you have it? That's the question. Also, I to this day refuse to like Five Guys. I still think they suck. But to this day, I am a diehard In-N-Out girly. Diehard till this day.
all
down,
died.
AB.
2 separate deaths, bus-related deaths. Well, I'm holding on tight. Listen, I'm going to get Shake Shack. I'm not dying. Trust me. Nothing's gonna kill me. Well, let's get a pulse for the city. Let's talk to some people on the street. Let's see. Whatever this is.
We're heading over to an apartment building that Sinatra owned.
Oh, apartment building.
And Marilyn Monroe had rented a unit in this building.
Marilyn Monroe has rented, get this, an apartment in this building we're going to be checking out.
Frank Sinatra.
And there's a picture online of Marilyn standing right in front of the garage door.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hey guys, we got a white Kia over here. We got a white Kia on our left
The middle finger is
With
German
two-
for hello, right?
with 2 dudes sitting in it. Fascinating stuff on our toy here. 2 gentlemen sitting in a white Kia. All right. We have we've got a girl here walking her dogs on the left. Well, she's walking her dogs. We got two dudes sitting down on the curb here. Good. Love that. The sights you see out here in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Oh, coming up on the right, we have a man walking dogs. There's a man walking 3 dogs on the
Or
right.
was it the dogs walking the man?
Wow, doggies!
Shout out to him. And coming up here on the left, there's a man getting in his black truck. In his black truck, we have a dude, yeah. Excellent. Fantastic stuff here. And on the left is a woman with an orange rucksack of some kind with wheels. She's looking across the street. She's waiting across the street. Take care. Oh, we're approaching the sheriff.
Keep an eye out when we
want to
go
sit
by.
down?
Got it. Coming up on the right is a man in a blue shirt.
Nice,
Blue
nice.
shirt on the right, walking. He's walking in a blue shirt and pants. Yeah! He's walking, he's cruising, he's looking good, he's feeling good. We love that. We love that. Blue shirt guy, take care. You vaccinated? Yes, he is. We love that. We love that.
Wait, can I take over for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have a dream and I want to.
Hold up tight.
Okay. We're getting to my favorite part of LA, and this is West Hollywood, WeHo, home of the Gay Pride Parade starting June 1st. This will be closed up, and we can march the streets as the LGBTQ+. There's Chi Chi LaRue's, there's Mickey's, that is finally opening up June 15th. Block Party WeHo. This is Flaming Saddles, is the place where I went and taught my first drag queen. This is the best area, because you can walk around with your ass out in Gay Pride Month, and people live for it. And I just wanted to do a little something for the gays. I have a song from Liz McGuire movie called What Dreams Are Made Of. I'm going to perform it for you right now.
Nice. Woo!
Hold on, wait, no. Okay. Have you ever seen such a beautiful night? I could almost kiss the stars for shining so bright. When I see you smiling, I go, oh, oh, oh. I would never want to miss this, 'cause in my heart, I know what this is. Hey now, this is what dreams are made of.
This bus is out of control.
This is what dreams are made of. I got somewhere I belong. I got somebody to love. This is what dreams are made of.
Oh,
I've always wanted to do that. I'm so excited for Gay Pride.
Can you heckle some people on the street?
No, we're in a gay area. I'm not gonna heckle them. It's like a hate crime.
What?
Yeah.
Everybody's gay here?
Yeah. Are we
Oh my
gonna
God.
shake shack?
Oh!
All right. Ah, shake shack. Hey.
Let's go.
So exciting.
Can I smoke on your bus?
Yeah, baby.
Let's smoke, dude.
Have some sake, man. Just no pot.
No pot, just a cigarette. This is the greatest tour ever.
My God, he's
We're
smoking a
on the tour
cigarette?
bus.
Wait, you can do that?
Yes.
Whoa.
Give it up. Give it up. Wow. We got napkins. Wow.
That's crazy.
All right, raise your hand if you got a vanilla.
I did.
If you got your man's, don't worry. Guess what? They fucking best foods.
Oh, thank God. Fuck crap.
We're gonna leave.
You gotta take off? You can take off.
Driving and eating? Driving and eating? I'm gonna get sick.
Well, we had a good time, didn't we, folks? Hopefully Tom here doesn't get any citations. We're rooting for you, Tom.
Did they feed Tom? Tom better have gotten food. They better have fed Tom. You gotta feed the bus driver.
Yep. Yes, sir. Here, let's say hi to the folks on the street here. Guy here in a purple jersey, blue and purple jersey with white shoes. Take a look at him. Coming up here is a girl in a green dress, floral design. Excellent. Coming out here, we got some dude in a blue shirt. He's got an LA bag and a blue shirt and a blue hat, and a blue mask. Yep.
Okay, yeah, you're okay. You guys are right. Okay, it was Tom's idea to go to Shake Shack, so he did get food. Okay, good.
And not you, sir, your friend. Blue shirt, blue mask. Yes. There we go. Now, where else can you see a man in red shorts and a white shirt with a Nike swoosh? Yes, I am. Take care. Hey, we got a dude in a blue shirt here. The black hat. That's great pants. We got 2 minutes, everybody. Let's make it count. 2 minutes. Make it count. Let's make it count. Oh, okay, coming up on the left here is really exciting. Man in a red shirt and a trunk, sitting in the trunk of his car. Red shirt, gray pants. Sitting in the trunk, he's on his phone. He's got glasses and a mask. He's sitting in his trunk. Okay. This is only in Hollywood. Coming up on the left here, you got green hair. A woman with green hair, black shirt. She's got big black boots. Only in Hollywood, guys. Her mask kind of flew off there. Take a look on the left there. Hell no, hell no! This is only in Hollywood, folks. We got green hair. She's heckling back. This is exciting. Coming up on the left here. Wow, this is
Hopefully she didn't feel harassed.
Purple kind of headband, gray shirt. He's got a cute little white dog. We love that about him. Well, we come to the end of our tour here. But we got a man in a blue hoodie over here on the left. Pretty exciting. Blue hoodie? Yeah! Okay, coming up on the left here. Coming up on the left, we've got a whole group of young girls here. Take a look at this. Only in Los Angeles, California can you see a group like this. We've got photos. We've got a black shirt. Holy shit, what is happening here, folks? Oh, wait, we're supposed... Hi, okay, we got a girl taking pictures here. Wow, what is happening? Wow. Holy shit, what is happening? Wait, why are you guys all... What's going on here?
Girls trip.
Girls trip! Girls trip! Only in Hollywood. All right, Tom, take off.
Oh my
This is our
god.
parking spot! You're gonna let us out here? Tom, you're gonna let us out here? This is a pack of vultures, Tom. What have you done? Tom, why have you done this? All right, well, this is the end of our tour, where apparently we're being thrown to the hyenas, so... Thank you, Tom. Wow. All right.
Beautiful.
Trisha, you want to say something?
Thank you so much for joining the Frenemies Hollywood tour. If you want your tickets, go to the H3 podcast, email Dan, he'll set up a tour for you.
Beautiful. Is that how it ended? Wait, is that literally just fades to black for fucking a minute? Are they so serious right now? Who edited this? Wait, for real? Oh my god, for real. It just fades to black for a minute. Okay, love that. Wow, slay. Here we go. We did it. Okay, wonderful. We love to see it. High energy. So the vlog only got like 2 million views. Usually the pod gets 5 million. So these do get less views, but people love them. And then now we're going to watch the pregnancy announcement for Frenemies. And is that it? I guess on the vlog, I guess so.
Trish is out here looking like a
hold
troll
on,
doll.
hold on. Hello. Excuse me. Oh, wait. Apparently, this is like one of the greatest episodes of Frenemies. I hope that's true. And then tomorrow is our last day of Frenemies. So let's go ahead and move forward to Frenemies number 38. So. Hello.
Welcome.
Trish is out here looking like a troll doll.
Happy Gay Pride Month! I'm
Oh,
so excited.
I legit
Gay, queer, all of the above.
Everything, all the letters.
All the letters, the Alphabet Army. I love it. I actually don't really know.
Alphabet Army?
Alphabet Army. I
Is that what they call themselves?
I hope
Or
it's not
they said-
derogatory. I think it's okay to say. I hear all my friends say it, so I think it's fine.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but I actually don't really know why, like, the revolutionaries behind.
When conservatives say alphabet army, it's offensive. When we say it, it's cute. That's the key.
Gay Pride, I just like that we get to wear rainbows and celebrate like liking everything and everyone. My Gay Pride nails taste the rainbow. I've got the bisexual flag over here, the non-binary, both genders, the cross-gender.
Let's go.
Very
Nice.
So
exciting.
you're saying the cause, whatever, the dress up, great.
I don't really get it, right? The cause is like, yeah,
Chad says, I remember this title triggering her in the big fight. Really? Is it Trisha's pregnancy announcement or Gila's? Oh, because it was Gila's pregnancy announcement, but it was offensive to Trisha because Trisha had been trying to get pregnant and couldn't get pregnant. Is that what it was? Is that the lore? Am I remembering correctly? Like she gets upset because she's like, I've been trying to have a baby. You know, it's hard for me to have a baby. And then you put pregnancy announcement. It sounds like it's my announcement, but it's your announcement. Oh, yeah. With peace and love, I really do think making babies, and it's so hard. It's so personal. See, I have a lot of opinions about this, and I can't tell if it's because I do all this deconstruction work or if it's because it's how my brain works genuinely. But I
yay, we're gay, or like it's okay to be gay. I'm not really sure, but I like celebrating being gay.
Well, hold on.
The gay Birkin.
You know, gay.
But,
Well,
yeah, we have
okay,
more to
yeah.
talk
Keep
about.
going. You're
No,
showing off your
I
Birkin?
feel like it's more important to talk about your news. I mean, you literally have a big
Well, hold on.
way, and I'm wearing my Birkin.
You don't understand the gay pride? Well, because being gay has been like a major social issue, right?
I get that, but who's the revolutionary behind starting Gay Pride Month? Like, who are we celebrating? Who are the
the
pioneers?
the gay people,
Freddie Mercury.
especially the people. Freddie Mercury,
Probably,
yeah,
right?
he's included.
He's probably the
I believe
pioneer.
Gay Pride Month is in June because of the Stonewall
Stonewall.
riots in New York.
See, that's the thing about Trisha and other gay people. That's why they say being queer is different than being gay. Being queer is somebody who incorporates like queer culture and history into their awareness of pride. So Stonewall and everything else, like paying attention to the founders, paying attention to those who, you know, risk their lives to bring about this change, to maintain that energy as things get pushed back. So when other gay people and queer people, you know, when other LGBT people don't call themselves queer in relation to the exactly, Martha B. Johnson, exactly. When they don't associate the history of gay pride with their queerness, that's fine. But that means that they're not incorporating that queer political history into their mindset, which is why, like, I try to pay attention to all the different kinds of people who exist. Being queer is not a monolithic experience. Being LGBT is not monolithic. So there are those who pay attention to the history, and there are those who just are, and both are valid. But I prefer the ones who are interested in where, like, we've come from, where are we going? And it also keeps me grounded through these times. Laverne Cox said it best. She said, the best thing you can do is be joyful during these tough times and to remember that we've been here before as a community. We might be too young to have been there ourselves, but our community has been here. That our ancestors have done the work, and it's our job to maintain the work, not to crumble under the pressure, right? Kids are watching us. Our like queer ancestors are watching us. Remember, you might be the first person who's come out in your family, but you're not the first queer person in your family. Okay? You might be the first trans person to come out in your family. You are not the first trans person in your family. So remember that.
Oh, what is that, Dan? Educate us.
I mean, I'm far from an expert, but in the, I want to say 70s, maybe 60s.
On this show, you're the expert.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, there was a breakout of violence because there were a lot of discrimination in police.
That's also why people maintain that pride is ultimately a protest, because the original pride was ultimately a protest. It was a protest. So when people say like pride should be a safe space for kids and everything, yes, that's valid, but also ultimately is a protest of saying we're here, we're queer. We're here, we're queer is not a joke. It's very serious. It's fun now because we've been in privileged times to allow ourselves to only have fun with it. Oh, it's a drinking event. It's a party event. It is a protest. And it's a reminder that this protest needs to maintain, because right now they're trying to push us away from that ability to express ourselves. They're firing people, re-looking at gay marriage. They're looking at adoptions. They're looking at employment. We have to be very clear that pride is ultimately a protest. And we are here to make it clear that we exist. The gay man's choir, I forgot for which part. You know how there's a gay man's choir? There's like all these art communities we don't think about. They just got fired from the event they were going to plan to do because they're gay, right? Like, we have to be very aware that ultimately all of these relationships between the government and its people, the reason governments make friends with minority communities and have events in their name is because they had to fight to even be recognized in the first place. We wouldn't need all of these events if we were given default civil rights. But because we're not, we have to make we have to protest. We have to make a statement of we're here and we're not going to let our kids be slaughtered by your bigotry. Which is why, again, if we want to decenter men in our life in patriarchy, you must deconstruct religion. What is more patriarchal? What is more centering a man in your life than believing in Jesus Christ and Muhammad and Allah and all that stuff? You know what I mean? What is more centering a man in your life? Let's be so for real. And you know how I know? Because if I reference any of their gods as female, they're offended. God forbid you have a female god. That's how misogyny infiltrates religious communities. Because even though the people are good people, their ultimate belief is rooted in bigotry. Their ultimate religion is created for men by men. It's not for anybody else. And it's straight men for straight men. Women are second class, gays are second class, trans are second class. And more than that, any religion that doesn't allow women to be leaders, inherently misogynistic. So with peace and love, legally, I want you to be able to be bigoted, but in that sense, in your personal life, but legally, your bigotry cannot infiltrate and not bother other people. Okay? You can't. I will not stand for it. And I think we need to be firm in that. I love you. I want your religious freedom. In my world, you exist. But in your world, I don't. And that's not okay. Period.
Police brutality towards gay people. And
Right.
I think Stonewall was I want to say it was a gay club or bar or something. And there was a raid on it by the police and it turned into a riot and like people
Oh, wow.
fought back and stuff. And yeah, I mean, there was,
Oh. Well, we celebrate.
we've come a long way by
Yeah.
2021.
We
Yeah.
support. So I think gay pride is very important because, you know, there's still a lot of like people in this country that just hate gay people for religious reasons, or I think it's mostly religious reasons, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
And it's like, dude, you gotta get with the times, bro.
I think Jesus would be down with the gays. He created them, you know, like he's down with us, you know. He's like, I created them. Or
He's
God.
not. He's not. They're not. The men who created this religion, they're not. And I know everybody likes to reform Christian religion and be like, well, my Jesus loves gay people. Your Jesus doesn't exist. Men created him to subjugate you. So go ahead and continue worshiping this man that they use in his name to continue to discriminate against you. But this man, he did not love you. He does not exist. He's a construct of a man's imagination.
That's what I just don't get.
Yeah.
It's like, why would God create? It's like you have this idea of original sin, but is being gay an original sin? Because like, why?
No, those are different.
I don't
different
know religion, but it's like, why would you create this person just to condemn them to
Yeah,
hell?
that's not a real thing.
Oh, you know what they think? The religious people, they think being gay is a choice. They're like, oh, you just like, you're choosing just to like dudes.
Oh yeah, we got to boycott Chick-fil-A this month because they're that people. They support
Right.
anti-gay.
That's true.
I
Did
went
they
to
stop that?
McDonald's.
I think they stopped it after they got some.
They
flack.
did. You know what
I
I'm
could be
doing?
wrong though.
After this, we're going to West Hollywood to my favorite restaurant, Pump. I'm going to Strut West Hollywood because I just feel ready to come out.
Bro, you are a troll doll.
I don't know if troll is the right word.
You are the hair. I was like, holy shit, bro. You need like a huge
Oh.
gem in your belly button.
I do. I have one, but you can't see it. I always have a belly button ring. I love being. We should be troll dolls. You want to dress as a troll
That'd be
doll?
awesome.
Okay,
I would
that's
like to
troll.
be dressed as a troll doll.
We just have like the jewels on our belly and the hair sticking out. That'd be cute.
I think that would be
Like
super
troll.
fun. And you probably need some kind of prosthetic if you want to look really good because they have like huge
big
cheeks.
ears.
Yeah, big ears.
I mean, I kind of just look like a troll doll, anyways. But anyways, happy Gay Pride Month. We support everyone at Stonewall. We support the gays, West Hollywood. Rainbows.
There's still way too much homophobia in the world. I do
Absolutely.
It's like so pathetic at this point to be still clinging to homophobia. Like, bro, how is it your business if dudes want to touch tips? Like, that's just not your concern.
Oh my god. Yeah, I get where you're going. I get the sentiment.
I mean, what is it? It's like if their dicks touch, then all of a sudden like the world ends. I mean, I just don't get it.
I think it's like honestly, homophobic people are.
And the audacity for them to think the LGBTs are creating pedophilia, it's your churches. It's your anti-masturbation laws. And now the pedophilia can be created. But it's the audacity that your religion is literally about the objectification of women. And this is what pisses me off about religion on religion crime. Like, why are the Catholics bitching about, like, Muhammad allegedly having a 9-year-old wife when Mary was 14? What the fuck are you on about? The audacity of them to be like, oh, our pedophile was, like, technically not pedophiliking. They were, what's that called when it's, like, a teenager? Damn it, they're debate bros. What's that word? When it's like, it wasn't really pedophilia, it was the other one. Damn it. I'm out of the debate bro bubble. I don't know the terminology now. But anyways, that's the bullshit of it all. I'm so sick of it. It doesn't matter. 14 or 9, I'm not a fan and I'm over it. Thank you.
Are usually like gay themselves and they're just like not comfortable because everyone's like on the spectrum a little bit, right? Like they always like no matter what, even if it's not the gay thing, whatever. There's always like a little bit. And I think they're like Philobophobia. Man, I can't say that word to save my life. But yes, that one. so. I think they're like closeted homosexuals.
I think there's some of that. I think
I also got.
well, when you
Chat says, wasn't that the time period all teens marrying each other? No. And also, Mary didn't get married to a teenager. She got married to Joseph, who was a man. Okay? Mary didn't marry a teenager. She married a man. Okay? No. Child marriages and age gap relationships are forever long. This audacity of like, oh, teens marrying teens. No, they were teenagers marrying grown-ass, ugly-ass men.
listen to what they say, they go, "Oh shit,
my-
you are." What is that? Is that
maybe.
designer?
Oh my God, love that
They're
though.
really cute, right? They're new for Pride Month.
I like it.
Thanks. Okay. good.
But like, think about what they're saying. They're saying being gay is a choice, and you're just choosing. Because to them, they're like, "Ooh, sleeping with the same sex is so appetizing," but you have to resist that. It's like that's the gayest thing.
Yeah, and true. It's rooted in the sexualization of queer people and queerness. Homophobes, transphobes try to sexualize us and say we're always being sexual. Well, they pretend like they're not when they're doing so many of the crimes. Like they are literally doing so many of the crimes, and they make it institutional. Look at the way they're trying to keep like cousins marrying and all this other bullshit happening. Look, the past is the past is the past, but moving forward, we're not doing any of that shit. And I'm sick of hearing it from people. I'm sick and tired of having to be the person who's always trying to meet everybody where they're at with peace and love. I know you're just a human on this planet doing your little animal monkey brain thing, but your monkey brain is getting in the way of my monkey brain. And my monkey brain, again, includes your existence. Yours doesn't include mine. So we're going to have problems. Okay? Monkey to monkey, we're going to have some fucking problems. Okay? With peace and love. With peace and love. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everyone. Remember that? What's that Alex Hormoza guy? God, he's the worst person who's ever existed. He goes, this is Alex Hormoza. He goes, I think to myself, if the slaves could work sunrise to sunset, and so can I. And I was like, huh? And then Alex Hermosa, piece of shit, he goes like this. He goes, well, I think about what girls can do for their like communities. I'm paraphrasing. He goes, and if girls at 13 could marry and help keep legacy alive, then and they weren't traumatized by it, then maybe it's about your perception. Maybe if you perceive your child marriage to somebody else as a duty to your family, you'll be less traumatized. And I was like, sir, absolute piece of shit. And why do people follow Alex Hermosa? Because he bought some gyms and sold them and made some money. Piece of shit. Piece of shit philosophy. Don't like it. Not tolerant towards it. Thank you.
Thing when they go,
Who said
it's a
that?
no, like this is what the conversion therapy
right.
and stuff.
Oh,
They go,
yeah.
it's a choice, and you have to choose to be straight. It's like, dude, you are so gay if you believe that, because they're saying I want to sleep with the same sex, I just can't because it's against God.
That's so crazy. I vibe with gays more than straight people. I don't know if I can say that, but I don't.
What?
I vibe with the gays more. I prefer gay people over straight.
What is Trisha? Trisha's the straightest bisexual I've ever met in my life. You're gay, Trisha. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Trisha's the gay, like the straightest bisexual I've ever met. How are you non-binary and bisexual and you still act like you're not gay? What do you mean? Is that okay to say? You're a gay person. Of course you get along with gay people more. I literally get along with gay people more, period. Always. Queer people, always. What are you talking about?
People. Is that like I vibe with gays more than straight people? I don't know if I can say that, but I don't.
What?
I vibe with the gays more. I prefer gay people over straight people. Is that like hateful? I don't know.
I feel like a little offended.
Do you think so? I don't know.
I don't feel offended, but
I like gays better than straight people. I just
I
trust
do
them
find
more.
it kind of an odd statement, though. Just
What?
like I prefer gay.
Oh yeah, you don't like when I say I like somebody. I like a group of people.
Yeah, because it's like fetishizing them.
No, it's not. In this circumstance, as a queer person, I'm much more comfortable around people who are queer. Yeah, I'm just, in general, we have shared culture. We have like it's a bubble thing. She's not, unless she's saying she likes gay people better than straight people the way she means she likes Jewish people, because that is fetishizing. I don't know. With Trisha, it's kind of weird because they do have a tendency to fetishize. I don't know what they mean. I mean, I feel safer because I'm one of them. Like, we're together in this. It's, we get each other. How does Trisha mean it?
No, if I say I love the gays, watch the gays in the comments. They all know. They'll be like, yes, they loved when I said that on the bus tour. They're like, Trisha performing for the gays. I would love if
I'm not
someone's
gay.
like,
I don't. What do I know? I can't speak. Up
I
for
would
the gay
love if people would say like, I'm for the Trisha's penises in the world, and I'd be like, yeah, thank you.
So you're. What does that mean?
Like, like calling out a group of people, gays, Jewish, Trishas. I would be so excited.
What is a Trisha?
Well, I'm just saying,
Like, just a reminder of how people think, and a majority of them being men in this country, America. By this country, I mean America. Majority of people are white. And a majority of them are seeking welfare or government assistance programs. A majority of them, during the time when welfare was first introduced, were on board until they realized black people would be included. Then they were like, nah. Now, what is welfare considered? It's considered for black people, even though majority of people on it are white. Right? Like, white people do such a good job. Majority people, okay, whatever, they all do such a good job at acting like the minorities are taking away from them. Because they don't want to share. They don't believe in abundance. They don't believe in sharing. They believe in taking and taking and taking, and it's all theirs and it's never yours. They don't want to share with you. They don't want to include you. They don't want you a part of their bubble. Okay? And so that's why you have to work with people, white people or not, who understand this. Okay? I was talking to one of my white homies the other day, and she was going on a rant about how much she hates Elon Musk because he's such a fucking like racist colonizer. And it's like, bro, like, look at his history. Look at his like colonizer mindset. Look at this like South African colonizer mindset. And they're bringing it into policy. Trump is creating a refugee program for South Africans who are white and being discriminated because of their skin color. Wake up. They're racists. Wake up. They're racists. They're literally racists. They're doing everything possible to make sure anyone who isn't white enough is absolutely not included at the table. And that's the irony of marginalized communities, how much we work to include everybody. Okay, everyone is allowed at the table. And in their communities, their reality, we are not. And you need to remember that, not to be more hateful, but to be compassionate to yourself in the world and realize that every time you bring a baby into this world, you're bringing them into this reality. Because we are putting up with it, and then you decide to make a new baby, and that new baby gets to deal with it. Because you are an animal on this planet, and regardless of when you were born, it's the best time and the worst time. This is the best time and the worst time, because it's our time. Just like anyone who existed before us. So you're responsible, you're smart, you're capable. You better be smart when it comes to making those babies, because those babies didn't choose to be here. So you better be ready to bring a baby into the racist, patriarchal, bullshit, misogynistic, riddled world that exists. And you better be ready to raise that baby in that reality because that's what it's facing, including climate change and a lack of resources. They say there's a possibility that there's going to be no edible fish or ocean life by 2050 because of the way we have fucked up the ocean. This great, vast, big, beautiful ocean. Somehow humans, in all of their egotistical ways, have fucked it up, and you are all participating in it. I am participating in it. We are not exempt from responsibility. And that is the irony. We can keep blaming these billionaires, but they're not the ones who are doing it alone. They need us. We enable these people, and we do it because they prey on our weaknesses. Be strong so you can harm reduce, not so you can be perfect. You know?
I'm that group. So if someone's like, I'm doing this for the Trishas, I'd be like, thank you. I wouldn't be like, oh my God.
But
don't
what is a
fetishize.
Trisha?
Oh, here's an example of fat chicks. Like people who are like, I love fat girls. I'm not like, oh my God, don't fetishize me. I'm like, thank you. Like fat bottom girls, or Micah has one called like
Well,
fat.
Okay, let me ask you
fat
this.
Girl, you're
if you go,
beautiful.
listen, my preference is fat chicks. Then people go,
That's
okay,
fine.
God bless.
I
God
have
bless.
something called fat chicks, yeah.
But then what if you go, my preference is Asian women? That seems weird. So why can you like fat chicks but not Asian women?
I guess it depends who you're talking to. Like, I don't know. I mean, if someone's like, hey, I love Asian chicks. I mean, maybe people find that offensive, but I'm sure there's some people who be like, thank you. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on who you're talking to. I think not that it's a bad thing. Maybe most of the world would get like offended by me. Like, I love like Jews or whatever. But Moses thinks it's cool. Like, I'm ready to convert. He's like, that's cool. Like, if I say I love Jewish men, like, they're like, oh, okay, then I'm your type. They know for sure. You know what I mean? So if someone's like, I love a fat girl. I'm like, oh, well, then I'm definitely your type. I don't
love
think of it.
Jewish men.
I've always
What
said
do you
that.
think? What's your take on that, Dan?
Me?
Or like, I like fat chicks versus I like Asians or Jews or black dudes.
I think liking fat chicks is also objectification and fetishization. I think if you're a person who's like, I love fat people, I love fat women, I love big women and only them, like I love them, I think that's fetishization. I think it's weird. I think it's just weird to be into people because of something that like might change in the future or like is specific to them inherently. It's like when one time a man said to me like, oh, I love girls with BPD. And I was like, what? Red flag. Absolutely red flag. Like, what does that mean? Oh, I like girls who like, there's a difference between saying I feel connected to, this kind of a person. We have shared beliefs or cultural expectations. Like it makes sense if a Catholic's like, I want to marry a Catholic, or even a black person wants to marry a black person, or an Asian person wants to marry an Asian person. There's something about that as long as it's out of joy. But if it's out of fetishization, objectification, or fear or racism or prejudice, it's wrong. If the reason you want to marry one of your own is because you think other people are less than you, that's wrong. If you want to marry someone who's similar to you because you have shared something and it's beautiful, that's beautiful. But if you're ultimately deconstructing race and gender and everything else, then you should be falling in love with the consciousness, nothing else. Like you should just be falling in love with the person, regardless of the answer. Like you should be falling in love with that person.
Dudes. Like, is that all okay, or what do we think about like what?
Like you said, it is fetishizing a group a little bit, but I mean,
That is not, no, I'd strongly
Okay, how about this?
strongly
I don't know.
How about
disagree.
this? When
To say I like
girls
something?
go, okay, hold on. When girls go, I only date Jews.
I didn't say that
That's
though.
weird.
All my boyfriends have been Jewish, and they love when I'm like, oh my God, like I love that. Like I used to always call myself like a shiksa, like I love. Like
Have you
they
ever-
also they got into it. You know what I mean? Like
Wait. Have you ever been with a guy who wasn't circumcised?
who? What?
That's so, like, statistically, there's only like 10 million Jews, right? How many Jews are there? There's like 1 million Assyrians. Like, it's kind of, how do all your boyfriends end up being Jewish? Have I even dated a Jewish person? Hold on, let me think. I haven't dated a lot of people. There's not that many people. You know what I mean? And depending on where you grow up, like, where are you meeting all these people? Is that weird? All her boyfriends were Jewish? I don't know. I guess. I don't know.
What's that mean? They have the skin?
Yeah.
Yeah, over in Europe and stuff.
She said that though. She said all my boyfriends have been Jewish. So is that another exaggeration? She's just being weird. I was gonna say, how'd she end up dating all those Jewish people? That feels impossible.
They all have the skin.
What's your take on that?
I don't want to shame anybody's body, but like for me, I just didn't know you were supposed to pull it down. So I was sucking it with the skin up, but I guess you're supposed to pull it down. It was so confusing. So I was a little traumatized by my experience with it. But I guess if
True. Chat said if it's healthy, they don't have to say I like X category. I agree. I feel like when you have to specify, I love black guys, I love Asian guys, I love Asian girls, I like skinny people, I like fat people, like you've already objectified them. What does that matter? Like, are you dating them because of that? Why is that even like, you know what I mean? Versus saying like, oh, I'd really like to have somebody who has my shared background so we can like overlap and talk about things we have in common. That'd be really nice to feel somewhat connected to my childhood or the way that I was brought up. Like that'd be really nice. But of course, I'm going to fall in love with who I fall in love with. But the more in common we have, I think the better. And that could come in many forms, right?
you remember to pull that shit down, I mean, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, she also says she dated Muslims. So maybe she's lying. Trisha's a mess. I can never trust Trisha. I'm sorry. With peace and love, I just cannot trust Trisha as a narrator of her own life. I just,
Yeah,
Like a
just
regular
pull that shit
penis.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so. It's
I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Pull
But
it down.
but you can't say it. Like, you know what I mean? That's like, that's a little body shaming because you can't help
I didn't
that.
say anything. You said it.
No, but like,
Chat says, what's the difference between objectification and preference? Preferences are for fruits, strawberries versus bananas, not for people. Preferences are for like the kinds of socks you like to wear, not the kinds of people you fall in love with. A preference is a non-important choice difference. You know, you can say at most, I prefer people with, you know, chat says, what about long hair and short hair though? No. I think people use that to be, yeah, no. Chat says, so like physical attraction should never matter. No, there's a difference between saying I have a preference and saying I'm attracted to. What are you attracted to versus what do you have a preference for? You know, chat's getting very worried about this. You guys are being very worried. Think about what I'm saying. Think about the whole purpose of this channel. What is the purpose of saying I prefer short or long hair on my partners versus what I'm attracted to? Are you saying you're going to dump your partner if they cut their hair short? Is that what you're saying to me? Or are you saying I'm attracted to you and I have a preference for your hair looking a particular way, but it doesn't change my attraction to you? Are you saying attraction is going to change because of how you do a hair thing? My attraction doesn't waver when my partner loses hair, you know, their hair. There are women who are like, I can't date a guy who doesn't have a full head of hair. That's not a preference. That's discrimination. That's not a preference. Okay? Preferences are like options, and you have a preference over the option. But it's not a deal breaker. Now, if you associate it with values, right? There's aesthetics that play into values that you might be more attracted to or less attracted to, but you're not attracted to them. You're attracted to the belief around what is associated with their expression, right? Like you're saying in a 40-year marriage, if your partner at any time has a haircut you're not attracted to, it's over. Marriage over. My preferences ruin my attraction. Like, think about what you're saying and tell me you don't need to deconstruct. We need to deconstruct these things. Okay? How does attraction compare to preference? Attraction is about the consciousness, the values of the person. Preferences are about ways that people dress their house, like dress their body. Like, again, you can make your decision on how you want to communicate. This is why people say, I prefer one thing over another. My attraction to my partner never changes. My concerns from them could, depending on how they're expressing themselves. Okay? But a preference should be casual. People put way too much emphasis in society, like, oh, if she wears this clothing, if she looks this way, if he looks this way, if he's, it's so shallow. It's just so shallow. So if you're looking for a deep connection, then it's more important than hair. If you're looking for a person who expresses themselves through hair to make political statements, you might have an opinion on that values difference. Chat says, a preference to me is both options are viable, but I will take this one over if that isn't available. Exactly. A preference is like, I take it or leave it, but this is my preference. People use preferences like they're deal breakers. Your preferences are not deal breakers. It's like compromise. It's like we don't compromise on values. We compromise on who does the dishes. People think compromise means we should compromise on values. Well, so what if he's pro-life and I'm pro-choice? No, we do not compromise on values. We compromise on who does the dishes. Okay? Hold on, Indiana needs to get out. I think the world has taught us that being shallow is our actual desires, and I'm telling you to deconstruct it. I'm telling you, the world tells you, oh, a preference is like masculinity or femininity, or I could never date a girl with a beard. I could never date a girl who has like long leg hair. What are you, 5 years old? That's a preference. And it shouldn't literally be the reason you don't date somebody. Could you imagine not dating somebody because they have blonde hair or they're a redhead? What are we talking about? It's okay to say I prefer you with red hair than blonde hair, but I love you either way. What does it matter? Your preferences cannot be the end all be all. That's not like preferences should be casual and chill. They shouldn't be like, well, I just prefer skinny people. I just prefer white people. I just prefer black people. What are you talking about? I prefer black people. What are you talking about? I prefer white people. Are you falling in love with the person or their skin color? Like, what are you talking about? Okay? Like, gay people can't prefer men or women. Like, they prefer the same sex, right? Like, it's not about preference. It is what it is. Like, straight people, they can't prefer out of their orientation. But you can prefer yourself out of your racism, okay? Out of your bigotry, okay? So again, like, you can pick and choose how you want to look at this word, but the world has genuinely used preferences as a way to say, I'm not going to date this whole fucking group of people. I just prefer white skin. It's like, what? Like, what is that conversation? I'm telling you. If we're upset with how the world is, ask yourself why you're so strongly reacting to the idea that your preferences might be rooted in bigotry. And talk about how your references should be rooted in strawberries being the best fruit and bananas being the least good fruit. You know? That says, I think you're conflating superficial preference with bigotry preference. Yes, but I'm saying your preferences should always be casual and your value should be black and white if you're going to do that. And bigotry has no place in either. You should neither be bigoted in your preferences or in your values. And bigotry and prejudice is playing a role in a lot of people's preferences and they're not acknowledging it. Like, they're not acknowledging it. But they think it's just a preference. Your preference is rooted in misogyny. Your preferences is rooted in fat phobia. If your preference isn't, then you wouldn't say things like, well, I just prefer lighter skin to darker skin. Colorism much? Like, what are we talking about? Okay, so preferences, casual. Okay? They shouldn't be about like moral, like they shouldn't be a moral issue. I don't want to hear, well, I just prefer to be bigoted. It's like, okay, well, I just prefer to call you a bigot. I feel like that's bullshit, you know? I just feel like preferences, again. Yeah, chat says I feel the same way about straight women who don't feel comfortable dating bisexual men. Yeah, or lesbians who don't feel comfortable dating bisexuals. Your all's preferences are bigoted. Your all's preferences are bigoted. That's your trauma speaking. Go to therapy and deconstruct. The fact that people won't date people of certain orientations because they think they're going to leave them for a man or another person, that's your bigotry talking. That's not a preference. Your preferences are whether or not, like, you know what I mean? You like which anime you like, Naruto or One Piece. You know, it's not about whether or not like your fear coming into your preference is prejudice. If your preferences are based off fear or bigotry or prejudice, like you need to deconstruct. That's really what I'm saying.
You're asking me. I'm like, well, I can't say, oh, I don't
Well,
like
you
it.
can have exactly. So you can have a preference on circumcision, but you can have a preference on entire fucking ethnicity of
You
people.
can have a preference. I don't know. Maybe I know what you're saying because race is different than weight. I just had a whole thing on TikTok about this, about like obviously someone.
If you like Jewish dude, you better like their fucking circumcised dicks.
Yeah,
so.
of course. I love that's like one of my favorite things about Jewish people.
Okay.
Just, you know, but every guy I've dated that's like hardcore Jewish does not have a problem with me being like, I love Jew men. Like they're like, thank you. Like they
Jew men.
Jewish men.
You just said I love Jew men.
Stop it.
That's.
Anyways, it's how you take it, and
You know you can't say Jew men, right?
Jew men,
Yeah.
Jewish men.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I corrected myself.
Trisha.
Anyways, a happy Pride Month. Was there Jewish month? Is there like Jewish Remembrance Month? I think there is.
There's a Holocaust Remembrance Month.
When is that?
The rest of the year is just fuck Jews, though.
No. Oh, literally me though.
Right. That's
Fuck
you.
you.
That's
Hold on. Chat says, as I said, I prefer to meet men that doesn't drink alcohol. That's not a preference. That's a value. People who don't drink, it's not a preference, guys. That's a value. If you're not dating a man because he drinks, that's a value, which could be important because you might be an alcoholic. But if you're not dating a guy who drinks, period, that could be a preference, but like, why? That's so weird. Are you saying your adult partner, when they're at a restaurant, can't have a glass of wine? When people say, I don't date people who drink, I don't have that rule. I say I don't date people that excessively drink because that's a lifestyle difference, right? That's not a preference. That's a values difference. I'm judging you. I'm judging you for partying every weekend. Okay? Like, I'm not into it. Okay? But if like you literally have a grown ass partner and you're like, you can never have alcohol, Like, that doesn't make any sense. Are you an alcoholic? Is that why? Because then that would be a values difference and that would make sense. But it's not about a preference. It sounds like a values difference. These things are different things. Like, I didn't want to marry somebody who partied every weekend. It's a lifestyle difference. And it's one that, like, I don't live and I morally judge. Not ethically, like, not morally ethically. Well, kind of, actually, I do. I do think once you get into a certain age group, you can't be partying every weekend. I think it's a sign of a lack of maturity. I think it's a sign of, like, you haven't grown up. And I do judge it past a certain age group, of course. You know what I mean? I'm in my 30s, for fuck's sake. But it's not to say that you couldn't have partied. Both my partner and I had our party days. You know what I mean? That says, can't you have preferences for morals and value? Can't you have preferences for morals and values? You know, I really prefer if you're not racist, but if you are racist, that's okay. I don't know. Can you? I'd really prefer my partner isn't homophobic, but if you are, I guess that's okay. No. What are you talking about? Preferences, I think, should not relate to very big issues, in my opinion. Maybe it's the way my bubble uses words, but I'm sick of people using the words like, it's just my preference to be homophobic. It's just my preference to be racist. It's not your preference. You're a bigot. People, because preferences weren't supposed to be the reason they use words that way is to devalue the actual statement they're making. They're trying to make it more casual because preferences are casual. So when people say, oh, I just prefer like white people, they're trying to say it's not a big deal. It's just a preference. It's not just a preference. That's not just a preference. That's bigotry. So I'm saying you can decide to make preferences about morals or values, but preferences, the reason people use them is because they're not supposed to be that big of a deal. They're just supposed to be things you prefer, you know? Like, they're just like casual. They're just like one of the options. I prefer this, but why do you prefer this? Do you know what I mean? I just think it would, you know, again, it's okay to say, hey, I'm not sure how it would feel if my partner transitioned, and that might be very hard for me. I'd have to really sit and think about it. Why am I uncomfortable with the idea of my partner transitioning? And then you can sit down and have that conversation with yourself. Maybe it's because you're binary and you're straight and it doesn't work. Maybe it's because, you know, you're confused on how your life will look and you need to deconstruct it. Maybe it's because you're actually just like bigoted and you think trans people aren't real people. Or maybe, you know, it's okay to have an initial thought, but until I don't trust you unless you've really deconstructed it and thought about it. And these are the things I worry about for people who are dating, because you might be on a date with somebody and they might act cool and collected. Oh, the new episode of Love is Blind is going to cover this. They might be like, I'm Christian, but I'm cool and I'm not homophobic and I can meet your gay sister, but they don't go to a church that's inclusive. That is crazy for a Christian to have the audacity to say, I'm not bigoted, but I don't go to an inclusive church. Girl, you Christian, you're bigoted. Let's be so for real right now. Okay. So with peace and love, okay. Like, we have to be careful about how people use the word preference to get away with being bigoted, because they do. Okay.
That's your mantra.
Happy, congratulations. I feel like I should bring you
Okay,
a
so we
present.
have some stuff to talk
Yeah,
about.
I have a.
Oh, wait, good example. Sorry. Chet says, I feel like I don't have any preferences, like a mustache. I like a mustache. Is that a preference? Yes. So I prefer my partner with facial hair, but also I would love them regardless of what they look like. I prefer facial hair on people in general, men and women. Non-binary and such. I just think facial hair is great. Sometimes I wish I had a beard and a mustache. I just love facial hair. I think it's fabulous. I don't care if my partner has it. It's not a deal breaker. It's a preference that has no meaning. There's no meaning to it. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to look at the love of my life and say, ew, gross. I can't believe you shaved your mustache. I can't find you attractive anymore. What? You're the love of my life, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you had a tit on your forehead. I would love you. I don't give a fuck, bitch. You think I'm going to love you less because you have facial hair or something? No. I don't give a fuck. I love you, bro. Unconditional, bitch.
Okay, sorry, it's not all about me. You're having a baby, like literally a baby. That's so exciting.
Yeah, you should have brought me.
I know.
You should have brought me something. Let's be honest.
We have, you know, there were so many gifts. We have a lot of gifts coming for Theodore. They
Can I
haven't
have
been
your
here yet.
Birka?
No.
Oh.
But you could have. Do you want my Diet Coke?
Chat says, so my best friend is Mexican and she only dates white guys because the men in her family are very machismo. And she said she just couldn't picture herself with a man of her same race, but not all Mexican guys are like that. So that's not fair. But it's her life and her experience. She should go to therapy and deconstruct that. Because right now she has internalized racism. That's just internalized racism. That's what it is. Congratulations, you and millions of people. It's very common for people of color to suffer from internalized racism when growing up in white supremacy. My heart goes out to your friend. I hope she deconstructs her internalized racism. Because that's what it is, girl. What do you mean? That's what that is. We're objectifying everybody around us because of a group of people we were raised with. The world is full of almost 9 billion people. The world isn't just your family. The world isn't just your friends or your neighborhood. That's sad. But that's life. That's a lot of people. You know, that's a lot of people. That's why I say the world is twos, living in bubbles, not deconstructing, and they all think they came to these preferences of their own free will. That's your trauma. You just let your trauma decide to cut off a whole group of people that gave birth to you.
I don't want your Diet Coke.
We had McDonald's before this, so I'm energetic. I'm ready to go.
Okay, so you want to know? First of all, I want to say. Oh, we didn't speak our sponsors: Quip, Stamps, Credit Karma. We love you.
Love you.
Wow, love it. I exercised this morning. I'm starting to do once every morning at 10 a.m. for an hour every weekday.
Wow. You just started today?
Today was my first day.
Oh my God, yay ads. Chat, great question, says, is it a preference for someone in your own culture bigoted, or is that, again, values and culture choice? It depends. So if you literally stop yourself from ever falling in love with anybody else, that's like a form of prejudice and bigotry you have to deconstruct. If you have a preference for somebody who aligns with your values and you hope for somebody in your culture, then that's great. But is your high compatibility partner only this ethnicity? There is definitely someone of that ethnicity who's a high compatibility partner, but are you going to run into them? I think people shouldn't settle for relationships. So remember, when I'm talking, I'm expecting you to end up with your high compatibility partner. And I'm telling you right now, that person doesn't necessarily mean the first person you fall in love with who is your high compatibility partner. They might not be your ethnicity. But are you going to ditch them to go wait for that person? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If this is the love of your life, everyone else is going to disappear around you. It's not going to matter. None of this will matter. This is the bullshit that Hollywood has sold you, to tell you that all of these ways is how you find love. Oh, are they this height and this hair color and this ethnicity and this background and this thing? That's not love, that's settling. Okay? That's settling, but you do you. You can settle in a very happy marriage. And eventually maybe there will be like real love, right? That happens. Maybe you grow to be high compatibility partners. That happens. 100% that can happen. Okay? But a majority of the world settles, a majority of the world is miserable, and a majority of the world is suffering from prejudice and bigotry. Myself included. What's my internalized bigotry? And not my internalized, that's my misogyny, internalized misogyny. What's my joke on this channel? Gotta fight that misandry. I work on it all the time because men really be out here making me want to be a misandrist. But I have to remember, that's not men, that's these men. That's the way men are socialized. They are not born awful people because they're men. You know? Like, that's not true of men. Men aren't inherently bad. Even though the people I'm around right now be making me want to be a misandrist, they're not. And so that's always my burden to carry, is to remember, like, when I meet a person, you know, and look, I love a lot of men. But unless they've deconstructed their manness, they're they can be very scary and threatening. Look at the way they're so happily taking away civil rights because they think they know better. You know? Discord, great point. She only likes white guys and won't date Mexicans because of her trauma. I think that she only likes white men. There's a bunch of other races that aren't white men. There's black, Asian, you know, that's true. Maybe your friend should ask herself that. Is she only dating white men because that's what's around? Or is she only dating white men, period, over everybody else? Because that could be like, maybe she hates being Mexican. She could hate being Mexican, which is a big thing. People of color. I mean, look at that boy, the black boy who shot up the school. He was mad he was black. He had internalized racism, suffering under white supremacy to such a point where he hated his blackness so badly, he killed himself and other people. That's how dangerous white supremacy is. White supremacy is so dangerous. You hate yourself. That's what white supremacy does. It makes you hate yourself for just being born. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And I hate it, you know?
For the everyday.
Every fucking weekday. Because I'm like, you know what? I've done this. I've been doing this for like a month and a half, 2 months, twice a week. I can do this. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. You know, Michael Jackson was talking about stopping touching kids, and that.
Hold on. I know we're having a great conversation here. Chat said she legit told me they've been the kindest to her. You know what? I believe her. I believe her that white men are currently being the nicest to her. And I just want to remind her that doesn't mean anything because the bar is in fucking hell. I remember coming out of like different levels of toxic relationships and thinking this guy is 10% nicer to me. So this must be what it means to have a nice, healthy relationship. White guys always trying to white savior. Okay. White men always trying to date other women, Asian women, brown women, black women. White men always out here trying to date other women because they think they're so white savior. Just make sure these white men aren't trying to white savior. Okay. Because that's gross. That's a form of objectification too. But of course, she's having this experience. It's treating her well. She thinks this is the answer. It's not the answer, but it's good enough for now. But I hope she deconstructs it. Because the world is full of beautiful people and they're not all white. Some of them are white. But I would be concerned about a white man who's obsessed with treating a brown woman with love and care. Because I just think that shouldn't come into play. Okay, a lot of those dynamics are great. A lot of them can be healthy. A lot of them can be very objectifying. You know?
That song? Think about it. Think about
He
it.
didn't even write that song, did he?
He didn't?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think he did.
But think about it. He's going, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. Ooh. I'm asking him to change his ways. He's talking about him touching his kids.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I got to stop touching kids because this is...
Oh, well, maybe he did. I don't know. Did he write it?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Chat, you cracking me up. Growing up in Italy, I said the same thing, but then I realized you choose your partner. Just choose a man with the same values. That I became a lesbian. Now that is a happy ending. Let's go. That is a happy ending. Let's go, lesbians. Let's go.
I don't think
He is not credited as a songwriter on
Yeah.
that.
Because that was like the only song he didn't write, I remember. That's why I was like, I don't
I've
think
got
that's his.
to stop touching kids. Ooh.
Ooh.
I've got
People
to
are gonna
make
take that out of context.
change. Ooh. well,
take that
okay.
and- Anyway.
Well, I'm not Michael Jackson, but anyway, yeah, that guy.
So this is making me feel better already.
Well, so I was just going to say about the exercise. I'm not sure if it's going to make me feel tired because I feel like kind of tired right
Really?
now. Spent.
They always say you get energy when I don't know. I don't work out.
That's what
but-
people say, but I don't fucking feel that way. Like I asked Ela, she exercises in the morning, and I go, "Do you feel tired?" And she goes, "No, I feel great." And I'm like sitting here like droopy eyed.
I think because you're like starting out. You're just
Yeah.
starting the journey. I don't know. I don't work
think
out. I
so
have no
too.
idea.
But I'm doing it. I don't give a shit.
Wow, you look good. No, when you guys went in for the hug on Friday.
Chat says, is objectifying wrong if it ends up in love? Is a 25-year-old marrying a 12-year-old wrong if they're in love in 20 years? Because that's everybody's excuse. Well, they were in love. Sure, but it was a different time. Yeah, but look how in love they are now. Yeah, but like, they're so in love now. They've been together for 40 years. They're in love. But when I say, okay, are you going to let your son date a 12-year-old? They go, don't say that. That's so gross. Oh, but it's cute when it's grandma and grandpa's story. Oh, okay, I got it.
Today's episode, I was like, oh my God, skinny. Like your arms are so skinny from the side. My arms are my
Yeah, okay, thank you, chat. Celine Dion's late husband is the marriage I think about a lot. I think about that all the time. You know, my mom is the one who would bring it up all the time because we love Celine Dion. And she'd be like, I don't like that marriage. But oh, our family history is not clean. Our family history got some bullshit in it, you know? And that's the thing is like, yeah, I'm here to end generational curses. And it's not gonna fly in my fucking community. Okay? I ain't gonna be no tolerant to my anybody, my brothers, anybody I love, bringing home a girl that's too young, bringing home somebody I think is gross. Absolutely fucking not. Okay? So if any of y'all want to try it, ooh, I'm going to slap you across the face metaphorically. Okay? They know. They know. Don't come to me with your tomfoolery. Don't come to Brittany. Okay? With your, oh, but she's so mature for her age. Don't come to me with that bullshit, bro. Absolutely not. Okay? But yeah, I think about Celine Dion all the time. She says she was really in love. She really mourned her husband. But I can't get it out of my head, bro. Can't get it out of my head. He knew her when she was a baby. Like a little kid, bro. No.
someone looks like a ham hock. So I was like, ooh, you look so
A what?
skinny. A ham hock? I don't know what that is.
Oh, a ham hock?
A ham hock? Is that something? A ham chunk? I don't know.
A ham chunk?
I don't know. Something with ham.
Like a tomahawk steak?
Are that sponsored?
Girl, I'm gonna throw your arm on the grill, girl. Looking succulent.
It would be good. I have no muscle. Look at that. I have zero muscle. I never had a muscle. It's just fat. I can't make a muscle. It's so sad. Anyways.
You could probably punch pretty. You could hit pretty hard. So anyway, that's something that's going on in my life, of
Congrats.
course. And then the other thing is that Hila's pregnant.
I know. Pregnant. So exciting. Oh, that was a good title too. We're pregnant.
We changed
That'll
it
be quick.
because
Why?
we didn't know for sure. And then live on the show, Hila finally got the call from the doctor. Well, I assumed Hila was pregnant because for so many reasons, right?
All right.
We're doing the fertility thing. She was late on her period. And then she was getting like faint second pink lines on the pregnancy test. And then like I was like, that's pregnant, dude. And she did it like 4 times and it was faint every time. And so but on the box it said it was inconclusive.
Oh, a faint.
It said just take it again, but it kept being faint second line. I was like, dude, you're fucking pregnant, bro.
Why didn't you get the pregnant, not pregnant? That seems easier.
The doctor said to use the strips. She said they're more accurate.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But
So you found out on the show.
So on the show, because
That's so
that
good.
morning Hila went for a blood test, and then they're like, "We'll call you in the afternoon." So we're on the show, and around towards the end of the show, we got a text, and the doctor said,
Wow.
"Hila, you're super pregnant."
Ooh.
Twins?
Well, I think she was just referring to like the hormones in her blood, but because of the treatment we've been doing, because
Twins, probably.
there's a chance that there's
Yeah.
gonna be more than one.
And then they can split off, so there can be twins in there, and then they can
Don't
split
say
off
that.
it before.
Don't say that.
Why?
Oh my God, that'd be so exciting. Chess says, how do I navigate this when I don't want to date? Just have casual partners because I think I'd never be a good enough boyfriend. Well, obviously, like, look, if you really think you're having an internal internal issue with yourself, like you think you're never going to be good enough boyfriend, let alone a good enough husband, like that's stuff you got to talk about in therapy. Where does it stem from? Who told you that? Are you a bad person? Are you murdering people every week? Maybe you aren't a good boyfriend, Like, again, it's fine to have lovers. It's fine to connect with people. I think the best thing to do though is to focus on being healthy, is to focus on going to therapy and deconstructing, you know what I mean? And figuring out what you want. Let's see, chat says, if you're not good enough boyfriend, don't date casually. Well, I think that meant sleeping with people. I think they're talking about having lovers. You can have lovers. You know what I mean? But to be a healthy lover, you also have to work on some stuff. Because, you should be lovers with people that are good people. You're having a good connection and you don't want to bring that toxicity into it. But if you're able to keep the toxicity at bay, because it is a toxicity to think you're unworthy unless you genuinely are a bad person, right? Like, are you a bad person? I don't know you, right? So you have to ask yourself, like, am I a very bad person that I know I wouldn't be a good boyfriend? Then, maybe that it's just true then. Or are you internalizing something that isn't your responsibility or is, but you can be better? Like that's what a therapist does. That's why therapy is so powerful if you find a good therapist, right? They're going to help you deconstruct where those thoughts come from. But I read the comment as them like having lovers, not dating casually. Though a lot of people dating casually are doing it to learn who they are. So maybe you fall into that category where you could put on dating apps, not looking for anything serious, just trying to figure out who I am, using dating as a way to get to know myself. A lot of people do that. I think it's a sign that you're in an unknown place, but sometimes it's nice to be unknown with other people. Sometimes I think it can be unhealthy, if I'm getting honest. Sometimes I think like dating just to date isn't in itself kind of like unhealthy, but it depends. I guess it depends. Chat says that makes sense. I just seen so many people hurt in a situationship. Situationship is such a Gen Z terminology. Situationship means will we, won't we. But if you have consensual, like partners and lovers, like I was never in situationships growing up. When I was polyamorous and in open relationships, they were not considered situationships. A situationship is a relationship you're unsure about, right? That is not what a lover is. A lover is very clearly defined. Fuck buddies, clearly defined. Will they, won't they? That's a situationship. And that's like, I was in those situations with people, but it wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like those are different. Those are the toxic will they, won't they? I don't recommend those. I was in that for a couple of relationships, like one of them in particular, that's not good. That's not good. But the having very strict, healthy boundaries with lovers, I'm into it. You know what I mean? That could be a thing, Chad says, how do you determine good or bad partner? Maybe you were with somebody with unrealistic high standards. First of all, nobody has unrealistic standards. Everyone's just has different values or is mentally ill. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in high, low standards. I believe in healthy, unhealthy. Some people are just more dysfunctional. So you have to decide based off your values and morals. I know I'm a good partner because I stick to my values and morals. I know I'm a good partner because for the right person, we're vibing. I'm not a good partner universally for all people. I'm a good partner, though, for people who share my values. I'm a fucking great partner. You know what I mean? There are no high, low standards. They're simply healthy, dysfunctional. And I'm healthy. Though I will say the bar is in hell when it comes to standards. So healthy, just because everyone allows the bar to be dysfunctional. No dysfunctional relationships. The bar is in hell that you think dysfunctional relationships have a chance. Okay? Healthy relationships, or we're not doing it. But also when you're young and you haven't gone to therapy, you might, you know, some people get better through dating. Some people, that's why they date. They get to know themselves better. I mean, I will admit that the reason I'm such a good partner now is because I had those dysfunctional relationships. If I could go back and realize I needed therapy and go to therapy first, sure, maybe I would have done that, but I didn't do that. So I can't go back and change the past. But I will say moving forward, like you might need to deconstruct and you could date, but not be fully ready. I just don't want to say like you can only date when you're really healthy because like that's just not how real life happens. Two consensual adults can go on a date with each other and never get to a second or third one. And as long as you're not lying to people, I think it's probably fine. You know, that says strange question. When you are answering questions, what age are you assuming the chatter is? I try not to assume, but I assume they're at least 18. But I don't try to assume unless I get better information from them. Like if they use a word that tends to be generational, you know? But yeah, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm assuming adults because that's primarily who watches me. So I'm assuming you have a job and you have money, hopefully, and you're at least aiming to be independent. I'm assuming you at least, you know, maybe even are 21, maybe, or 19. Like I'm assuming you're at least an adult. That's at least the starter point.
You don't want 4 kids?
Hell no.
Why not? That'd be everything. Can I have one?
That's funny because he has 3 kids.
Like a Birkin?
Yeah, I'll take one and then you guys get
It's a
3.
nice accessory.
That's so exciting. Oh my God.
So yeah, I'm honestly very happy.
Aw, maybe that's why you're in a good mood. You were in such a good mood today. I was like, oh, he's like beaming. You have the
I
pregnancy
am.
glow.
Oh, I think it's because I exercised because I was sweating and I just took a shower. Usually I'm all grimy. I come here.
Yeah, you did look
Teddy.
fresh. You look
Yeah,
Teddy fresh.
Thank you.
Are you gonna name the baby something with Teddy theme? Are you gonna name it
No.
Fresh?
No.
Fresh is a good name.
Oh, if we have twin girls, I'm gonna name them Peace and Love.
No,
Oh,
peace
that's
and
cute.
love. Peace
No,
and
Like
love.
love, like the guy that works for you can name it.
Trisha would. I mean, Trisha did name her kids like Elvis and Malibu. Trisha would name her kids Peace and Love. She like meme-ified her kids. That's what I mean. Like Trisha meme-ified her kids. She turned her kids into memes. And named her kids after a pedophile. Elvis is a very cool girl's name, but I couldn't name my girl Elvis knowing that Elvis was like a pedophile. You know, yeah, Malibu Barbie. She mimified her kids. Not my favorite form of parenting, personally.
After him. That's cute.
No, I'm not gonna name.
What
it
would you
Peace and
name?
Love.
Name your babies. I can't. Touch
Hila,
mine.
can I tell Trisha?
Oh no! Don't say it.
Oh, I can't say.
It's not just me. It's everyone here.
Oh, can I say the names we're thinking about?
Yeah, no. That's why I don't want to say mine
Hila
either.
said, "What if people copy us?"
That's true.
Well, it's not like a secret name.
I feel
People
like
can name
Jeremiah. No,
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah would be good.
Jeremiah was
Or
a
how about, like,
bullfrog.
Ito.
Ito.
What country is
What
this?
the
Israel?
fuck?
Oh,
I mean,
Ito?
this is not. Yeah, Ito.
Oh my
Ito's
god.
an Israeli name.
Yeah.
Ito.
I love Ito. I want to name our baby Ito or Bar.
I want to say the names, Hila. She said
Someone
no.
might steal them.
Yeah, it's a name. Everyone
They
can use the
can.
name.
No, I've had people copy my baby name. So when I put out just
Who
random.
cares?
Yeah. No, people
don't care. It's a
no.
name. Everybody can name their baby whatever they want.
But you think it's a boy?
Everyone thinks it's a girl. I
You think
personally
it's a boy?
don't
I think
know.
it's a boy. I think it's a boy.
I listen. I'm happy with whatever I get.
But you want a girl? Just even it out.
Either wants a girl.
Yeah. For sure.
I would love to have a girl, but I'm not like I don't want to put that. I'm happy for anything.
Right. Twins, maybe boy and girl. You should
That'd
name him
be-
Ethan.
Ethan Jr.
Yeah.
And the girl.
Ethan and Hila.
What? Ethan
Yeah.
and Hila Jr.
Yeah, that's cute. I
so
love
cool.
that. That's so cute.
No.
I don't like the
No.
junior name.
Naming your baby after yourself is so narcissistic.
It's because it's like let this
Why?
kid have his own life. Why does he got to live in your shadow?
I love the
Junior?
Exactly,
names.
Ethan. Exactly, Ethan. Ethan and I are on the same page.
Moses won't let me name our son Moses. He's like, no, I'm Moses.
No.
Yeah. He's Moses. You want your kid to have their own identity. Why has he got to be Moses Jr.?
I like Moses.
I like calling my son Junior.
I I will say I am fine. I would, if I had children, I talked to my partner about this. We talked about names and stuff. If we had kids, we definitely have a preference for like gender neutral names. And we definitely have a preference for like, I would love to name my girls like with pretty masculine sounding names, or like, you know, a different, not boy names, girl names, but like vibe names, like what kind of vibe. But then realistically, like your kid could always change their name. They might hate their name. Like, I just want my kid to feel fine doing whatever they want. And then regardless of like what gender you think you're having, the kid might be trans. Like, you don't know what the kid's journey is going to be. So you're really just giving them an identity that they can either choose to exist in or change later on, which is so valid. You know, I really like my name, Brittany. Like, I really like my name. I have never wanted to change my name. And do you know, my parents named me Jacqueline for the first 3 days of my life. I was in the hospital and they were like, Jacqueline, ugh, this just doesn't sound like her. And then my dad looked at a baby name book and he goes, Brittany. He goes, oh, Brittany. He goes, let's name her Brittany. And they named me Brittany. And I just love my name. Like, I love it. I think it's just so fabulous. And I've never thought about changing it, you know, but you know, it's not a big deal if people want to change their names. You know, Chad says, I low-key thought Brittany was your fake internet name. No, my name's Brittany. I love my name. I just think I'm Brittany Sarah. My middle name is after my great grandma. So I think that's pretty fire. I think I'm the only Brittany in the history of my whole lineage. I'm fucking one of a kind, bitch. You know what I mean? I'm fucking one of a kind. See, like Samira, there's like 100 Samiras. You know what I mean? There's 100 of those. But I'm the only fucking Brittany, bitch. And like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, God bless. God bless. Okay. So with all of that said, like, I love all the names. Like, I love all of them. But I really think it's cool to just keep in mind that your kid might change their name. It might be different, you know, but I would have named my kid an interesting name, but maybe not a name I thought they could get bullied for. Like, I used to test the names out and see how many ways I could make fun of a name. I just don't want my kids to be made fun of. But also, not because, let me rephrase. I didn't want my kids to be targeted because I was ignorant to the way that I wanted to get my ego fed by naming them a particular thing. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want my kids to suffer because my ego was refusing to see how their life might turn out, if that makes sense. But all names are great names, you know?
Though I think it's cute.
Do you love Theodore Jr.?
No, but the idea of it is cute.
We got lots of presents coming for Theodore. They're really cool. I think Theodore won't be here till tomorrow though. When's his actual birthday?
His actual birthday is on Saturday, I think. On the 4th of June.
All right, well, we got some presents.
But you guys are coming over, right? On the weekend?
Well, I thought it was this past weekend. Is this upcoming weekend?
Yeah, this upcoming weekend is his actual birthday party. That was just because my brother was in town.
Well, we didn't know that either. We would have come and I was like, oh, well,
It
first
was
of all,
just my brother. It was just my brother and his girlfriend.
oh, but I love when there's like more like plus ones to the family when they bring like a girlfriend. Because when I was just by myself, it was like weird. But when I was like more plus ones, I don't feel like I'm part of like your family. You know what I mean?
Right.
But anyways, we would have come. We didn't know. Also, the guy took so long doing my nails. It was like 9 hours that day, so it was my fault, honestly.
9 hours?
Yeah, it was like a lot. So it was. There was someone working on our walls too.
Were you
but-
thinking like, fuck these gays? You're like, this nails are taking too long.
Oh, no,
I'm out on this price.
So there's an actual birthday.
Sorry, that was a joke. You know.
Wait, there's a birthday party this weekend? Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
this
lots of
weekend,
gifts.
this weekend,
Don't
this
worry, I
weekend.
got the gifts taken care of this year.
Okay,
I was like,
great.
I'm gonna pick it out. I got them. I'm like,
We made him a tractor cake. We got a custom made, so it's like a big.
Wait, you had it Saturday?
No, we had 2 cakes. One was ice
Oh.
cream because he wanted ice
Oh
cream.
my God.
And they had little tractor toys, which he loves, on top. And the top of the cake was like ground up Oreo, so it looks like gravel, like dirt. And he was playing on the cake with his tractor. It's fun.
That sounds
But
so good.
this weekend we're making a tractor cake.
like a
It's
3D.
a tractor.
Wow. Is he gonna take a picture? Do you let him dig his hand in there like little kids do? I love that.
I don't
You should let him grab it.
think he does that.
Oh, he's too polite.
Yeah, he's too polite.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Wait, are you gonna eat like now that Hila's pregnant? Are you gonna like eat with her?
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to start exercising.
You're like, I gotta eat.
I am not gonna get even fatter now that Hila's pregnant.
It just happened.
And she
I don't know if I should confess to you guys now or wait, but I have a confession. I should wait. Should I tell you now or should we wait? Should I? I do have a confession. I do. I know. I've been holding it in. I don't tell you guys everything, you know. Some things I do keep secret. But I was going to tell you guys anyways eventually. Okay, listen. I'll tell you. Listen. we do a major part of our grocery shopping on Mondays because we have a weekly budget and Mondays are like our reset days. And Mondays are usually our like, ooh, what are we going to buy? Like I get really excited. And I went to my like, you know, my gluten-free section. I was like so excited. I was like a little like I was feeling like sweets. I almost like never eat like sweets, but I was like, yo, I really just feel like I want to reward myself with like a little treat. And I went to the gluten-free section. I was like so excited. I picked out this little 99-cent gyro. Okay. So exciting. Came home, opened it up, asked my partner if they wanted some. They're like, no, I can't eat it. Like I'm doing a thing this week. I was like, okay, vibes, no problem. Looked at this little thing. I was like so excited to like treat myself. Put it in my mouth and I ate it. And I was like, oh my God, why is this so good? This is like the greatest thing I've ever had. Why is this so delicious? And then I looked at it and I said, oh my God, there's no way this is vegan. I was like, there is no way this is vegan. I was so spoiled by the gluten-free section being like so vegan and everything being so vegan that I didn't double check it. It was definitely not vegan. I know, you guessed it, chat. It was not vegan. Fuck, it was so good though. I gotta tell you, bros, it was fucking good. And my partner was like, oh no. And I was like, read the package, read it. I had been so good. I had been killing this vegan challenge. I'd be like, how do people fuck up on this? I'd been like doing it so good. At least I'm not the girl who like ate pork 4 times. Like I was watching all these 30-day vegan challenges and some of these girls be out here messing up like 4 or 5 times. I was like, okay, relax. Yeah, it was milk chocolate. And it was like a cream, but I don't know why I internalized. Like I just said like I for some reason looked at it and I was like, this is gonna be vegan. You know? It was good. Okay. No, is the challenge reset? Fuck no. No. This is an arbitrary 30 days, bitch. Like I ain't resetting no 30 days. Okay. No, I'll just like do the same thing I did during my vegetarian month where I realized I was taking my collagen and I didn't process. I think what the point of this journey is to challenge and learn about myself and to pay attention to more what I'm eating. Like to pay attention to like what I'm eating. And this just like forces me to pay attention. Right. So like, oh my God, you know, did you stop eating it or killed it? No. I killed it for 2 reasons. 1, harm reduction. Food waste is absolutely unacceptable in my household. My partner couldn't eat it because they were on a restriction for the week. And I wasn't going to put it in the fridge to go bad in 10 days. I fucking ate that shit, bro. It's not going in the trash can. Absolutely no food waste in this household. I hate food waste. It's like a big fucking issue for me. I don't like it. Okay. So I absolutely ate the fuck out of that little candy bar. Okay. Fucking good. But I think that's the point is like, I'm trying to harm reduce. I'm not trying to be perfect. And God bless, that was an imperfect moment, but I savored every fucking second of it. It was good. It was good. You know, let me tell you. Chat says, are you planning to stay vegan past the 30 days? No spoilers yet. I haven't decided. I'm still about 8 days away from the end of my vegan journey. And it's really like I'm fundamentally changing who I am, guys. This isn't like a joke. I am genuinely in a crisis of whether or not I should eat animals. I am not fucking around. This is a very big thing for me. I have never truly questioned whether or not I should eat meat. And I am truly questioning it. I can't tell you how many of the conversations I'm having with my partner is like, bro, am I gonna like, fuck, can I eat meat now? Like I am in a rabbit hole of documentaries, podcasts, books, all about veganism and climate change and everything. Like, I don't know. I do not know what I will do. But I know that I, for once in my life, am truly asking myself if I'm going to keep eating meat or not, or if I'm going to harm reduce, or if I'm going to go vegetarian. Everything's on the table. Everything's on the table, okay? Vegan, vegetarian, harm reduction, maybe meat once a month. Maybe just like less meat. You know, like some climate change scientists say the best thing to do is eat 2 ounces of meat a week instead of the 8 ounces Americans are eating. Maybe 2 ounces of meat a week. Maybe if everybody ate the proper amounts of food, the climate would be better. The animals would be better. But then some vegans say all animal consumption is bad. Valid. I don't know if I believe that though. So don't worry. I've got some great arguments. I think the vegan video is going to be great. I'll see you in a couple weeks when I make it. But that is my confession. It was really good, though. I'm not going to play with you. It was really fucking good. All right, let's go back to Trisha and Ethan.
She's been already like super, like way hungrier than usual.
Yeah, I got
which is great.
baby growing in there. You got to.
I'm afraid she might. I think the way she's eating though, she's probably got a double.
Twins.
I don't know.
Ooh, then you should celebrate with a double from In-N-Out
Every day.
every day.
Hila, do you think you have twins? She says she's worried that she might have.
Oh god, I'm worried for her. That seems like a lot. I'd be so scared of
How do you
twins.
do that? Because I
I
seen
don't
how one
know.
baby came out of her. Two was just unbelievable. I was like, either you're gonna have quadruplets.
I was just talking to Moses about this. I think I'd have a C-section. I think I'd want to do a C-section. Did you have a C-section? Or I don't
No,
know. Maybe it's super
all
personal.
natural.
Really? Oh, I don't know if I could do that. Oh,
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, it's hard work.
I keep making myself think I'm pregnant. I keep thinking I'm sick. I'm like, I'm sick. And then was like, maybe you're pregnant. But I'm like, no, I'm never.
She's
I
like,
always
nah,
think
it's just the McDonald's that you eat every day.
Hey, I'm gonna have McDonald's. Anyways, that's really exciting. If you keep saying I make it about myself, I'm sorry. I keep relating these stories.
Well,
'cause I
if
also
you
wanna
guys
be
are
pregnant.
serious about getting pregnant, why don't you go do the fertility
Well,
shit?
we have a wedding, and I have a dress that's really tight, so I need to like.
You already bought the dress.
Yeah, the dress is being made in Israel, but not on purpose.
Wait. When is your wedding day?
I can't say it.
Oh shit, right.
yeah.
Okay, so once the wedding's coming up, you guys will do the fertility stuff?
Maybe after. I don't want to be like sick and like injecting stuff
That's
on the
true. You
wedding.
might get
yeah.
nauseous.
Yeah. So we're just gonna wait till next year.
Okay, so after the wedding, you should see our doctor. She's good.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Like right away, as soon as the
I
wedding's
think
over.
she'll hook you guys up.
Yeah, we definitely need to because we be trying, but whatever, it's fine. But this is so exciting. I really do love when like people get pregnant. I used to be always sad, but now I'm like, oh, maybe it's more fertility because Colleen, she also texted me when she was pregnant before she announced it, and I was like, oh, she's having twins. I'm like, oh my
Uh-oh, Colleen Ballinger.
God, give me some of
Okay.
that fertility.
Holy
like
shit.
everyone's getting pregnant now, and I was like, oh shit. So
The
maybe it's
doctor
coming
gives
my
it
way.
out. The doctor gives out the fertility.
That's true. Well, that's like very exciting.
So yeah, I'm gonna. It's amazing. We're gonna have a family.
You have a family.
I know, but it's
Okay.
like you're gonna have like a family.
Right.
Oh, fucking. So I mean, it's fun. I love Theodore, and I love being a dad. And ever since we had Theodore, I love
Life.
kid. I just love my son so much, and like I want him to have siblings. And
Yeah.
I just feel like
I love kids.
I love being a dad.
Aw. Yeah, you
Yeah.
seem so much happier. I'm so excited
I get that vibe from Ethan. I think Ethan truly does love being a.
for you. I'm so excited. What were we doing Friday? We didn't get to see it in time, and I really wanted to watch it. Everyone was spoiling it for me on Twitter. They're like, "Eli's pregnant." I was like, "No, I wanted to watch it."
Oh, you want to watch it here?
It's
They
very
linked it.
exciting.
I don't know if you guys watched on Friday,
We'll watch it again.
but here it is.
Look how skinny you look. You look as skinny as Hila. Look at that. Oh my god.
No, I
Stephanie.
don't.
You're so skinny. No, but if I was hugging Moses that way, I would look 5 times your size.
You think
Like
so?
that looks amazing. You guys look great.
Here it is.
You do have a very skinny upper half of your body. Your
Thank you.
Shoulders are narrow.
deceptive. Fauci eats babies. From Dr. Fauci eats babies.
Yeah.
So Eli gets the
All right.
text. Whoa!
What we got? What we got? What we got? What we got?
Look
I
at you.
texted the doctor.
Oh my god.
Do we have confirmation?
Read it verbatim.
I texted her. I said, I did the blood test today and waiting to hear the results. Do you know if it's ready? And she said, 392. I have no idea what that number means, but she was like, 392 exclamation mark. You are super pregnant.
Super pregnant. That's twins.
Yeah, I don't know what she meant by that.
Pregnant twins. Yes. Look at you. Oh,
It was,
Love
it was
it.
just so
Look at you.
tension the
Oh.
whole week because it was like the last time we did the fertility treatment.
Yeah.
She got her period like early, and we're like, oh, this is so disappointing.
yeah, you couldn't have that one hope. That
Yeah,
day
like,
of
what-
Hey, that's a great question. I said Trisha's so obsessed with weight. Is she still like that? Is she? Can people who watch current Trisha, does Trisha talk about her weight all the time still? Which, by the way, makes sense. She has an eating disorder. She has issues with her body. She's always gone on this journey. I think it's valid. I do think you have the right to make a safe space to talk about it. I do. I think Trisha is self-aware enough to know it's a problem. Okay, yes, they do talk about it. Okay, they are still talking about it. I think it's fine. Like, we all are allowed to talk about what we want to talk about, but it's obviously a struggle, right? So it's obviously a struggle. That's why it's, you know what I mean? So I don't want people who are struggling to feel like they're not allowed to talk about their struggles, right? I just think sometimes I would love to see a Trisha that faced her struggles in a different way. That'd be so like valid and beautiful and wonderful. But it is a journey. Sometimes YouTubers, we be struggling in public,
At least 1
Yeah.
week, because she's like, we'll know if you're pregnant in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then a week later, she got her period. We're like, oh, this is so
Sad.
sucky.
Especially when you're like trying so hard.
Yeah, and I don't know if I said this,
Aw.
but like the process is brutal. Like I was sticking her with a syringe in the stomach every night.
Do you have to hit a certain spot or just anywhere?
No, just anywhere in the stomach, around the belly button. But like the solution is like, for whatever reason, it's really painful.
Yeah,
So
it's like
either-
cramp or what?
I think it just stings a lot inside the belly.
I don't think I would trust you to poke anything in my belly.
She
I was
trusted
like,
me.
no, especially a syringe.
I
You're
know.
so reckless. You're just so like wild, anyways. Just with your like just you in
Yeah, that
general.
was me. I was like, okay, Ela, just close your eyes. Here we go.
Do you get scared? I would pass out doing it to somebody.
I got better at the first time was stressful, but I got better at it. I mean, I've done it like a billion times now.
Oh my god, I literally don't know if I could do it.
I was like, Ela, study this because when I get diabetes, you're gonna be doing.
Hold on. Discord was cracking me up because why does this taste so good? Oh, it's not vegan. I gotta say, vegan food is really, really good. I think about vegan food and non-vegan food the same way I think about potato chips versus hot Cheetos. They're both really good. It's just like all down to preference. I will say, as somebody who loves cheesecake, cheesecake is my favorite kind of cheesecake cake. My mom always buys me cheesecake for my birthday. Everybody knows Brittany loves cheesecake. The only vegan recipes for cheesecake I have seen are basically with peace and love. I love cream cheese. You do not understand how much I love cream cheese. Okay? And I have yet to find a vegan recipe for cheesecake that I would even find tolerable. Most of them are like chickpeas or other, and I'm just like, girl, please, with peace and love, don't fuck with me today. Okay? With peace and love. Cheesecake, though, you know, we really are spoiled. It's like, again, love vegan food. Love it. I've always eaten vegan, by the way. Like all my life, I've eaten vegan food. So it's not like I don't like vegan food. You know what I mean? But it's just like one of those things where, you know, sometimes you just can't replace certain things. And it's not about replacing it anyways. But I can see, like, we're so spoiled. This is what I've truly learned researching veganism. We are living in the most privileged fucking time in the world. We are in the most privileged fucking country that we can eat cheesecake every day. Like, we eat meat casually 3 meals a day. Like, Americans are so spoiled. The world is so spoiled. Even Croatia, I can go get that shit every day. Like, I'm not fucking with you right now. Like, it has made me so grateful to be alive right now that I get to be a part of the community of humans that are truly wrecking the fucking planet because we are so spoiled. We are so spoiled. Like, if you're in these privileged countries, obviously. If you were in these, like, very developed countries, the fact that I can choose to eat meat and cheesecake every day if I wanted to for the rest of my life, holy fuck, we are so spoiled. Like, this would have been a thing that if you were lucky 100 years ago, you would have gotten once a year for your birthday if you were lucky. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, my mom grew up without electricity, you know, in Iraq, but still, like, I think we just forget sometimes, first of all, how the population has exploded since, you know, 1916 or whatever it was. I was watching a documentary, so I don't know the numbers. But the idea that we went from 1 billion people to like 8 billion people or 7 billion people so quickly, oh, we are watching it in front of us. We have never existed like this before, ever. Well, in documented history, who knows? But wow. Wow. Chat says rice used to be a luxury in many countries. Now you can buy it so cheaply. Oh my God, so cheaply. That's what I mean. Like, it's really humbling, my experience. Like, the world, we really have as a collective destroyed it. I'm sorry, we really cannot point the finger at just anybody, but we as a collective have destroyed it. And it's just so clear. Now, the question is, do we have to go completely cold turkey to fix it? You know, if we had done things correctly in the first place, maybe not. But that's the thing, we didn't. How do you break generational curses for your own family? And then how do you break generational curses for all of society? That is really the question. And I feel like it's never going to be this end all be all. I think black and white is never going to be the answer. You know, but yeah. That says, Brittany, where are you watching these documentaries? Any on Hulu you could recommend? Ooh, I don't. That's a great question. I'm watching them through Netflix and through Disney Plus, which is attached to Hulu. So I'm not sure which one's on which, but I'm watching like, I'm so bad with names. Let me look up a few and I'll put it in chat. I'll recommend a couple that I can think of. Right. I can almost remember their names. Let me I'll put it in chat.
Doing this to me.
Oh my God. No, I did a diabetes joke on TikTok and it did not fly.
What'd you say?
Oh.
Can't joke about diabetes
Yeah,
now?
it was the almost there TikTok where it's like, almost there. I'm almost there.
Oh,
so that's like
funny.
me when I get diabetes after eating.
That's funny.
Yeah, and I took it down. They're like, you can't joke about diabetes. I'm like, oh, well.
What? You can't even joke about diabetes, but we're fat. We're like basically pre-diabetic.
You're not fat anymore. You can't be wee.
Oh,
now you're working out every week. I mean,
Don't
good
make
for
me
you.
lift. Don't make me lift.
No, it's very small. It's getting smaller. Why don't you show it from the side? Stand up and show it because it actually does
Nobody
look
wants to
smaller.
see this.
Oh, there are people who want to see it. Let's see. Wow! Don't stick it out and be stupid. Just be normal. Be normal.
Castaway.
Wow!
We are castaway.
Okay, but you're
Love
being
it.
stupid.
Ahoy there. Ahoy.
It looks okay. All right.
I love a belly.
I think it's good.
You know the fanny pack that you wear that looks like a dude's gut?
They
That's my gut.
No, you're making it unattractive.
Castaway.
Actually, like, fucking so true, chat. People say one thing that makes us different from other species is our ability to conceptualize the future, but we sure did miss the mark on that one. Girl, I'm gonna need to remind myself to bring this up because that's exactly the thing I'm realizing the most during this journey is I don't think anyone's thinking of the future. I think they lied to us. We lied to ourselves. We think about the future. We are not thinking about the future. This is the one bubble pop I've had during this whole journey where I'm like, oh my God, we've really lied to ourselves. We are not thinking about the future. We are only thinking about right now. All of us. I don't think we're thinking about the future. That's why we're fucking up. Genuinely, like the world as a whole. I can't even point the fingers at anybody. None of us think about it. Every piece of item, every single item you've ever owned still exists here on the planet. Remember that. Remember that every single piece of clothing you've ever owned still exists somewhere on this planet. Every single thing. This is why I convert all of my honey jars when I buy honey or jams into drinking glasses. Every single piece of everything you've ever had just ends up somewhere else. It doesn't disappear. Like you're sitting here trying to go to fucking what's a fast fashion place? H&M or like Zara. You're trying to go to Zara to buy this $40 shirt that you just spent 5 hours working to make enough on minimum wage to buy, and it's going to end up in a landfill somewhere or on the beach of somebody else's country. There are whole communities in other countries that dig up clothes from the beaches that get thrown there and try to resell or resew or wash them and kind of keep them. Your thing that you spend your hard-earned money trying so hard to buy is somebody else's garbage. That's crazy. That's wow. Wow. Like, you want to talk about harm reduction? Yes, reduce, reuse, recycle. You want to really harm reduce? Think about it. Like, all these people go, oh, but like mason jars and all these jam jars, like that's not like drinkable glasses. Like that doesn't look good for people, for guests. Fuck your guests. The planet's dying, bitch. Fuck your guests. The planet's dying. Drink out of my fucking mason jar, ho. How dare you come to my house where I've given you water, which you're lucky to even have in the first place. And you have the audacity to say like, oh, I'm not drinking out of a mason jar. You can drink out of this. Thank you.
Be normal with it.
Ahoy!
Oh my God.
Okay, here's
put your hoodie down now. Put your hoodie down and show it. Look at that.
Why do I need to
Skinny.
put the hoodie? There it is.
Yeah, you really are. Although now you're not supposed to tell people if they're losing weight either, because that can also be triggering for people because they think they have to keep going. And
We got to draw the
I
line.
know.
I'm gonna make fun of diabetes. I'm not making fun of diabetic person. I'm not like, fucker, you got diabetes.
you just might get it, so you're making
yeah,
fun of
I'm
it.
gonna get diabetes at this rate.
My Uncle Joe had diabetes. He just died last year, actually. Rest in peace. I love
Rip.
my Uncle Joe. Yeah, he was like, I was close to
This
him.
one's for Uncle Joe.
Aw, he would love that. He would love it. Yeah, he had diabetes. His foot, seriously, he was having.
True. Discord said some people are thinking about the future. True. A lot of researchers, scientists, environmental people, a lot of activists are thinking about the future, and they've been warning us for 50 years and no one's been listening to them. They are the weirdos in society, right? Like no one's listening to them because it's too hard, even though they're saying just reduce. The ones that I think are being the most realistic are the ones who are like, just reduce. And everyone's like, no. And I'm like, okay, you know what?
surgery to get his like foot off, and he died during the surgeries right before COVID
Holy
started.
shit.
It was like 2 days into COVID. It was really
He
sad.
was like losing his foot to diabetes.
Yeah, he already did. He couldn't walk on it. It was like
Was he a big guy? Mm-hmm. Didn't take care of himself.
No, he never did. And yeah, but we were the closest. He like always supported everything I did. My family doesn't know anything about like what I do, my dad or anything, but he's always like supportive. But yeah, it was sad. He did lose weight towards the end of his life, but you know.
Too little, too late.
Yeah.
That's such a funny
It is sad.
TikTok you made about almost.
Right, because like honestly,
That's not right. The people bullied you to remember that.
to bully me to love myself. Like it's okay.
I mean-
No, yeah. Anyways.
Anyway, about
congrats on the baby.
thank you.
This is very exciting. Look at you, how happy you are.
yeah,
Oh my God.
because we were on edge all week, and
Yeah.
so
Did
it's
you
like
celebrate?
so 1 week passed, and we're like okay, and then every day past the week was like okay, no period yet.
That's so fun.
And then we're like on Thursday, and then we hit Thursday. We're like usually Ela knows when.
Ooh, chat says it feels like some people reduce, the more selfish people take. Yeah, I will say I never expect bad people to be bad. I never expect bad people to be good people. But I also never expect good people to be good either. Since everyone's so bad at it. I expect people to be exactly who they are. I don't do things because of other people. I do them because I think they're right. Which means I'm not going to go vegan because you pressure me into it. I'm not going to eat meat because you pressure me into it. I'm going to do it because I think it's right or wrong. Right? Like, I do think bad people will always be bad and takers will always be taking. And all these people who just want the permission to be bad will be bad. but I don't live my life because of those people. That's why I say when you like twos usually live their lives based off of their relationship to the bubble. Fives live their life in relationship to their own relationship to consciousness. So that's why being a 5 is so rare and difficult, because most people decide if they're bad or good based off what other people are doing. I decide if I'm bad or good based off of my relationship with my values. And I try really hard to keep the universe in mind. So another part about being a 5 versus a 2 is a 2 who only thinks about themselves in relation to themselves and only their bubble in reality. That's a 2. A 5 framework is thinking about yourself in relation to the universe, everything outside of yourself. How do you exist on this little floating speck on Earth? And how do you, again, try to bring solutions to the universe? I don't want to take from the universe just because all of it's meaningless. I'm going to try to contribute, and then I'm going to die like everybody else. But like, I do think people who think, well, nothing matters, we should destroy things, like that's not a 5 framework. That's a 2 framework. What's the point? Like the relationship with introspection, extrospection should make you more compassionate, not less, you know? Do you worry about what your partner does when you make changes? Like, I would love to go zero waste as possible, but that's too unrealistic and too restrictive for my partner. Look, my partner and I talk about this openly. We talk about our goals as a couple and as a team, and then as individuals. We both believe in harm reduction. We both want to make efforts to be, smart in that harm reduction. We do it in different ways. I think what's important is that both them and I are less focused on being perfect at anything and more focused on what's our overall goal. So the good thing for us is that our values align, is that we encourage each other to seek out that harm reduction our own ways. I don't think the ways that we harm reduce are the same, but I think they're both in line. Does that make sense? Like, they're not the same, but they're very much like on the same page, just differently. So like, if I go vegan, my partner doesn't have to go vegan. Because I wouldn't be going vegan because I think it's like objective. I'd be going vegan because I think it's the best thing Brittany, can do to harm reduce. But my partner and I are already starting at a baseline where we're on the same page. So anything we do now to harm reduce is just going to be for the better. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? So there's nothing my partner could do at this point that wouldn't already be in line with our values. We can only go uphill from here. But if my partner went downhill, like, hey, I'm going to start littering, I'd be like, whoa, that's not the contract we signed up for. That's not the value we signed up for. Like, if I started littering, my partner would be like, hey, what are you doing? Like, this isn't the baseline we started off on. So we're already at a great place. Anything we do now is just for the better. That's kind of how we look at it, Yeah. That says, would you feel annoyed that you're here sacrificing the fact that you want to eat meat while everyone else is enjoying their, no, I don't care. I don't care what everyone else is doing. I don't care. I only care from a solution efficiency basic perspective. Like, emotionally, I don't care. Efficiently, I do care. Like, from efficient perspective, it's not that they're enjoying their meat. I wish we could all enjoy those things. I just think it's not efficient. So like, it's one of those things where I don't feel annoyed at what people do. In that sense, I think you're asking me the question like internally. Internally, I do not feel annoyed. Efficiently, I get annoyed. Like, autistically, I'm like, that is not efficient. I am annoyed with you. But internally, as a person, I don't care. Does that kind of make sense? Jess said, what's so lovely is that he encourages you to stick to your goals rather than play devil's advocate. Like, come on, you want this meat I'm eating? Oh, yeah, 100. Oh, my partner is so supportive. They're very like, let me check that for you. Even today, this woman, man, I was like, I'm going to make me some fries with mustard. And they're like, is your mustard vegan? And I was like, I checked it. It's vegan. And they're like, I just want to make sure you're not like, you're doing what you want to do. Like, you want me to double check? I was like, you can double check, but I swear it's vegan. And it was vegan, but it's one of those things where I was like, shit, like, check for me, because I'm trying not to make a mistake on purpose. And I'm not trying to get away with a mistake, but they're very supportive. They're very like, let me check. Cause they do all the translation. If I don't have my Google translation, that's why they check. Cause none of the labels are in English for the most part. Right. But I take Google Translate to the store, and I can shop alone now because I just use it to translate everything. It's fabulous. I know it's Google, but it's fabulous, Yeah. Discord says, someone's comment in chat saying your partner should want to do it with you. Seems kind of unhealthy. Not everyone can do the same exact thing. Well, I think what we want to be careful of, and this is scary, is choosing a partner that isn't supportive of your decisions or doesn't want to do it because they don't have the same value. Like okay, I don't want to be in a marriage, and I think this is what the chatter was meaning, so tell me if I'm correct, right? If you're in a relationship where your partner's homophobic but you're not, you are not on the same page. So veganism is similar to that. For some vegans, it's very important that their partner is vegan, and that is so, so, so valid, because that is truly a values difference, depending on why you're vegan. If you're the vegan who says all animal consumption is like rape and murder, then yeah, you got to marry a vegan, bro. You can't be marrying a non-vegan if you think they're eating raped animals. Like, you can't be with a vegan if you think they're like, it's you know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. But if you're the kind of vegan that's like a harm reductionist, so you're like, I just want to harm reduce, then that's fine. You know what I mean? That's I think what the commenter was meaning. Like, if you got to be on the same page values wise about why you're doing what you're doing. I see vegan content creators all the time with meat eater partners, and they like will prepare the meat for their partners. They don't have a problem with it. And then the comments will be like, girl, couldn't be me. I can't even touch meat. You know, everyone's vegan. Veganism is so diverse. So it really, I think that's what the conversation's really around, is which category are we in, you know? Chad says, by your own logic, you've been a 2 in regards to your diet then? Because I assume you've always been against animal suffering unnecessarily, unless you used to be okay with people randomly killing cats and dogs and stuff, but you are meat anyways because everyone else was. No, I take well, first of all, I was a 2 for most of my life, right? That's important. But when first of all, I was a 2 for most of my life. That's why the levels represent like a journey that I've had, right? 2, hold on. You're saying, but after I became a 5, I was still a 2 in regards to my diet because everyone else was eating meat. No, I believe there are appropriate forms of violence that are allowed. I think we're animals on a planet. So eating meat still is and was a belief I have around being an animal. So because I'm an animal on a planet evolved from the earth herself, eating other animals just makes sense. So I feel like that makes sense to me. I think I'll talk about this in my vegan podcast, but I don't inherently value, I value life as I value everything at a baseline of like, it exists and it is. Like, I value the rock the way I value the person, the way I value the tree. But then past that, because there's an inherent value that exists, but there's no judgment on that value existing, you know? And then above that, it gets down to the micro. So on the macro, we're all the same. On the micro, we're not all the same. Now new things change, but how they change differs. So I think I've always had like a pretty 5 perspective about it, but the 2 perspective is I'm entitled to it, and I don't think anyone's entitled to anything. 2s think they're entitled to eating meat. I'm not entitled to eating animals. Right? Does that make sense? I don't know if that's what you're meaning to say about eating meat or not eating meat. Like, eating meat could be a 2 framework or a 5 framework. I don't think 5s are vegans, if that's what you're implying.
When she's about to get her pregnant, she gets sore and stuff. And she's like, no period pains or anything.
Right.
And I was like, oh shit. And then so she pees on the stick, and we keep getting these inconclusives. But I was like, you're definitely pregnant, dude. And she was like super tired, which is...
Sorry, to answer the second part of that question, because I just realized we're so deviating from this stream right now. But I love it. I love this. I love these conversations so much. I'd rather do this than watch Ethan and Trisha, you know, but I love the inspiration. You said, because I assume you've always been against animal suffering unnecessarily. I've always been against human, animal life, trees, rocks, earth suffering unnecessarily. But that unnecessarily is always going to be, a thing. Like, it's always going to be a question of like, it's going to be subjective. Right? Unnecessary suffering, but I'm not opposed to like violence with wise suffering, wise violence. I just think that looks different in different ways, right? That says, well, according to your levels, couldn't you not just be a 2 regarding just your diet? No. Not really. Like, unless you're going back into the 2 framework. Yes. I think there's a confusion happening, and I'm trying to figure out where the miscommunication is. A 5 can go back into 2 thinking, but I'm saying my 5 thinking is also reflective in how I eat. I'm saying the bubble pop I'm having in relation to veganism isn't about the fact that vegans are 5s. Eating meat and why I eat meat is what I'm having a bubble pop about. but not because I didn't think about suffering. I think we're confused. I think there's like a deep confusion happening. Because a 5 framework, okay, hold on. I think there's like a deep, I'm trying to deconstruct the confusion, but I don't know where it is. I know we're all here in good faith, so I'm trying to understand where did the question come from? Could it come from? I think I said I was having a bubble pop, which insinuates that I must have miscalculated my 5 framework in relation to eating meat, which made people think that's a 2 framework I'm deconstructing, but 5s have bubble pops that have nothing to do with 2 deconstructions. So like a 2, is that where the confusion come from? Yeah, chat says the levels are in relation to you in existence, not you in different aspects of your life. Exactly. Like the levels are about you in relation to like the universe, like existing. It's not all these micro things that happen in your life. It's about you know what I mean? I deconstructed my place in the universe. And I'm always going to bubble pop my relationship to myself in the micro. So on the macro, like veganism doesn't even make sense. Who cares if you're vegan? Who cares if you exist? Who cares about racism? On the macro, we're all just like little organisms floating in the universe. But on the micro, we create solutions as a part of our relationship with evolution. As a species, we're not better than animals. We are simply one of them. And we have the entitlement because of our biological evolutionary process. Like our actual existence allows us to think we now can do something, create a solution. But I actually think we don't. Like, I actually think 2s think they have the answers, which is the problem. So when vegans think they have the answers for the universe, they're 2s. I would never argue that I have the answer for the universe. I would only argue that I have the possibility of creating better solutions off the subjectivity of that universal experience, which is existence. So like when I see a vegan who's like, veganism's the only answer, that's a 2 mindset. If veganism is the only answer, you're disregarding every other possibility that you haven't taken into account for because you don't know anything. We don't know anything. Human beings think they know things. And I argue in the levels, we don't know things. We only know very little. Does that help? So like you can't possibly make a prescription for 8 billion people. So I would never do that for you. My vegan video is not going to be me making a prescription that everybody should be vegan. It's the question of whether or not veganism is the correct solution for the problems at hand. That's different. That's a micro problem. We're solving for the way the animals on the planet have disrupted things, which is still that biological experience. So maybe it's always the way that it was going to go anyways. Yeah. Okay. I think that makes sense. Okay. Let's try to go back to this. But also, if you have questions, let me know.
Happens when you get pregnant?
Yeah, so she like knew. But this was her first time finding out here on things.
Yeah, for sure. Our first time finding, for sure.
I would do one of those like pregnancy surprises. You know when people like are like make baby carrots, baby back ribs, and you have to like guess, and the person's like, "Are you pregnant?"
Oh.
Did she do it the first time? Did she try and surprise you the first time?
No.
You guys were both just in it together.
Yeah, I mean.
I think I'd do like a Q&A video, or I'd be doing a mukbang with Moses, and I would just be like, hold a baby or something. I don't know what I would do.
Oh, that would be fun, but I don't think either one.
Oh yeah, like edible babies?
See how Trisha, okay, this is the difference between my partner and the world as well. My partner and I are very private. Like we do our pregnancy tests alone in privacy, and I do them pretty frequently because when I'm late, I get paranoid. It's my birth control. It keeps my cycle. My phone app that tracks my cycle is like, you have an abnormal cycle. I was like, I am aware. Thanks, buddy. So I pee on pregnancy tests just in case. But it's one of those things where it's like very private. It's for us. Like if we found out we were pregnant, we probably wouldn't tell anyone for a bit because we'd probably be heading for an abortion clinic, realistically. So it's one of those things where it'd be very private. But for Trisha, she's like, I'm going to be filming it and doing a mukbang. Would it be to post on the internet? You know, or would it be, you know, there are just some lines I tell, like I'm very transparent about my life, but there's some things that are just private that aren't for the internet. But for Trisha, like, I feel like everything's for the internet. Has that changed? Does current Trisha keep some things just for herself?
Eat this baby.
That'd
A
be
placenta. I ground up this placenta for you, babe.
Do you think they make like replicas of placentas to eat? Like they did with horse hearts from like Game of Thrones.
Bro, you can find anything online.
Really?
You can find a real placenta online. I know a guy.
I'll surprise you too when I get pregnant. I'll be on the podcast. I'll find a way to surprise.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah. I don't know what I do. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Did I just touch your foot?
No, that was my. I'm sorry.
Did I just touch your foot?
Yeah, just
Chat says, don't want to derail you again, but I love it. But how can 5s become a 2 again? Just wondering. I don't think they can. I think a real 5, like a person who's truly understands the levels and deconstructed, can't go back unless they get Alzheimer's or dementia or something, or get a brain tumor, or like they get something that knocks their learned memory out. But I don't think they can. But I think some people identify as 5s. I meet them and they go, I'm a 5. I go, okay. And sometimes I think they might be, but then they act like a fucking 2 when shit gets hard. So then I'm like, you're not a 5, bro. You can't act like a 2 when shit gets hard and tell me you're a 5. So I don't know. I don't know if people are 5s or 2s. You can only know this. You're the only one who knows how your brain works. But I will say that I usually wait till shit hits the fan. It's easy to say you're a 5 when your life is easy. But are you a 5 when shit gets hard? You should maintain 5ness when shit gets hard. When your family is at the stake, you better maintain your 5 energy, bro. Not to say you can't be stressed, not to say you can't mourn, but you can't all of a sudden be like, I'm going to genocide a whole group of people because my family is being threatened. That's not 5 actions, okay? You can't be out here genociding people's families because you're fucking hurting. Like, no. It's not your family over everybody else's, okay? It's like there's a difference between loving your family and doing the best for your family, but you can't be like, you know what I mean? Like 5 energy is 5 energy. Okay? You either got it or you don't got it. Okay? Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. You know? That says, wait, so is unnecessary harming things not necessarily immoral under your worldview? If there are humans that were less conscious than animals, you might not think it's wrong to kill or eat them. You're asking the wrong question, but I think I understand the question, but it's the wrong question. From a philosophical perspective, especially, it's the worst question. It's inherently ableist and wrong to think like that, right? Are there humans that were less conscious? What does consciousness have to do with value? I do not believe your sentient consciousness is your value. That's the problem with vegans. You think sentientism is valuable. I don't. I just think it's neutral. That's why I think vegans are wrong. Because vegans literally think like, oh, if they're sentient, you can't kill them. What does sentience have to do with value? I am very hardcore about my beliefs. Everything is beautiful. Everything is living. Every rock and tree and creature is valuable, even if they're not sentient. So for me, I do not value a human or an animal or a plant or a tree more because they are sentient. They simply exist. So for people that are like, oh, I value sentient people, I don't share that. You know what I mean? I don't share like valuing things because they're sentient. I value things because they are. The question is, how does that play a role in how we have a symbiotic relationship with the fact that we're nature? How do we harm reduce the fact that we are nature itself? And we, much like the tornado, will destroy and harm things. Every human life is an opportunity for harm. Every human being who exists is harmful. If we really wanted to save the planet, we would eradicate humans. But what's the point of that? We are the planet. Why would you eradicate yourself when you are the planet? We are the bear. We are the monkey. We are the dog. We're all of these things. We are the plant. We are the tree. So getting rid of all the trees or getting rid of all the dogs or getting rid of all the humans, like, you're just another tornado who's moving through town thinking you know better. How about this? Everybody relax. Everybody relax, you know? Chat says, I think we value sentience because sentient beings are capable of suffering, and everyone seems to agree that suffering is bad, right? We agree it's bad, but we love to do it. We're genociding Palestinians right now. We're hurting LGBT people right now. The atheists are Islamophobic. Men are misogynists. What do you talk? We think it's bad, but we don't really think it's bad. We're happy to do it. You know, we're happy to cause unnecessary suffering. You know what I mean? I think wise suffering is a part of life. Everyone suffers. But I think we all have a lot of unwise suffering. And a lot of people are refusing to engage in any introspection to minimize it. You know, I don't think we suffer wisely. I think that's also part of the levels is like, I wish people would suffer wisely. 2s can suffer wisely. I just think they have a harder time doing it. And I think 5s are supposed to have a better relationship with suffering wisely. You know? And remember, like, we are just using our animal brains to come to these conclusions. We're not special. Human beings think they're special. That's why we think we can reduce harm. But you aren't special. You're just doing what your biological experience is telling you to do. And this is where, what's his name comes in? Determinism. This is where determinism plays a role in how we have these conversations. How much free will do you have if you haven't figured out how to suffer wisely? How much free will can you have that you can't even figure out how not to get pregnant? How much free will do you have that you can't figure out not to genocide people? How much free will can you have if you're still buying it from Amazon? How much free will can you have if you're still, you know what I mean? Like, how much free will could we possibly have? So that's why my levels is a relationship between individuals trying their hardest to see how much of a relationship with like free will can they have. How much can I actually go against or with my biology to get to the next level of my biological experience? And it's Robert. Yeah, Robert, thank you. It's turning me more and more definitely like peaceful. Okay, you know, like I'm definitely becoming less of a violent person as I age, but that took a lot of work to deconstruct the violence, right? Because as imposing suffering unnecessarily is bad, I should say, to be more precise. I assume that's why we tend to agree that torturing our pets just because we find it fun is wrong. But you said, but okay, I don't think I understand about your morals then. I don't think I understand enough about your morals. Valid. To be fair, I don't think people hear me when I say it because everyone says it but doesn't think about it. I genuinely think we are simply evolved animals on the planet. There are no objective morals. They are simply the fact that we exist. Robert Sapolsky wrote Determined. It's a great book. One more thought and the philosophical scientific contribution into this idea that we are simply biological animals living on a planet. And again, I know that's hard for people to understand what that could mean, but I do believe in a form of free will that works within our biological constraints. You know? Because is free will valuable if ignorance is bliss? Ignorance is only bliss until real life happens to you. Ignorance is unwise suffering. Ignorance is the bane of existence. Ignorance is why the world suffers. Ignorance is not bliss. It's brain dead. Ignorance, better for you to be in a coma in a hospital. Better for you to be born without a brain than to be ignorant. Better for you not to have been born at all than to be born ignorant and to stay ignorant. In a philosophical sense.
Knowing together.
I like
journey.
being upfront about the fertility thing because it is like something that's not talked about a lot. And it's very stressful. You know, when I go to these fertility clinics to like, you know, nut in a cup for
Oh, wait, what? What do you mean?
Wait, which part are you confused about?
You nut in a cup?
Yeah, that was what we were doing. We were doing an insemination. So they took my, what's the polite way to, what's my a polite way to put this? My massive fucking load.
Ew. Okay.
And they basically turkey based her with it.
How do you, I think you were talking about this. How do you not know, like, they don't switch it?
I know, it's scary.
I think you said that, right? Like if the doctor puts his in or something.
I know, it's scary, but they said they only do one at a time. And
do you watch it? Are you watching them transfer it?
No.
I would probably be like, can I watch that?
Yeah, well, Hila asked them, and they're like, we've never been asked to do that before. So I was like, I guess I'm just being super paranoid.
I would do the same way, though. I'd be like, I watch it.
I love that we're going back and forth between like a pretty heavy conversation and like Ethan talking about his load. Discord said, writing this in Discord because I don't think I have enough characters, but since I found your channel, I've seen a growth in myself. I don't think I'm a 5, but I have gone from wishing death upon people I perceived as evil like Trump, same, and being on the side of people who murdered predators, etc., same, been there. I grew up in a very violent bubble, kill 'em all kind of bubbles, same. People really normalize it, right? And now it's hard to hear people talk about those things like being glad the CEO of the healthcare company is dead or wishing someone would kill Trump or Musk. I cannot participate in the rhetoric anymore. True. I've also noticed a change in how I react to things. For example, getting mad when someone broke when something broke to being legitimately okay with it. Like it's just a mess we have to clean up, but it's just a cup or a dish. Also taking a moment to think before speaking, replying, and deconstructing things in real time as the conversation is going. All that to say that your content has really helped make a difference in my life. Will I ever be a 5? Who knows? But I'm obsessed with the person I am becoming in this journey I'm on. Love that. Me too. I used to be a Republican. I used to be such a Republican that I would say women can't be leaders of the world because they get periods. And now look at me. We all change. Life grows. I only hope that you have bubble pops in order to be a better, more compassionate person. I used to literally, with my chest, say women shouldn't be leaders because they get periods. Like 12 years ago, 13 years ago, but yeah, 15 years. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I used to think humans could never impact the planet and climate change was just reality and we would never have an impact on humanity or the the earth as a whole. And then I started looking at the science and I was like, oh shit, we make a difference. Like as a species, we make a difference, you know? Chad says, is that weird Catholic bubble, Brit? I feel it. Girl. Homeschooled Catholic girl. I've thought some pretty crazy things about the world, you know? And so again, like when we look at the world and we see ourselves, it's a personal journey, but I can't expect the world to grow. I can barely get my family to like fucking catch up, you know? And I knew how hard it was for me, but I think you have to accept that. You have to accept how we simply just exist. And some of us will have different journeys than others, but it's all still a journey. You know? You know? Wait, how did that argument go for women not being able to lead because periods? You know, because periods make you emotional. And if women are emotional, they're going to nuke countries just because they're on their period. Silly, you know? That says ignorance also fuels paranoia, and that's such a pillar of these right-wingers. Exactly. Paranoid people, red flag. Conspiracy theorists, red flag. Like, I don't want your paranoia. I want your groundedness. I want you to be grounded. I want you to be sane. I want you to be focused. Okay? I want you to be focused. And you can't be focused if you're busy, like, buying into all these conspiracy theories. Again, bad conclusions off bad data, bad. Good conclusions off good data, good. Okay? I really want people to come to conclusions with good data. All of us, vegans, meat eaters. You know, there's nothing more cringy than watching a meat eater and a vegan tear each other apart to save like life they don't even care about. Like they say they care about them and I believe them, but I think they just care about their belief around it more than they care about the solutions. I want solutions more than I want to feel good. I want good solutions that feel good. Does that make sense? I don't want to feel good. I want good solutions that are good for people, that make me feel good. I think sometimes we cope by doing bad things because it feels good, but I don't want to just, you know? Tessa, did you not consider men's rage as being super emotional? No, I grew up conservative. Conservatives do not, and liberals and centrists, do not consider men's anger emotional. Remember this, and it shows up in Debate Bro panels all the time. Recently, that happened with me in Debate Bro. Brittany was emotional, but Debate Bro was logic, even though he was the one literally throwing the emotional tantrum while I was calm as fuck. If you go back and watch those conversations, which they're basically private on my channel now because I don't want to give that person any more attention, I was so fucking calm and collected. And they were yelling and aggressive, and everyone's like, Brittany's just being in her emotions and you're being logical. It happens with Myron from Fresh and Fit. He's always throwing tantrums, but he's the one who's logical. Yeah, that's a bubble I grew up in. That's why it's called a bubble pop. You realize like, oh, this thing I thought was true isn't a universal truth. But most people believe they're experiencing universal truths when you're probably experiencing like a subjective one. That's the problem with humanity, is like they've been taught since birth, like you were born into the perfect religion, the perfect bubble, the perfect belief system. You're the one who can make a prescription, you know? Chet says their tantrums are based on logic and deserved, but women are just complaining. Exactly. Yeah, that's misogyny. That's sexism. That's why I was so confused in that space, because I thought they were liberals. I thought this was supposed to be a space of liberal debaters. And then it just ended up being a bunch of fucking loser centrists who were sitting there waiting to be misogynistic. Bro, rip.
Too many Lifetime movies. I'd be like,
But it's like,
yeah.
I do that, and then she comes an hour later.
But keep in mind, I'm like 35 years old now. Okay, when I was a conservative, I literally left the conservative party like so young, 21. I don't even remember. 21, 22, I left conservative. No, 22, probably 22. I re-registered as an independent. But like, just remember, right? That all of us come from bubbles and we have to like pop those bubbles. But those thoughts are still being practiced by people today, which is why my reference to the centrist bubble. Today, they're still they haven't deconstructed gender. That's why I say never trust a man who hasn't deconstructed the fact that he's a man. Because being a man is inherently misogynistic because the patriarchy trains men to be misogynists. Even liberal mothers can create misogynists. Because liberal women often suffer from internalized misogyny. It's not your gender that makes you inherently anything. It's the way we raise gender.
And then they inseminate her.
like hums.
No, I don't think the doctor's making her orgasm. That'd be weird.
So she just goes in.
You
They
think the
say-
doctor's getting her off?
They say when you orgasm, you're more fertile. Like if you orgasm at the same time, like
That's
you're
why-
more fertile.
That explains why she's never getting pregnant.
Stupid. Wait, so, oh my God, that's so fascinating.
So anyway, but my point is when I go there,
So you didn't do the embryo thing. You did.
no, IVF is like the next level.
Wow, okay.
It's even more invasive, you know. So like so I'm happy that this worked. But when you go to these fertility office, it's full of young women.
Wow.
Donating eggs.
No, who are trying to get pregnant.
Oh, yeah. Because I guess if you're young and you're not getting pregnant, there's probably an issue. Like if you spent time like a
But I'm
year.
just saying, like, a lot of people are getting pregnant now, like 25 plus, and your fertility goes down. So it's hard. It's much harder to get pregnant between like 25 and 35 than it is like 18.
Yeah.
So it just, people are like, think there's something wrong with them, but it's not. It's just people are having babies later in life.
Yeah. It is crazy though. I do know so many people that struggle with like fertility. It's like such a. I didn't even know that was like a thing. To me, I was always like, praying I want to get pregnant, not knowing it was like so hard to get pregnant. It is crazy.
But it is true. I'm not saying like safe sex is really important because when you're young, when you're 18, you get pregnant like fucking nothing.
Well, then there's some people who like can have like they have like 8 babies. It's like crazy. It's like they just be getting pregnant every like year, literally.
Yeah, that's uncommon. I feel like, but
my brother, his kids were like that. They're 4, 3, 2, 1. They just got getting pregnant.
Birth rates are going down all across the world, and I wonder if it's just because people are having babies later in life, or just because we're like drinking plastic and shit.
I think the plastic and shit. Because honestly, I'm sure that's why I can't get pregnant. I bet if I like lost weight and I get healthy, I'm
You
sure I
think it's
could
the
get
plastic and not the double gonorrhea?
I mean, it's both. It's a combination for sure.
It is.
Oh, it's so sad. Well,
No, you do. But my point is, you're just like every other girl your age. It's not easy.
yeah, but like I've always had problems. Like I always thought I should get pregnant. I don't know.
You got to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
They're gonna help you. She's gonna tell you this doctor's like amazing.
We gotta do it quick because I'll be 34 next year, and I'm like, I want like 3 babies. So maybe we'll do all 3 at once. If we do the IVF, we'll just do 3 embryos. Get it out of the way.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
3 babies inside you at once?
Yeah, you put 3 embryos in it, or like 4 if you want. Like put how many you want.
Really?
A lot of my friends do that, like especially like my gay friends. So they'll put one. They put one embryo with one person's genetics and the other embryo with the other person's genetics.
Oh, I see. Because you're using your own eggs, not someone else's.
Right, but they're using their own sperm. So one guy will use the sperm, the other guy, and then they'll put 2, and then they'll get twins.
Yeah, but they're not birthing it. You are birthing the kids.
Yeah, I can birth twins. I look at my hips.
I just didn't know they did that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
You're sure about that?
I'm positive, 1,000% positive, because I had a couple that did that.
I wonder what's the limit. How many babies can you do?
Well, Octomom had like 6 or something at
You
once.
want to do 8 babies?
Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe not 8. Maybe like 3. I don't know.
Moses, what are you thinking?
2.
Oh, 2?
3.
2 kids.
He won't know. If I say
first-
put another one in, put a third one
Yeah.
in, no one's
Come
gonna
on,
know. I'm like, oops.
Yeah. Well, oh my God, what? I thought I wanted 2 at first too, but now I want more.
Really? You guys are
I mean,
still
maybe
young.
1
You have
then twins.
3 is good. I grew up with 3, and I think that's really good. I had an older brother and younger sister, and I thought that was like the best.
Yeah, I want 3 to 5 now.
More lore. Trisha's the middle child. The most neglected, but statistically the most successful. They say that middle children get neglected and ignored, but they statistically become the most successful. Shout out to middle kids. That's not me. I got fucked. I'm the older kid. I got the brunt of the parents' discipline. That's why I'm a Taurus and I'm a fucking aggressive ass bitch. You know what I mean? Because I'm the firstborn girl.
Oh my God. 5's a lot. Maybe 3.
5 is a lot.
4, they team up against each other. 3, they also have to be a cohesive unit.
Bro, I'm so tired now too because
Oh,
Theodore started.
Oh.
He got his big boy bed now, and so he's been wandering into our bedroom at 3 a.m. every night.
Is it a race car bed?
Aw.
No, it's his crib converted into a bed. You just remove a piece,
Oh.
and then he can come and go. Because like a few nights ago, he jumped over and crashed into the ground. He actually like escaped.
Did he? Wait, what? But I thought it was like a big boy bed. So how did he? Is there a gate on it still?
No, he was in a crib like 3 days ago.
Oh, so you're like, okay, we just
And
got
then
to
he
take
like
it down.
bailed on it, and he like walked in. He was like all PTSD'd. He had like this big crane, like a big toy crane, and he just walked in, and his eyes were like 1,000-mile stare, and he just sat in our bed like this with this crane, and he just goes, "Teddy got crane. Teddy got the crane."
Wait, what?
Because the crane was on the floor. I think he was trying to get his toy crane, and he bailed out of his crib, and he walks in just with the crane. Teddy got the crane.
Maybe there was like a ghost talking to him though, like Teddy goes.
There's no ghost, Trisha. He
But
just
why would
wanted
he
to-
repeat it like that? Teddy
Because
get
he
crane.
cra-
Teddy
because-
get crane.
No, because we would say, "What happened?" You know, are you okay?
But he referred to
He
himself
was
in the third
tired.
person.
He fell out of the. He always refers to himself as Teddy.
Really?
Yeah, he's a
Maybe
young
he has an
kid.
imaginary
cute.
friend that is talking to him.
No.
Teddy get crane. Wow, I never heard that. We gotta go to break.
So I'm like devastated on sleep lately.
I can carry the rest of the show. Don't worry, I got us.
Yo, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. Word from our sponsors. We'll be back.
All right, thank you to our sponsors. We'll be right back. Thank you to Quip for sponsoring us. The electric toothbrush that cleans your mouth like nothing else.
Yes, show your black one over here on the pink side. Yeah. Woo!
So let me tell you about Quip. First of all,
we do have a big update from Quip on who is winning the competition to raise the most money for LGBTQ plus charities with the Quip Smart Electric Toothbrush. But first, we want to tell you about how you can earn rewards just by brushing your teeth with these Frenemies colored all pink, all black electric toothbrushes.
okay, first of all, let me tell you about Quip because oh yeah, you can't see it on mine.
Yeah, that's right.
Here, let me put it in front of my face. I love Quip. It's the only toothbrush I'll use, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the bristles are so soft; they don't damage or irritate my gums. That's huge. But the big pull with the Quip, it's electric. Obviously, better. Dentist recommended toothbrush with the electric. But when you turn it on, you click this button. You hear that?
So silent.
It tells you how to get that perfect brush. 30 seconds, and then it vibrates. 30 or pulsates. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. So it makes sure you get that perfect dental recommended brush every fucking time, bro.
Right. The Quip. Yes. All you do is pair it with the Quip app and you earn points for brushing well. So this rewards you for good brushing habits by pairing it with the app. Points can be redeemed for rewards you want, like a Target e-gift card or discounts on things like Quip's new refillable floss pack. The Quip Smart Brush comes in all pink or all
They're
black.
like your Nana. They're like your Nana that really wants to make sure you take care of your teeth.
Exactly like that. Nana, okay. You run over how it's done, and it automatically delivers brush heads every 3 months for just $5 with free shipping worldwide.
Okay, now here's where Quip steps up to be the greatest. They've been donating $10 to each of our charities that we picked. Mine is the Trevor Project. What was yours?
Mine, I don't know. I don't see it in there, but I believe it's trans equality.
Yeah. And so every time someone buys a black one, they donate $10 to
I like how Trisha didn't even know which one they chose.
my charity, the Trevor Project. And every time someone buys a pink one, they donate $10.
Transequality.org. And I am up by 8 points. All pink team winning.
Well, hold on.
Woo!
We've raised
Okay, I got ahead of ourselves.
$23,000.
I mean, that's amazing. That's actually
That's
amazing.
so cool.
Yeah, because these toothbrushes are cool. I mean, I see these like.
And now they're saying if you guys are going to buy the black one more, because Trisha's ahead by 8 points, I was like, I mean, I get it. The pink one's cool, and you know,
It's an
Stan
aesthetic.
Trisha or whatever. Trisha stands. But if you can buy the black one and pass her, she's up by 8 points. They're going to throw in an additional $5,000 to both charities.
Wow. So you might as well get the set because who just likes Trisha by herself or Ethan by himself? Nobody. They want us together. We're better together.
Better together. So here's
Better
the deal.
together.
I mean, it's true. My channel gets like 100,000 views, but when I'm with you, I get like 4 million, you know? And
No, I
like,
agree.
H3 does kill it on your own, but I mean, you
No,
do
this
get
gets
like,
way more.
yeah, you
Yeah,
know, so we're
it's
better
better together,
together.
better
yeah.
together.
So you might want to get 2. Get the set.
Guys, I wouldn't recommend buying these toothbrushes. I'm pretty sure they're like shitty toothbrushes. I don't know that, but it feels like they're like gimmicky toothbrushes. And that's the thing about working with sponsors is like, I wouldn't necessarily trust them. I mean, electric toothbrushes are definitely recommended. They are the best, though they're very expensive. And, you know, listen to your dentist. You can even ask your dentist, hey, do you know what Get Quip is? Like, do you think I should use it? That's what I would do. If you're wondering if a product works, just like ask your dentist.
Get Trisha and Ethan on your bathroom counter today.
Sell that toothbrush.
Here's what to do. We've got the hookup right now. You can get $10 off the Quip Smart Electric Toothbrush with the code
Peace and love.
at getquip.com.
One
That's code
word.
Peace and love. One word at getquip.
Oh, Chad says they are, and they break very easily. I tried multiple for like a year. I believe you. They don't look that great.
.com.
So who will be the final winner with the most money donated to charity? Just go to getquip.com and use code Peace and Love, one word, to get $10 off the all pink or all black smart brush, and Quip will donate $10 to each for each purchase. So that's getquip.com. Peace and love. Stamps.com. Are you still going to the post office, still paying full price for postage? Well, thanks to Stamps.com, you don't have to anymore. You can mail, ship anytime, anywhere, right from your computer. You can send letters, packages.
Chat says, do you get more money from ad rolls if I watch the whole thing, or does it matter if I skip? I think it's against terms of service if I actually answer that question. Because obviously, like, do you know I can get in trouble if I watch my own videos? Your channel can get deleted if you watch your videos with ads on because they think you're trying to make ad revenue off your own video. So like, I'm very careful about rules. I don't think I can answer that question, but if an ad is interesting to you, great. If it's not, skip it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think you should get YouTube. What's it called? I pay for YouTube. I don't see ads. That's what I think. That actually pays creators more. If you have YouTube Premium, creators make more money. And I love it. I love it. I do. I love it.
All while paying less, a lot less, with
There's also a lot of movies on YouTube Premium, PS. A lot of TV shows. I don't think people know that.
discounted rates from USPS, UPS, and more. Stamps.com is going to save your business, or just you know, if you don't have a business, if you're just a dude or a girl, thousands of hours and tons of money every year. Stamps.com brings the service of the U.S. Post Office right to your computer.
Who goes to the post office anymore? This isn't 2020. This is 2021.
Well, especially when there's a freaking pandemic like
yeah.
ravaging.
Stay home, and I'm lazy, so I'm going to
I'll
stay
be
home.
honest, like sometimes you go to the post office and it really depends on your area, but those lines get long.
They're long, and they don't want to deal with you, and you don't want to deal with them.
Right.
So you go to
Hey, it's
stamps.com.
mutual. You know, whether you're a small business sending invoices or just a side hustle on Etsy, shipping out orders, or just navigating this hybrid world we live in, Stamps.com can handle all this with ease. It's no wonder over 1 million small businesses choose Stamps.com for their mailing and shipping. Simply use your computer to print out official U.S. postage 24/7 for any letter, any package, any class of mail, anywhere.
Anywhere.
Once your mail's ready, you just schedule a pickup or drop it off. It's that simple.
Stop wasting time going to the post office and go to stamps.com instead. There's no risk. And with the promo code Frenemies, you get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts.
Did you know you get a discount of up to 40% off post office rates and 65% off UPS shipping
So you're
rates?
saving it. You're getting a free scale. You're getting
I think I'm getting more ads and more recommendations because the podcast I just put out, it's like YouTube really likes it. I just linked it in chat. You guys go watch it if you haven't watched it. It's just like resonating with people. It's like YouTube likes it. Gave me number 1 out of 10. I don't know if you know anything about YouTube lingo, but when your video gets a 1 out of 10, it means like more people are watching and clicking on it very quickly, which is like really good. So they push out your videos more. So if you're seeing my videos in your algorithm, if you're seeing ads, it just means I'm doing well, which is great. We love to see it, you know.
the percentage off. You're getting no long-term
pitch
commitments,
it.
4-week free trial.
Sell it.
Get that special offer with code Frenemies when you go to stamps.com. That's stamps.com, promo code Frenemies.
Yo, it's a no-brainer, saving you time and money. It's no, they already said. I mean, a million small businesses, people that can't be wrong.
With stamps.com, never go to the post
promo
office again.
code Frenemies.
Never go to the post office again.
Never go to the post office again.
All right. Thank you to Credit Karma.
Oh my
Who doesn't
God.
want instant gratification? If you're looking for satisfaction, there's no need to wait. With Credit Karma Money, you could win cash reimbursements for debit purchases. Credit Karma Money is a brand new checking account where you can win cash reimbursements for making purchases. When you use your Credit Karma Money debit card, you can win daily Instant Karma purchase reimbursements on items up to $5,000.
Oh, you know what's really cool?
What?
Usually you get rewards on credit cards.
Right. This is debit card.
But this is a debit card reward.
Yes, and Credit Karma knows what's up. Just pay with your debit card, and if you win, you'll be notified on the spot, and your Instant Karma cash will be added back to your spend account. Credit Karma Money has already given away over $3 million in Instant Karma to over 50,000 Credit Karma members and counting. Open your FDIC insured spend account for free. There's no minimum balance requirements, no overdraft fees, and free withdrawals from a network of over 50,000 ATMs.
Hey.
Credit Karma Money, progress starts here.
Right now, visit creditkarma.com/winmoney to open your free account and start winning instant karma. Go to creditkarma.com/winmoney to sign up for free and start winning instant karma. That's creditkarma.com/winmoney. You want to do the fast reading part?
Instant Karma is sponsored by Credit Karma. No.
Just to, once again, tomorrow is the last episode of Frenemies. They literally have June 1st, a week. June 8th is the last episode of Frenemies. This one right here, number 39. This right here, this 7 days. In the next 7 days, everything's about to end. Everything's going to explode. Isn't that amazing? People's lives are so fascinating. Everything looks like it's going fine. Everything's great. They're getting along. It's been peace and love for 20 episodes. Fuck. It's literally been so chill for so many episodes. It's like, this is the chillest show in the world. Why did I think it was so crazy? And that's because we kept highlighting the fights, but the fights barely happened. Literally, like, the fights barely happened. Where was the last time Trisha got upset with Ethan? Where was it? Like, somewhere with Dr. Drew, right? Wasn't it over here? Dr. Drew, she got mad here. Was it literally episode 7? No, Trisha, this one, Trisha quits, number 13. Yeah, like, it's been so many episodes since Trisha's been upset, since anything's happened bad. In 7 days, everything's about to fucking burn.
Don't purchase necessary exclusions in terms of apply. See rules. Banking services provided by MVP Bank Incorporated. Member FDIC. Maximum balance and transfer limits apply.
And we're back.
We're
Hello.
back.
Welcome to Frenemies. Thank you for watching the sponsors. Yeah, just really happy and excited. So thank you for the well wishes.
I was very excited for you guys. But it was such an awkward thing. Like, do I text it? Like, that's just like annoying, I feel. I was like, we'll see them. Because you want to see it in person.
I don't care.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can we watch my music video?
Okay, chill, daddy. on to the next most important thing. So Trisha put out a new music video.
I'm really proud of this. Okay. Do you know the reference of this music video just by looking at the thumbnail?
Why is it so dark when I put that? It's weird.
Do you know it? Can just by the thumbnail
No,
you know the reference?
no.
You don't know the band?
No.
Can you guess?
No, I don't know it.
One guess.
Oh my God.
Wait,
my
really?
God.
You can't do one guess?
You
This is how I know you don't
Boy
listen to me.
George, your boy George. My Chemical Romance.
Thank you.
Well, that's obvious,
Okay,
but I don't know anything about them.
Well, you know it through me.
Okay, it's My Chemical Romance.
Okay, can we watch it short? But I'm really proud of this. This might be my favorite one ever.
Okay, I'm gonna give it an honest
It's not a
review.
cover. It's not a cover. It's an original song. We did an homage to My Chemical Romance and a movie called Secret Window by Stephen King. So.
Okay, do you want an honest review? Like,
Yeah.
Even if it's brutal.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't. I didn't believe you when you said.
But I'm not
I didn't
someone who takes it
believe you.
seriously. I'm not one of those people who are like, my music's so good. Like, I love hearing people's opinions because I know what my music is, but I would love to hear your opinion.
Dead and Gone, dude. You got to give it up to my eyesight.
Okay. Yay for Ethan's eyesight.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Can you
Sound?
crank it, Dan? The production value is insane.
Thank
How
you.
much you spent on this one?
100K. Remember I told you you
Good
were
for
sitting
you.
next to my music
Wow.
video director at my birthday party. He's like, don't say how much it is.
I was like, come on, we talk shop all the time.
Yeah.
That guy's like, don't say how much it is. I get paid based on how much you spend. I was like,
It's a pretty good deal for these kind of videos. I think 100,000 is pretty good.
no,
time.
I think it looks really good. So,
Thanks.
you know,
It's worth it.
I'd
That's
be pissed if
costumes,
it
hair,
cost-
makeup.
yeah.
Yeah.
effects, set.
And there is effects in this. You'll see at the end. There's some special.
I mean, you got fire ship effects right here. That,
yeah, you have to get a
everything
fire
costs-
truck.
crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a lot.
This is a real shit. And you got like a wood cabin up in the top.
Yeah, what Kevin was.
I got to say, I love that you're willing to like invest in this because it's dope. That's what makes it cool.
Well, that you remember when I was asking
Because
like
the
what?
singing is awful.
I'm sorry. That's like that's also the epitome of privilege. Being able to make $100,000 music video just for funsies. Funsies. Fun. Like it's, you know what I mean? I get it. You can do whatever you want with your money, but that's like the irony is like you spent 100. I mean, I guess you're paying people and that's good. But like, oh, I don't take my music too seriously. I just do it for fun. Exactly. You have $100,000 to spend on funsies. Oh. Yeah, gluttony is so gross. I do think it's gluttonous. I do. I do not like it in general. I like watching rich people be rich, but I don't like gluttonous rich people. Like I think there's a way to be rich without being so gluttonous, though it's very rare. I think most rich people are gluttonous. And I think they're just like they can't even imagine it. Like there's not like they're saving their money away to be safe for something. They're literally just burning it. Yeah. It says, remember, it's cringe to look like you're trying. I wonder, that's a great point, actually. And I wonder if Trisha, in some ways, doesn't actually try, so she can't actually try to be good. Because, like, Trisha could be good if Trisha tried. I believe that. I fully believe, because so many artists are very successful with auto-tune. I think Trisha could have been a very successful artist if they tried. I guarantee you. She could have been actually an icon. With auto-tune, like many other people do. But I genuinely think she was always too afraid to really try. Like a lot of people, I think we take for granted, like, you know what's funny about T-Pain? First of all, incredibly talented. T-Pain is one of the most talented people ever, vocally, love, okay? And a lot of us heard T-Pain without autotune for like the first time and was like, oh, I'm sorry, this guy can sing? We loved T-Pain before we realized he couldn't sing. And when we find out he could sing, we were like, wait a second. T-Pain's talented. T-Pain's Tiny Desk is the best. My brothers and I, that's our go-to. I have a brother who's plays guitar and stuff. And when we want to watch, we love watching T-Pain's Tiny Desk. It's our favorite. And that's the point. Is like Trisha, it's not her auto-tune, but it's like, you know, it's something else. Chet says the fun generates her money and fame and more fame, right? Yes, but she often talks about how she doesn't have money and how she's in debt all the time. And that's also a bummer. Like, it's all fun to watch rich people, but I don't like watching rich people waste money. Like, not everything is a waste. If you have the budget, you have the budget, right? But I think it's like what's more wonderful for me to see is people be generous, smart, and reasonable with their money. Allocate a spending fund for real. Like, I don't think Trisha actually, maybe like in this era of her life, allocates money to a spending fund. I think they just make enough money to do the next project they want to do. But for me, that's not the way that I would say like you want to be. You know, I don't know. A lot of these celebrities don't know how to make a budget. A lot of these celebrities live above their means. You know, I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to like I really think there's a way to have a fun. I'm sure I have fun in ways people are like, oh, that's like wasting money. I'm not trying to comfort Trisha always. I'm just trying to say like that is the point of privilege though. Like, or bad spending. Because who else gets to spend $100,000 on a music video just for funsies? You're either privileged, bad with money, or what? Like, oh, she has the money, she can do that, but she doesn't have the money. She says all the time she's running out of money. She brags about how much money she makes, but she also says she spends it all. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyways, that says I want to ask in regards to being grounded, what do you think about people who spend their time arguing over politics with strangers on the internet, Twitter, threads, Insta comments? I think 99% of them are mentally unwell.
No, you know when I was asking like what your hobby is, like what you like put money, you like, I'm like, why do you work so hard? You're like, I don't know, I just do. But it's like, I work so hard so I can make more music videos,
good.
you know?
That's fun that it motivates you.
Even my apparel, like my sad boy, like I really will just break even if I sell out. But like it's so much fun just to make the stuff. Like I don't even really care about being like, you know what I mean? It's just fun. Anyways,
I think that's
this is my
I think that's a special quality of yours.
I was being at my Gerard Way dreams right here. This is from Famous Last Words, if you didn't know.
So is this a cover or original song?
This is an original song, but the setup is exactly the Famous
okay.
Last Word shot.
Got it. All right, here we go.
I wish you knew the video would be more exciting, but okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
And that's Secret Window. So we're intercutting with Mia Secret Window.
Look at you trying to run.
Oh god, my knee was hurting too.
Shout out to my stream getting demonetized. Trisha always demonetizes me for playing their music. Like the stream, boys. Like the stream.
Oh, you're getting murdered. Let's be honest.
Sure,
You're getting murdered in the slasher film.
That's for sure.
He's really good, the director.
He's
like
so
the,
good.
the cinematography is really good.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What did he just yank you? Oh, he's choking you out?
A little choke out. It's my sister playing.
And isn't she in a band with that cheater, pumpkin eater, and the guy who culturally appropriates Native American headdresses? So not a fan.
Fun fact.
Oh, okay.
But it's a banger.
I was like, wow, somebody's really got to choke you for that.
It's my sister.
Okay, that's
yeah. You'll see why. They had to be like my similar body type at the end. There's a twist.
It's you.
Oh no, you guessed it. Damn.
Obvious. Well, when you said it, it got to look like. And now you're eating corn.
I am so.
What's
oh,
with the corn shot?
That's the end of Secret Window. He eats the corn that he buries his wife in the corn garden, and she made it.
Oh, okay.
You should
but
watch it.
it's-
It's a Stephen King
Okay, but it's
movie.
just you eating corn.
But that's the ending shot of Secret Window. It's kind of an iconic shot. It's like
But you got to show like a graveyard in the cornfield or something.
no, you don't. To know the corn eating is Secret Window. That's like iconic.
Okay, it makes sense as a reference, but in the scope of the music video, it doesn't make any sense. 'Cause
It's a Secret Window
if I
homage.
don't get, I know, but like you're just eating corn, bro.
That's it's an homage.
You-
No,
I didn't know. I was just like, why are you eating corn?
Oh my god.
Look at you, you're just eating a big ass
I'm
bite of
surprised
corn.
you don't know all these pop culture references. Like I feel like you grew up in the same era I did.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what happened, but like my growing up, I missed everything.
You missed all this stuff.
I just can't get over the scene of you eating corn. You're like, let's go.
That's an iconic shot. I don't know what to tell you.
But in the movie,
But that's
you
like-
know he buried his wife in the
no,
cornfield.
no, but if you see that here's Johnny shot, people know it's The Shining. Like people just know signature shots. Like that's a
But it
signature
still has
shot.
to make sense in the
Wait, chat said what happened to the Disneyland episode? It's still up. It got copyrighted because of music, but I linked it in chat. It should still be up for you guys.
scope of the story
Do you
you're
think
telling.
My Chemical Romance has anything to do with Secret Window? They don't make sense. I just
I
like
don't know
both of those
anything.
things, so I put
Dan,
them.
am I right or am I wrong about the
He's
corn
gonna agree
eating?
with you because he always says, "But I'm right on this one." Go ahead.
If you don't know the reference, it does seem random. I don't know.
Did you
I
know the
don't
reference?
I am not familiar enough with Secret.
Well,
Window,
wait, it's funny. I love the corn eating.
Oh my.
It's like a big ass bite of corn to end your music video.
I love
Oh man, I wish you knew the references. I love the comments though. People are always like, "Yes, I love when she mentions Gerard." Like people hype me up in the comments.
I knew the reference to the music video.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
yeah,
Well, we're
but-
halfway there.
Yeah, sorry, Secret Window, missed that one.
That was an iconic movie. It was his first movie after Pirates of the Caribbean. Was Secret Window with John Turturro.
Is it good? I should watch
It's
it.
really good.
Oh.
I love it. Anyways, that's my favorite video I've ever
That
done.
was really good.
I had so much
That was
fun.
great.
The production value was crazy.
Yeah, it was-
Thanks. And if you knew the references,
good.
like the Famous Last Words video, like he did a great job. Like because we replicate everything. Like we own up to that.
So
We're
let
like-
me ask, did you film this all in one session or how many?
So we did the merch shoot and the performance the same day, and then we did the cabin the next day.
Hmm.
So we usually do back-to-back shoots. So I will say it's 100,000 for everything. So for that merch video I did with the
Oh, that's
Trans
good.
Am, and then
There you go.
you know, it's yeah,
That's more reasonable.
right. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
that's very reasonable.
I shot
Yeah, I
one
think
music
so.
video at Universal Studios for $200,000, and that was like my most. That had like water at Universal. We had to get like the Universal employees in.
Like, I kind of feel like if I was rich, and I'm not saying Trisha doesn't do this because I don't know their finances, but I kind of secretly, my partner and I talk about dreams, like of ways we'd give money away. Like, we do want to fund the arts. Like, I really want to fund the arts. And I think about like ways I would want to give my money to people. Like, obviously, if I wanted to make music videos, I would make my own music videos. But also, I think of ways that I would like like fund bands who are like truly good with music. Like there's so many TikTok people I see that I'm like, you are so talented. I wish I could give you money to like really make your dreams come true. Cause sometimes it is just a matter of money, you know, like get a music fund going, but I would love to fund the arts. And again, Trisha is allowed to spend their money on how they want to spend their money, right? I just think it's like very interesting how many talented, really amazing people are. Oh, wait, I just got it. Hold on. Wait. Oh, hold on. Is Trisha? Wait, I just got it. I think. Is the reason people like Trisha because the dream is to make money and do nothing with it? Like for no reason, in a sense. Like I'm not saying Trisha isn't talented or didn't earn the money, but Trisha just lives their life. Is that the dream of money? Is that what people think being rich is? Like to live a life where you just have money to do whatever you want every day versus like towards something bigger or like towards a focus or like impacting society? Is that why people like Trisha? And I don't get it. Like, I get it, but I don't get it. Yeah, the dream is to get money just based off vibes. Yeah. And I'm not saying Trisha doesn't do stuff, but I'm saying like Trisha's very specific in her categorization. Yeah, like make decisions, but not building on them. Yeah, like Trisha just does stuff. But it's like, where's the focus? Where's the future? Where's the investment? Where's the hope that this, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just like all in the moment. Like, oh, I want to do a mukbang. I want to do fashion. I want to do a music video. It's like, is that the dream? Because like, yeah. Huh. Hey, you know, I guess somebody's got to be in that bubble. Yeah. They just make things appear by paying someone else to work on them. Yeah, they want to, it's like they're just living like a rich kid. Oh, they are living the life of a rich kid, of a Nepo baby, but they're not a Nepo baby. They made that money, but they made that money to live like a rich kid. Do you know? Chat says she is funding the arts in a way, all the people who would be working on her videos. That is true, right? That is true. And Chat saying, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. Absolutely not. Like, I don't think there's anything immoral about it, right? I want to make it abundantly clear. There is absolutely nothing immoral about what's happening. But I realized why I didn't connect with it. And I'm having like, oh, that's why because I always wondered, why did Trisha and I have so much overlap, but we're not the same? And it's because like, I don't think about things that way. Like, yeah, I always wondered like, why do we have, but like, we're not the same. We're not even clearly in the same category. Okay, yeah, there's nothing immoral about making money just to have fun. Yeah, I think I'm too activist focused, or I'm too like community focused, maybe. Where I'm like, how does this benefit the community? And even though I'm a solo person, like I am very much not a community person, but I'm very solution based. And I'm always thinking about humanity because that's my special interest is philosophy. Do you know what I mean? Yes, Trisha's funding her own UBI. That's hilarious. Exactly. Nothing wrong with that. I love that. So third category. Two categories I always talk about. Community person, someone who shows up every week to clean up the streets and volunteer and to be there. Nomad community person, a person who's like philosophical, focused on being nomadic and singular, but is considering humanity. That's me. And then the Trishas, people that think neither of in their daily life, the community nor themselves, but just about living in the most like superficial present. There's a superficial presence to Trisha. It's not living in the Buddhist most present, which is what I try to do, which is what a lot of people try to do. Trisha's very superficial about their experiences. It's very like in the moment, but very like rich kid with money. Where like the kids are doing these amazing things. They're traveling, they're seeing the world, but they're not gaining that, like they're not having like the depth relationship and they're not having the community relationship. Trisha raising money for people is great. But it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like Ethan isn't an activist, even the way Hassan is an activist, or the way that I've been an activist, or the way that I, even get on here and use my platform. Ethan is the person who's just kind of like lukewarm. He's like lukewarm. And that's why he comes off really weird. Because I was like, why are you being so lukewarm about your beliefs? You know, it's about the lukewarmness, you know? Yeah. And yes, Chad, great point. Says it also makes sense given how much Trisha talks about struggling with her identity. So it makes sense why she's constantly using her money like that. If she struggles to know herself and values, 100%. Yeah, chat. They're not gaining wisdom, just experience. Exactly. Yeah, there's like no wisdom to it. It's just life. It's what I thought as a kid I wanted. When I was very small, like high school, middle school, I thought I wanted money just to fuck around with my friends. I was like, I can't wait to be rich so I can just like build racetracks for my brothers and I can play video games all day with my friends. And now the idea of using money just for that seems like absolutely not the goal. You know what I mean? Like that is absolutely not the goal. You know what I mean? Especially in a harm reduction belief system, like that's not harm reducing. Enabling like gluttony is not harm reduction. Like enabling like gimme, more, mine, luxury and all that stuff, that's not harm reduction. So that's also why I don't like it. Yeah. Like nothing about Trisha's lifestyle is harm reduction. It's all about more, consume, buy. Kill the planet. Yeah. I mean, a $500,000 car, like what part of that is harm reduction? Even if you can afford it, what part of that is harm reduction? You know? So anyways, with peace and love. Yeah.
And like it was really fun. Yeah.
Nice.
Anyways,
Congratulations.
also there's still some stuff left at sadboy2005.com. So if you could put the link to my music video and sadboy2005.com just for this week.
Anything else?
Well, you have 10 links in the description. I could have 2.
I'll put whatever you want.
You have like
no,
20,000.
but they're like at the bottom.
Oh my, well, I'll put mine at the bottom.
I'll put it at the top. I'm just kidding.
Sadboy2005.com, we still have a few things left. We did sell out of a lot of stuff. Like we have probably like one size of like 5 styles left. So we did sell out of a lot. Like thank you so much. Like I did. Thank you guys. Thank you for that. I was really shocked because, you know, that was just like, you know, my first foray into like streetwear.
Hey, look at him. Hey, Sadboy2005.com. Let's go.
I'm just really trying to live out my emo dreams. You know what I mean?
Oh, one other thing we skimmed by Memorial Day. Is there anything you want to say for our fallen troops?
I respect all of our troops. I love people who are in the military. No, seriously, can you imagine like the people who just like volunteered? Like everyone in our country right now just volunteers to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's amazing. I mean, I love it. I mean, that's amazing. But I would be so freaking scared to join the army.
I think that the army.
You don't like it?
I don't like the army, but I like the soldiers. That's the thing. You have to make a distinction between the soldiers and the war itself because they don't choose where to go fight and stuff.
They're just trying to defend
a lot of people who enroll in the army are doing it for the opportunities the army, you know, gives. But like my thing about the soldiers, I was thinking about it today. It's like when you fight a war abroad, there's always going to be a war at home with mental health. Like, you know, today more soldiers die from suicide than in battle.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's like if you're going to spend $1 trillion on missiles and bombs and shit, you got to spend the money on back home to take care of the people.
I think they do that. I know he's not very popular, but Piers Morgan won Celebrity Apprentice and donated his to the charity that helps soldiers deal with that kind of stuff. I forget what it's called, but yeah, I know that is like a thing.
But they shouldn't rely on charity. The government, if you're going to fucking send them there, you better take care of them when they get back.
Yeah.
So I like. Yeah,
but then Memorial Day also includes people who were like drafted that didn't even have a choice, like during World War II, Vietnam, you know.
Yeah, and those guys, you know,
it's amazing. They are. I know it blows my mind.
My grandpa, who's recently passed, but he was a World War II gunner. He controlled the gun on the airplanes in World War II.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he was shot down a bunch of times and had to parachute out.
Oh.
My grandpa was too.
Wow.
He didn't talk about the war ever. He didn't like talking about it.
Oh yeah, because probably
fucking
trauma.
horrible.
I mean, that's the worst PTSD.
The thing is, back then too, they didn't. This whole issue of mental health awareness and stuff. This was like
not
taboo.
Yeah.
And these were all like macho guys who were very like classical male. You know, they're like rugged.
Yo, I'm moving it to 1.5, bro. They talk slow now. I'm used to 1.5 now.
Do it yourself.
Yeah.
And so these guys come back with like absolute PTSD and trauma and depression and anxiety, and it's like. It's like, yeah, the battle continues on when you get home.
Did you see the Deer Hunter movie?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That one I watched for the first time, like maybe like a few days ago.
You watched that whole thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was it, because I saw someone on Twitter say that. They're like, oh my god, that movie. And I love
You sat through Deer Hunter and not Schindler's List?
I preferred Deer Hunter. Because it had
Ugh, bruh.
some like funny moments, you know, Christopher Walker and like singing in the bar. Like, you know, they had some like cute moments in it.
That movie's horrible.
That's what I was like, whoa. You know, when I was like watching it, was like, that's crazy, because like I'm sure that shit happened, right? Like that shit's like, that's gnarly.
It was an extreme situation, but yeah.
I had like nightmares, just that guy screaming, just like, mama, you know. Sad. This is a sad episode. Did we just bring it all down?
No, hey, we're giving it up to our.
No, yeah. Shout out to.
And you know, I think it's important too, because like I generally these days am very anti-war, but it's important to remember that the war is not the soldiers.
That's
and the soldiers always deserve respect and to be taken care of, especially when they get home.
Yeah.
I think our government's done a dismal job taking care of the troops. you know, fucked up.
Did you see Biden collabing with YouTubers? How come he didn't collab with you?
I never get reached out for anything cool.
Well, he wasn't collabing with no shade because Manny MUA we're cool now, but like he was collabing with like Manny MUA, and I was like, oh, it's so random.
Biden got
No
the
shade.
Manny collab?
Yeah, it's so weird, right?
But like, you know, Biden was collabing with all these people, and
Well, how come you didn't-
I guess I'm controversial. I don't know.
But you're so hardcore Biden. You're like
Oh, yeah.
Biden is like
Daddy
the Gerard
Biden.
way. Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far.
I think so. You're
I mean, I
pretty-
call him Sloppy Joe Biden.
What does that mean?
He's sloppy.
Yeah. Did you hear anything about the Barrettes and how she looks like a cute little 12-year-old?
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought.
that's like a lot.
But Joe Biden, listen, I like
him.
I like Sloppy
Is he
Joe
a
too.
president now? He's a president now, right?
Oh no,
Stop. He is.
no,
right?
no, not yet.
Oh,
Trump is still
Kamala.
president.
No, stop. Which one is? But Joe Biden's president.
No, he's vice president. Kamala's president.
I had a Kamala Harris jacket today, but it didn't fit. Did you want to see it?
Sure.
I sent it to the person who blinked it up for me, and it was modeled after Kamala Harris, but it wouldn't fit me. See, she had a little pride jacket. Do you remember her wearing that jacket?
No, but it looks nice.
Okay. Well, anyways.
So anyway, shout out to the troops.
Wait,
you
here's
know,
her wearing it. See, that was the replica. I was gonna wear Kamala Harris.
Yeah, see, Trisha never does anything with any thought behind it except that it's trending and they want to get famous. That's why I don't like it. It feels like an artist who does like the most shallow art and then like gets praised for it, but there's no meaning. You don't even know who the president is, but you knew enough that Kamala Harris got a rainbow jacket, so you wanted to recreate it. But like, do you know what I mean? There's no meaning behind it. You know? That says, is she funding art by making these music videos? She's funding her ego, first and foremost. She's doing it for funsies. She's funding individual artists that she's hiring on set, which is valid. But that's not funding the arts. That's not like funding independent people. That's like funding her own pet project, which is different. Like, for me, that's different. Like, is it about you and your ego, or is it about other people? Are you creating art? You know what I mean? It says art doesn't have to be meaning. Sometimes art is just fun and pretty and nice to look at. Okay, because this is a philosophical channel, I'm trying to get everyone away from being shallow. Not to be more deep, but to be more intentional with your projects, right? You can do it just to do it, but the intentionality should be, you know, you said consider the painting of landscapes. First of all, landscapes are literally art in the making. Landscapes are the most beautiful thing the earth naturally produces, and we create art to mimic live art. Landscapes are not meaningless. Landscapes are meaning. They are life itself, bro. Landscape painting is literally life itself. Period. Okay? My whole point is not to judge one-to-one. I'm trying to say that, you know, when you have a relationship and of intentionality with your life, it shows. But what's the intentionality? I'm not trying to say like Trisha's a bad person. I'm trying to say Trisha is like everybody else. Everyone is like everybody else. We're all like everybody else. I'm saying if you like it, that's good enough and it's beautiful. I'm not judging any of those things. I'm trying to go deeper though. There's nothing wrong with what Trisha's doing. But if we go deeper and deconstruct why we're doing it, then we'd see what was wrong with it. But if we don't deconstruct it, it's perfectly fine. But if we deconstruct why we do stuff, we would find what's wrong with it. And that's the thing, you know? Chet says Oscar Wilde said all art is quite useless. It's valuable for the aesthetic and emotional impact alone. Well, I mean, you know, what's his name said art is what you convince them it is, right? That's from Warhol, Andy Warhol. And I think that's funny and that's true, but life is meaningless. So your art is meaningless. Your life is meaningful. So your art is meaningful. It's both. All art is valuable. All art is useless. You know? Like, art isn't anything. It's a construct we created. Your life isn't anything. It's a construct. It's a thing that we're observing and giving a name to and placing a value on. So if we're asking ourselves, what would I do with my life? What direction do I want to go in? If you're somebody who says, I wish I had Trisha's life, why? I look at Trisha's life and I just think that's the last thing I would ever want in my life. But if you look at her life and say, this is what I want to know why. What is so wonderful about this life that this is what you would want out of all the options you could have in existence? Why is this one you would choose? Because this one feels like it's created out of trauma and a lack of introspection. Trisha created a whole life because of trauma. Where is the life she would create if she was healed? Where is the life that she would have if she wasn't traumatized? That's the question. Trisha's still surviving. And we're going to see it tomorrow when she explodes on Ethan again. Why? You know? But again, everything is subjective, right? Everything is nothing. So when you put a value on it, I want to know why Trisha puts a value on this thing. That's what I want to know. Like, why does Trisha put a value on this music video thing? She said, I want to just create my emo childhood. Yeah, we all did. I did, she did, all 2005 kids. We wanted to recreate that emo childhood we never had. But that's why my podcast this week was asking us, who would we be if we weren't traumatized adults trying to recreate a childhood we never had? What could we do for the world and for ourselves and for life, for our kids, if we were breaking those generational curses? Trying to recreate your childhood can help you break a generational curse. But eventually, we have to stop trying to become like recreating those childhood, you know, those childhoods, right? Because we've healed. Pat says, I think she puts value because it's joyful for her, which is cute. It's not high art, obviously. I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying, genuinely. Like, I think you're hearing something I'm not saying. Does somebody want to translate? She's not joyful. She's absolutely not joyful. That's what I'm saying. You think she's joyful because you're buying into the narrative she's fed you. It's so obvious Trisha's not joyful. So how could this Trisha, who's spending $100,000 on a music video, this is her joy? Is it her joy? Is it? This Trisha? Or is it a cope to run away from the fact that this isn't her joy? It's just something she's doing like a drug. I want to know if it's really her joy because I don't think it is. I'm not saying making music videos couldn't be, but the way that she's doing it, I don't know. You know, you said not her day-to-day life she's joyful, but I think that music videos bring her some joy. Do they bring her joy or do they bring her temporary happiness? I don't know. You know what I mean? Joy is very difficult. You can do a lot of things in your survival, you know, that make you happy but aren't your joy. You could do a lot of things in your joy that look like your happiness. I don't know Trisha's brain, so I couldn't tell you. But I'm trying to use her to have a larger conversation about ourselves, you know? But she's obviously enjoying it. The same way she enjoys all the fast food that's killing her and isn't working with her body. The same way she enjoys her mukbangs that are a part of her self-harm cycle. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to deconstruct, is asking ourselves, like, do you make these music videos and spend this money because it's your joy in the same way that you make mukbangs but it's not your joy. Like, we know her mukbangs aren't a part of her happiness. They're a part of her self-destructive cycle, you know? But yeah, it is what it is, you know? I'm not opposed to her making the videos. I'm just trying to deconstruct it to have a larger conversation, you know? Chet says, not gonna lie, I consider your videos art. I consider YouTubers, creatives, artists. Yeah, I consider my work art too. Especially my OnlyFans, I do consider that art. It is art. I'm not saying, again, I think we're having like a completely wrong conversation. Nobody is saying what Trisha does isn't art. I'm saying, why does she do it? For the same reason, I don't want anyone joining OnlyFans just to make money. I want you to do it because you really want to be there. I want you to do it for the right reasons, not because it's objective, but because I think you'd be more joyful, but it's not my business. I'm not saying that Trisha is doing anything wrong. Well, I'm saying Trisha might not be doing the thing that's most introspective and healthy, but like wrong is subjective in this regard. You know what I mean? But art is subjective. Everything is art and nothing is art. Like, I fully believe this. Nothing is art, everything is art. And then everything gets categorized. I'm just trying to, again, encourage us to have like, you know, I'm trying to have like a larger conversation about why we do what we do. You know? Yeah.
Fly.
I know, but it didn't fit me, so it didn't work out.
Oh, I wanted to also say, you guys, Frenemies vlog number 2 is up. You guys should go watch that. If you haven't, it's freaking awesome. I thought it came out great. I'm very proud of it. We hijacked a Hollywood tour bus,
Iconic Hollywood bus tour.
and we gave a bunch of people a tour, and we obviously, what the fuck do we know? Trisha actually knows a lot.
Thank you.
I didn't know anything.
I'm just really bad at speaking in front of people. Like, you know, I don't.
Used to be a coffee
You're
game.
not. You're
People
great.
that aren't my like, you know, support. Like if I'm in front of like people who like me and like know me, not that they didn't like me, but you know what I mean. Like if people know me and they're Trish fans, like I love it. But if people don't, I get so nervous. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so cringy.
Well, you did great, and the video's really fun. I'm proud of how it came out. So if you haven't seen that, Frenemies vlog number 2, let's fucking go.
Also, Moses wasn't trying to like blend in to be a tourist. I saw comments like, oh look at Moses trying to blend in to be a tourist. I'm like, oh, we knew he was there.
What do you think
I
about
think people
that?
thought he like snuck in.
Oh, no, he's filming.
No, but people were like, oh, he's trying to blend
Yo,
in.
why don't I understand this comment? The only person laughing at Ethan on the bus was Trish.
Because the
Everyone was
microphone.
laughing at me.
The microphone, you couldn't pick it up.
Oh,
yeah, so
okay.
it did sound like I was the only one.
I was like, I was crushing that bus. Why is everyone
You
goofing
guys
on me?
needed a mic in the back with like the people.
Everyone was like, oh, Ethan's bombing, but Trish is being so supportive. I was like, that's not how I remember it.
No, no, they were laughing. You just couldn't pick it up. So that's why I'm wearing a
All
mic.
right, thank you. I was like, what? I was like, did I bomb?
It's not a stand-up. It's not a comedy show. How could you
I know,
bomb?
but like, if you're not funny and you're bombing, everyone's just sitting there all straight faced and you're the only one laughing. Also, I was supposed to show up as Spider-Man because in Hollywood they dress up as Spider-Man, and I fucking forgot it.
You're the one who told me that I had to change my whole outfit. I had a sad boy like overall outfit. I was wearing.
No,
I was like, all right, we're wearing costume.
I had it right by the door. I had this great Spider-Man outfit with the muscles and shit.
Oh,
They were-
God.
And I was like, okay, do I have everything? And I was like, I got everything, and I fucking forgot it.
I mean, that's like the biggest thing you could remember. You're going to film. What are you going to wear? Like that's the biggest thing to remember. That's crazy.
You look good as Marilyn, though.
Thank you. I tried. I was like, okay, we're gonna be Hollywood Boulevard people. Like that's my
It
thing.
didn't even look like weird. You just looked like you were killing it that day.
Aw, thank you. Well, yeah. Thank you. It was a good time.
Oh, there's one other thing. You want to talk about something?
I
got
have
a
so
bunch of
many
shit.
topics.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
But there's so many. I don't even know. Like I was racking up a list. You know what it is? I think I've been doing better at like managing my sanity because I don't do videos for everything I want to snap back on because I'll just talk about it on the podcast. Because in the past I would do like 20 videos in one day. I'm like, oh, I got something to say about
Organize
this. Well, I'm not really organized like you, but I have a ton. Tell
All
me.
right, go ahead, go
Here,
ahead.
I'll go down the list and you can tell me. So, Sophia Franklin
Who's
from
that?
Call Her Daddy or was Call Her Daddy. She like, anyways, okay, I'll go down the list.
What did she do?
Hank Green
Give me.
canceled me.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What did the Call Me Daddy girl do?
Okay.
Just give me a summary.
Yeah, so Sophia Franklin, who's not on Call Her Daddy, she's the one that like left or whatever because she wasn't getting enough money. She has her own podcast. This was like a big thing, and she basically like it's not that interesting now. It was like last week's news, whatever.
Just give me a
because-
summary.
So like there was this TikToker, she like sent her a message, and the TikToker left her on red. So then she went off and called her like a disgusting cunt and all this crazy
But she
shit.
didn't read her DM.
Yeah, and the girl was like super sweet. Like she's like this like.
I don't check my DM.
Yeah, and then the girl was just like, and I guess she got like a ton of hate or whatever. But anyways, that was like one thing.
Okay,
I was like,
next.
okay.
Fuck
All
her.
right,
Loser.
Hank Green tried to cancel me.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
I saw he said one about how you were
I love Hank Green.
faking being dumb.
And then halfway through, he's like, "But first of all, can I say, first off, flattery, because isn't Hank Green the one that did the cancer movie, the girl with the cancer?
No, that's John Green.
I think he wrote that, right, Dan? He did.
He's a smart man.
He did, yeah. He wrote this
That's
big
John
movie. I
Green.
think-
Smart man.
He also did VidCon, which is also trash. So he did like a really great movie about the girl with cancer, but then he did trash VidCon. I don't know.
Well-
I guess take your poison, but like he's good on one hand. But I was like, damn, why are you trying to cancel me? Because I was
Wait, I
not,
thought
like,
he made a nice video about you.
no, Daphne was like, what's his name? Hank Green cancels Trisha Paytas.
Oh,
and then he
no,
deleted it because he got so much
that's
hate. He deleted it.
He did.
He got so much hate, which
I
shout out for
wait,
defending
wait,
me. but-
wait. I watched it and I thought he was flattering to you. 'Cause he was like, she's not. It's all an act. Because he was like, oh, she knows what carbon monoxide.
Can I tell you, hand to God, swear on my mother's life, who I love more than anything, I do not know the difference between monoxide and dioxide. I've heard people say carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. I don't know what the hell each one is.
But
And I
don't you
swear on
think-
my life, I couldn't tell you what global warming is. Something about Florida, he said it was melting off the earth, but I've never
Hold on, he
cared
was
about
not
global
canceling
warming.
you. I got to speak up first.
He did. Everyone was giving him shit. Like, why are you trying to cancel Trisha?
He wasn't. Oh my god.
I
we
saw
gotta
everyone
find
say
that.
it. I
Hold
saw
on, we got to
everyone
find
say
the TikTok.
Why
I
did he delete
thought
it?
it was
Why did he delete it?
probably because he's like, what is wrong with these psychotic Trisha
First
fans?
of all, thank you to my psychos out there. I love that's what I'm going to
No, when I watched it, I thought it was flattering because first of all, he knows who you are, Epic.
Epic,
And then-
epic.
and then-
That's what I mean. Like, Hank Green is actually trying to like make a positive impact in the world. Trisha's just trying to fucking make music videos and show everyone her butthole. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all fine in games and well in games, but I feel like there is like in the serious bubble, Trisha is a mess. Like Trisha is adding more harm than good to the universe. And that's the problem. Is like if you're taking life seriously, Trisha's the problem. Hank is a solution bringer. Okay, he's not perfect, but he's very good at offering good solutions. Right? He's a scientist. He's like actually interested in fucking helping people. But if you're in the fun bubble where nothing matters, then yeah, like Trisha's fucking living her best life. And then if you're in Britney's bubble, it's all about which bubble you're in. So in a serious bubble, Trisha's very hard. I think in general, Trisha probably causes more harm than good. But also, it doesn't matter because I don't have to involve myself in Trisha's bubble. So you're only impacted if you engage with Trisha. Trisha has no power in the world. Trisha can only impact you if you see their videos. Trisha isn't in charge of policy, or I'm not going to hold her accountable the same way I would hold a politician accountable, right? But, you know, love Hank Green. Hank Green to this day works very hard to make great efforts on behalf of marginalized communities. And he's not perfect. Okay? Not perfect. But since he's taking a leadership role in activism, he can be held to a higher standard. Versus Trisha, I can't hold Trisha to a higher standard. But the bar is so low that Trisha can't be held to any standard. Because she doesn't even pass, like at this era of her life, doesn't even pass a basic one. Do you know what I mean? And that's something we should all consider in our own daily lives, right? For how we like put people on pedestals or think of people positively. Like it's okay to enjoy people, but also like I think Trisha has impacted probably a lot of marginalized communities and continued to push negative concepts about them further. But also that's the fault of transphobia and misogyny and all those things being rampant anyways. Like people use Trisha to make arguments about like why women and trans people are crazy, but also they were going to use anybody anyways because they're all fucking bigots anyways.
And then second of all, he's like being like, oh, she's smart. Look, she knows stuff. Like she's just goofing around.
That's not how I took from it. But also, like, I don't know those things. Don't tell me what I know and don't know.
Oh, and by the way, I agree. Whenever I see people be like, oh, she's pretending to be dumb, I'm like, but not. I don't think you're dumb.
Oh, she is dumb is what you're saying. Oh, but then she gets mad when people call her dumb because she's not dumb. She just doesn't know things. Discord said late, but in an interview, Trisha said she was depressed and lonely, so she used music videos as company and that making music videos filled a void inside of her. Yeah, I think a lot of Trisha's work is all coming from her trauma, you know? And that's the question. What kind of art would you make if you were healed versus the art you make when you're not? And that's also a good question to ask ourselves, you know?
Dumb. She's pretending not to know things. Like with gravity and stuff.
No, can I tell? I shouldn't say who I heard it from. That is, Moses knows. He knows. I heard that from another podcast where someone said gravity was what it was, that someone invented gravity. Like, you know what podcast I'm talking about. I'm not going to say
Who said it?
I can't say it because it's he not Josh shall be named. No, it's someone I can't talk about. But, you know, if you know the person that's blocked and banned from our show being talked about, you know. Anyways.
Jeffrey?
No, I can't tell you. But no.
Shane?
Oh my God. I'll tell you later.
Who said gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah, we're not talking. Stop.
Oh,
but
okay.
Exactly. Chad says Trisha's outlook seems like if you never try, you can't be bad. And if you never learn, you can't be dumb. That's Trisha. And I get it. Like, as somebody who really genuinely has a hard time referencing things in my head, I have to bring up the reference, which most people do. Most political streamers are Googling while they're talking because they also forget things, you know? So like, I think there's just a level of responsibility that she like refuses to take that makes her unreliable. And so then you have to watch Trisha as someone you don't take seriously. But then when Trisha gets mad that people don't take her seriously, it's like this constant conundrum. Now, to be fair, a lot of men will be taken seriously if they're in the same category as Trisha. The same men who are in the same category as Trisha would be taken more seriously just because they're men. And that's misogyny. We should take neither of them seriously, except when it comes to their own personal stories. You know, that's their business.
You know, Moses can attest that I did hear this from someone else, and I never even thought about it. I just was like, oh, that makes sense because this person made a valid argument of why like we don't need gravity, and I was like, oh shit. And I swear I heard it, and I thought I thought the person was gonna call me out for copying her because it was real. I was like, but I was trying to think of the person because at the time I really didn't know the person.
Tomorrow's the last day of frenemies, guys. Tomorrow's the last day, and we're done with this forever. I'm very burnt out on Trisha and Ethan.
I remember, oh shit, that person. But it was a person's podcast, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. And then I said it, and I was like,
no,
well,
I agree, dude. I'm with you. I think you are 100% authentic.
I'm 100% smart too. I'm smart.
No,
at
I think you're
something.
smart. I think you're very smart.
Dear Evan Hansen, Ben Platt. No, thank you to me,
No,
Mark
no.
Platt,
Listen,
Ben Platt.
we're just talking about knowledge. I think your brain. You are obviously very intelligent and funny. You have intelligence.
Doesn't mean I know. Like,
but do you know what gravity is? No.
Do I know what global warming is? No.
Hell no.
Do I care? No.
Hell no.
It's just like one of those things where it's like, damn. I mean, it's fine, but also I was just like.
But let's watch this because I personally think he was doing you an honor.
But if you read all the comments, everyone's like, fuck him. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not surprised. Why? Because
I don't know actually.
Why Def Noah's got to say call out? He's not calling you
I
out.
get so nervous. I was like, oh, exposed by Hank Green.
Because I don't think he does drama. He doesn't want to be involved in drama. But like his video, okay, watch this.
Carbon in the air.
Carbon what? Monoxide
like
or
him.
dioxide?
Both. You know that the Earth is.
This is an illustrative moment. So Trisha Paytas is.
But do you see how he's honoring you? He goes, "This moment in the podcast is illustrious."
It was illustrative. No, that is.
Illustrative.
Illustrative, yes.
Yeah.
Illustrative? What does that mean though? That's not a nice thing.
It's not a bad
thing. I'm drawing a picture. Is that
my
An
God,
example
dude, no
of. An example of.
He took it down.
Who says illustrious? Look at him with the book
He
behind
says,
him.
he says this illustrates a point. And this.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's hear. I actually
Saying
watched
she-
it.
Bro, you haven't even watched it? Come on, man. The guy was doing a nice
I
thing.
heard, I got the-
And by the way, he has a big platform and he's talking about it. So why is everyone got to
Okay,
shit on him
thank
to make him
you.
erase it? Like, hello, he's being a sweetheart.
I don't
Shut
think he's
up.
a sweetheart because he's exposing me, but let's.
He's not. Okay, let's play it.
Moment. So Trisha Paytas is saying that she hasn't heard of global warming. And then Ethan says, you don't know about carbon in the air. And then she says, carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide. If your response to carbon in the air is which carbon oxide, you know stuff. You know stuff.
Love that. Okay.
And one of the things you know is global warming.
not calling
She's
you
just
out.
pretending to not know. That's the game. She's playing. I guess we all know that she's playing a character.
I think I'm the only one that doesn't know that. Because I see people saying that all the time.
Me
I'm
too.
like, what character?
See, this is the problem. Like, I think Trisha has like, I think there's a high chance that Trisha actually has like a block in her memory. Like, look, I don't remember things either. Like, I didn't, but to such an extent, like, not to know what climate change is. It's like, bro, I've known what climate change was since I was 9 years old. I was 9 years old when I learned what climate change was. 9 years old. I've never in all of those years forgot what climate change was. So like, for Trisha to forget things like climate change feels very impossible, but she might actually have like a TBI. Like maybe she has, like, you know how Trisha's always like, maybe there's something wrong with them. Maybe she has fucking something wrong with him. You know what I mean? I'm serious. Like what? Because like at the same, wait, Chad says I think Ethan is just jealous of the Hank brothers. Why? He likes the Vlog brothers. He just said he likes them. Wait, did I miss something? He likes them. He's a fan. So again, like I don't know certain things. Like I get really nervous during tests and like I panic and I forget things when I'm like being asked questions. But I also like will say like I know what climate change is. Like how do you forget what climate change is? So then it makes me wonder, like, does she not know what climate, or does she refuse to remember because she refuses to be like held accountable for it, which is also like a tactic. But I don't know. I never know if people just like, I want to take people at good faith. You know what I mean? I want to take people at good faith and just be like, oh, hey, I forgot what that was. Can you remind me? Like when I ask my partner something like, hey, how many like continents are there? Like gun to my head, I might be nervous to answer, but it's like, yeah, I don't know what I learned and didn't learn, especially since I was homeschooled and I only did 2 years of high school. Like there are just things I didn't learn as a kid that I didn't internalize. But then I learned what climate change was because it was political. See, if you ask me political questions, I knew them. But like I literally miss education. Like I miss certain things in school because I wasn't in school. But like I knew what climate change was because I was politically involved at 9 years old. So I knew what that was because Al Gore was bringing global warming to the stage. Yeah, it's like, I think there's something here that's frustrating. And I think that's what I can't figure out with Trisha. I can't trust Trisha. I don't trust her as a narrator. I can't trust her to be like reliable. I don't know what's a character, what's not a character, but whoever Trisha is, I don't know. After almost 40 episodes of Frenemies, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they believe. I don't know what their values are. I don't know what they think about the world. I cannot tell you what she actually thinks about anything. But with Ethan, it's really clear what he believes. It's really clear where his values are. It's really clear what he knows. It's like really clear. Like I can categorize him correctly. And that's why Trisha frustrates people, because she has the audacity to sit here and lecture people and also has the audacity to not even know who she is. But I assume she's this way in private because Ethan would call it out. I'm assuming she's exactly this person all the time. Because otherwise Ethan would call it out. He'd be like, you're not this way when you're with the family. You know what I mean? I don't think it's I think it's her mental health. I think she genuinely just doesn't know who she is. I think she's exactly what happens to kids who grow up with no security and identity. You become Trisha Paytas. And it's really sad and really great in some ways. But is this worth it? Like, is her fame and her money worth the exchange of not knowing who you are since you were a kid? No. I would rather my kid be middle class and know who they are than be fucking lost into their 30s and be rich and have a great wig. You know what I mean? That is the consequence sometimes. Sometimes the consequence of introspection and education is not being famous and rich. Because I do think there's a relationship with being famous and rich that happens to people that don't know who they are. So they can be everything on the internet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who she is. And that's hard. I really feel for kid Trisha. Because she was like traumatized. Oh, I'm a genius. Consistent queen. Oh my God, look at this.
Let's talk about your core self. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Brittany Simon. To my left, I'm drinking the most delicious tea ever. Headscarf, girl to the universe. Okay, so in today's video, we're gonna talk about the core self. I get that question so much. Brittany, how do I find my core self? Well, let's use Trisha Paytas as an example of what happens when you don't know your core self. This is the consequences of your own actions, people. Introspection is so needed in culture. It's this opportunity that we all have to explore the self and what it means to be human. Who are you? Think about that right now.
Oh, thinking, girl. I'm thinking.
Oh, so good. Okay, who are you? Who are you?
Hey, I still have all my headscarves, girls. Okay, I'm moving back into them. I can feel it.
Every good movie every good anime, every good book asks that main question. What it's really asking you is when shit hits the fan, who are you?
Amen, girl.
Are you a protector? Are you reliable? Are you a pansy? Are you strong? Are you useless? Are you what are you? Who are you?
I mean, make good content, bro.
As many of you guys know, Trisha Paytas is a person on the internet who has had a lot of different selves. And as a person who's also going down that journey, relatable, anime Brittany, church Brittany, masculine Brittany, femme Brittany, all the different Brittany's in the world, all the different Trishas, all the different multifaceted humans, all trying to figure out who we are. But at the end of the day, there is a core to it.
I think my voice is deeper because I was smoking every day. This is Brittany who smoked every day, Brittany, and I think that's why my voice is deeper. I haven't smoked in almost 2 years. I've been in Europe almost 2 years, guys. So I think that's why my voice is deeper.
A core to us that has nothing to do with the language of the world. But obviously we're going to use the language of the world to express it. I'll give you an example. So we want to observe Trisha first as a person who doesn't have a core and what that means for her and what that looks like.
Influenced by pop culture because I have no identity of my own. This is the true thing. I never had an identity growing up. I have an identity disorder. So I think I don't know who I am. So I become other things and other people. Probably why I cosplay and dress up as other people, because that's who I learned from, is movies and TV. I really don't know who I am as a person. So it's sad and exciting at the same time.
Britney Spears, I didn't watch Britney Spears. Like, I want to marry her. I didn't even want to be like her friend. And that's how I feel with like Jarway. She was like, I watched him and I just wanted to be him. And I wanted to be something, you know? I wanted, in high school, I wasn't anything. I don't know my identity. I still don't know my identity. And that's the scariest thing, to not know who you are or what you like. I just know I find comfort in things. I know I see things on TV and I want to be that. And I like model my life after that. And I find things to imitate my life because I don't know what I like. So like, we're watching Darcy and Stacey. This is a show on Discovery. And it's about these two twin sisters who've dated a lot of foreign men, and now they're each married to foreign men, and they have this like these thick Eastern European accents, and like it reminds me a lot of me and Moses. Like the girls remind me of me, and the guys on the show remind me of Moses in like this weird way. It's like if you watch the show, you might be like, no, not so whatever. But like I watch it, I'm like, okay, this is my life. But
she's so BoJack Horseman, huh? Self-aware but not introspective. Like she's BoJack. BoJack is a 50-year-old man trying to figure out who he is at 50. I just want, you know what I mean? I want for the world not to have to be 50. You know, and I was lucky that it took me 30. That's still pretty late. It took me till 30, girl. Like Trisha's 34. How old is Trisha? 35? I don't know. Is she younger than me? I think she's younger than me. I don't know. But either way, like BoJack's 50, self-aware, not introspective though.
It's not, but I'm modeling it that because I don't know the structure that my life is supposed to be without seeing something on TV. And like, I love being in Moses' culture because it gives me some sort of identity.
Oh, Trisha's older, 36. Thank you.
Like, whether he identifies as Israeli, Jewish, like maybe not, but that's why I like.
Okay, great question. Is not having an identity a moral failure? Actually asking, not being difficult? No, that's a great fucking question, bro. Hold on. Is not having an identity a moral failure? At a certain point, yes. Yes. At a certain point, yes. But not until it is. And that point is different for everybody. But yes, at a certain point, not having an identity is a moral failure. Because you will hurt yourself and many people because of it. You know, and you will add a lot more harm than necessary. It gives you no structure to know what to do right or wrong, right? You won't know what to do with right or wrong. If you don't know your identity, you don't know what right and wrong is. Right and wrong is predicated on your identity and your understanding in relation to that identity and the morals you form around that identity. That's why people think it's very important. Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? Your identity matters to people because we form our moral and understanding of right and wrong around that identity. Well, if you're Catholic, you can't have premarital sex. And if you're Muslim, you can't have pork. And if you're Jewish and you're Orthodox, you can't ride elevators on Saturdays. That's how I know how to treat you, because your identity tells me how to treat you. The reason atheists were so scary as an identity to Christians is because Christians didn't know what to do with that identity. Well, what's the rules of that identity? well, how do I treat you? And atheists had to use argumentation to explain logically how they were still good people, even though they were atheists, because people were like, well, I don't know how to treat you, appropriately with that identity. Trans identities and gay identities, right? They're trying to shapeshift. Not shapeshift. Conservatives are trying to twist the identity of those people to mean predator when that's not true, right? So that's the problem, right? So, okay, when we have these like conversations, it's about that introspective journey. Trisha's failing themselves, and probably because of that will fail others. But that doesn't mean like that there wasn't a reason for it. Childhood trauma, development issues, resources, like a lot of things can play a role. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things play a role, right? Chad says some Christians really think your morals come from God. I mean, yeah, right? Like a God who tells you, you are a man, this is your job. You're a woman, this is your job. That's why patriarchy runs rampant in a lot of these Abrahamic religions, right? Chad says it's a moral failure to yourself and who you really are. Everyone has a core self. Not knowing it is a disservice to yourself, but only once you realize it. And you're not objectively obligated to seek it out. I think that's what I realized about myself. I thought I was like morally, objectively obligated. But then I realized it's not that it's objective, but that it is, I think, here's what Brittany's deepest belief is. I deeply believe that when you have a positive, symbiotic, joyful relationship with your core self, you fit into the universe's place for you. That you might be the closest to objective truth as you can find, but to deconstruct all of that would be to deconstruct everything that you are and put yourself back together again. And that's really hard to do. It's like really hard to do. And again, it's a theory I have. This is my contribution to the philosophical bubble. I don't think humans have access to objective truth, but I think intuitionally, I think the more joyful you are as a person and in sync with that, the more in tune with the universe you are, and the more accepting you are of the chaos of the universe. I think it becomes like a dance with the universe that works. Instead of trying to fight the wave, you ride the wave until it pops you back out. You know, when you're stuck in a riptide or in an ocean and the waves got you trapped, don't fight it. Let it spit you out and then move with the water. In life, we're always fighting against. But once we move within ourselves, we move within the chaos of the universe, which is why death and chaos and all these horrible things happening around the world, you radically accept them, and then you work to contribute good, change, solutions based off good data. I think that isn't something that I would require like everyone to figure out. I would just encourage it in people because I think you'll be happier. You know what I mean? But it's not my job to change you. It's not my job to force you. I don't want to make the prescription. I think making the prescription is anti the point I'm trying to make about objectivity. If I was to make the prescription, I'm advocating for some objective that I don't even believe in, truly. I think it's all just life. I think we're born, we evolved, we're here, and then we die, and that's it. None of this will matter. Like this whole idea about legacy, I think that's like that's such a like a monkey brained thing to do. But it just means those people have that relationship with their biological experience. Even the idea of legacy tells me that you're having one of the lower relationships with your biological experience, in my opinion. Not that you're bad, but that you haven't actually asked yourself, why are you doing that? Why haven't you deconstructed that? And it's because it fit your narrative. Like you stopped there. You're like, legacy, got it. I know what I'm doing. And your identity is now like about that legacy. That's what your whole life is now, legacy. Versus, you know, for a lot of us, that's not good enough. You know, like that's not good enough, right? So I really wish the best for Trisha. I wish the best for everybody. But I do find myself, I personally have a very open with boundaries rule with people who don't help themselves. And like, if Trisha was one of my friends, I would have a very strong boundary with them. I get very tired trying to meet people who aren't meeting me halfway. And I just don't think Trisha meets people halfway. I can't see it. Ethan too, right? Like Ethan doesn't like, and even if they did, maybe it's not good enough. I'm not saying you shouldn't be friends with a Trisha. I'm just saying I've noticed that I'm getting exhausted because people who fit into Trisha's category and Ethan's genuinely exhaust me at this point. If we're being funny, they're both fabulous. If they're being funny and not serious, they are the greatest. But the moment they get serious about life, I find them incredibly draining because they're obviously doing everything in their power, like, to come to very bad conclusions with very bad data. Do you know what I mean? So if we're just having fun, I love them. But if we're serious, they are absolutely not helping. Ethan is not helping. He is causing more harm currently. Current day Ethan is causing so much more harm than necessary. And because he's in his ego. Trisha, in this era, is causing much more harm because she's in her ego. What are you going to do? Okay, let's watch like, we don't have to watch me anymore. First of all, if you want to watch this video though, I'll send it to you guys in chat. Fucking thank you, Discord. What a great video. Fucking consistent as fuck though. Huh? I posted this 3 years ago. Bro, shout out to Consistent Brittany. Oop, that's Samantha's music for the stream. Here we go. Let's go back here.
Dude, there's no fucking character.
I don't know, but I'll take it.
But I think why people think that is because you're inconsistent. Like you'll make a video
Right.
from 3 years ago being like, this is everything I know about the Holocaust in detail.
Right.
And then when you come on the podcast and you go, what's the Holocaust?
Right.
How do you explain that?
Well, that Holocaust video in particular, there's a lot of cuts. I would stop and look at my phone all the time.
Yeah,
and
you
be
don't
like,
know.
Yeah, but like, how does she not? That's what I'm saying. Look, I made a video about Gaza 10 years ago. I didn't remember, but I'm saying the same shit in that video that I'm saying now, but upgraded, like updated now, me. I'm saying this 10 years ago, Brittany was like, Israel is fucking killing Palestinians. I didn't use the word genocide, but I was like, they're killing Palestinians. It's bullshit. Okay, that was me 10 years ago. Consistent with what I'm saying now, except I'm using the word genocide now. But you know what I'm saying? I'm upgrading my language. But same, okay, I don't remember making that video, but I knew what Palestine and Israel was. If you ask me current day, I knew what it was, but I didn't know the depth of the conflict. Like, I know everyone knows what it is in politics, but I didn't know the Palestinian perspective. I only really knew the Western perspective, which still kept me sympathizing with the Palestinians. But then I read that book, 100 Years War, and then I did more research, and I was like, oh shit, now I'm really learning it from the Palestinians' perspective, which is not what I knew. But of course I knew what it was. I couldn't forget that I knew what it was, but I might have a hard time explaining it. You know, so how does Trisha forget what the Holocaust is, or that she even knew what it was in the first place, but did a video on it? Like, I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you forget the Holocaust? Like, I would get my brain scanned. I watched a video on a guy with dementia, early onset dementia, and he said one of the signs of the dementia was that him and his wife had watched a video, like a movie together, and a month later they were rewatching it, and he didn't remember watching it with her. And he goes, "What are you doing?" I would genuinely go get an MRI scan. Like, I'd get a brain scan, whatever that is. Like, if my partner was forgetting things the way Trisha does, we would go to the doctor with peace and love. It's like, it's honestly kind of scary to forget the Holocaust. Like, what are we talking about here? You know, now chat's making a great point. It could be the drugs, which is true, but I would want to know that answer. I'd want to know, why is the love of my life losing fucking memory? And then I would figure that out. It could be the drugs, you know?
Hey guys, like, you know what I mean? I used to do it all the time with political stuff. Like before I went on, like, I remember I went on Larry King.
How
I
many
was
people
like,
died in the Holocaust?
literally no idea. Thousands.
Take a guess.
Thousands?
Really?
Thousands? Who is she, fresh and fit? Thousands died in the Holocaust, Trisha? How are you gonna date a fucking Jew, an Israeli, and not know how many people? At least thousands? Not even millions? Thousands?
Hundreds of thousands? A million?
How many Jews died in the Holocaust? You need to know this to get your...
Jews are people.
Okay, let's start with Jews.
Oh my God.
How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
2 million. I'm starting conversion classes tonight.
You better fucking know that.
2 million?
That's what they ask you when you
I
step
don't think he cares
inside.
that much. He's kind of like, whatever.
6 million.
6 million?
Pretty much all of them.
That is how many people McDonald's serves. When you go to McDonald's, it's serving 6 million people. Or is it?
No.
Yes. Very, very good job, Trisha.
Billion.
Oh, billion. Just kidding.
For every Jew that dies in the Holocaust, we will serve one hamburger. That is our pledge to the world.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. We should go to the Holocaust
But people who
Museum.
died in the Holocaust was like 8 or 10 million or something, or 12, I don't know.
10 million?
Oh, they were just fucking
Where did
murdered.
they all come from? I didn't even know there was countries with that
Well, they
many
were
people
killing
in it.
communism, gays, and political dissidents, so it wasn't just Jews. It was
How did
mostly
they tell the gays? Because Jews were wearing Star of David, gays were wearing...
Pink triangle, right?
Really? A triangle?
They had different symbols for.
You don't know.
I don't remember the gay symbol, but
Damn. Oh, triangles. Yeah, that makes sense. Tinky Winky had the triangle on his head and everyone said he was gay. Oh, that was Illuminati, this triangle. Sorry, not the
but
triangle.
like no, they were
Yeah, Nazi concentration camp.
Yeah.
Triangles?
Homosexual, upside down.
They were
pink
killing
triangle.
gypsies too, right? Dan, they were
Gypsies, Slavs, communists.
Yeah, they were just
yeah, pretty much
Why
anybody.
do people play gypsies? Because Borat hated gypsies too in the movie. Why do people play gypsies? Like, why? Seriously, aren't they just trying to make a living?
It's-
Like,
I think it's actually politically incorrect to call them gypsies. by the
Oh,
way.
sorry, my
Oh,
bad.
really? Well, they're Romanian, right? They're like Romanian one.
Hungarian too. I'm
They're not-
Hungarian.
Roma. It's different than Romanian.
Oh.
Oh, because they're like...
You can't still call them gypsies?
No.
Oh, that's a new
We
thing.
won't.
Again, I'm not an expert.
I'm just trying to
but I-
learn. I'm just trying to learn. Peace and love.
I wish we could go to the Holocaust, but it probably wouldn't be that exciting to make jokes or anything.
Wait.
But I would love to go, just to go.
You want to make a comedy video?
No, I
You want to make like a
don't.
comedy vlog at the
Oh my God. You know who would have been a believer, bro? Anne Frank would have been a believer. Shout out Anne Frank, bro. That's a joke about Justin Bieber, in case that's an old reference.
I said it wouldn't be exciting because you couldn't, but I still would love to go just to like look at it.
Oh, who's stopping
No,
you?
together, all of us.
Bro, how is that going to be fun?
Take Theodore. It's educational.
I'm not going on a
And
special
everybody's playing a
family day
character.
to the Holocaust with you. You have to watch Schindler's List first.
Ugh, I can't. It's black and white.
That's kind of fucking insensitive, bro. Let's go to the fucking Holocaust Museum. It'll be fun. Bring your kid. You know, hey, Jew, you want to come to the Holocaust Museum? Wouldn't it be so fun? Teehee. Trisha.
Maybe if it was color like Inglourious Bastards.
There's some color.
Is there? Oh, I didn't.
It's like asking your, I'm sorry, it's like asking your black friend, you want to come to a plantation with me? I just think it'd be so cool to see one. I just feel like it's so inappropriate to be like, let's go look at this. Like, the reason I thought about that is I was watching the Ryan Reynolds, Blake Lively, I didn't know it was a plantation story. And they're like getting married on a plantation. I was like, yo, that's bad luck, bro. I can't believe, why would you get married on a plantation? Like, bad luck. This is bad luck, okay? And they're sitting here doing it like, I didn't know it was a plantation. Ain't no way you didn't know it was a plantation. What do you think it was? You think it was just a random? Don't even fuck with me, bro.
Didn't get that far. It was all black and white that we watched.
Yeah, she knows Inglourious Bastards, but plays dumb about the Holocaust. Bro, she literally talks about Inglourious Bastards all the time. What are we even talking about? Inglourious Bastards, great example of movies that made me feel justified in my violence towards Nazis, but I've really meditated since then. But that movie made me feel like, yeah, cut their scalps off. Ooh, I'm like so like violent towards Nazis. And then I was like, I've meditated now. I will not become the monster because the world is a monster. Okay.
Anyway, here, let's finish.
Okay, well.
To not know. That's the game. She's playing. I guess we all know that she's playing a character. And everybody's playing a character. But like.
Carbon in
I'm
there.
still confused the point of it though. I guess it's just like give me a shout out. She's smart.
It was nice. He's
Okay.
saying she's smart and she's.
Ethan's fucking stupid as shit. What? Hank is kind of he's doing both. He's saying Trisha's smarter than this, but she's playing a character and it's fucking stupid. And Ethan's like, no, he's saying you're smart. And Trisha's like, no, you're I'm so ready to be done with this series. Jesus. I'm so ready to be done with this series. Who is that? Is that Trisha Paytas? She's coming for me. Coming around the corner like carbon monoxide to choke me. Do you choke on carbon monoxide? Yeah, you do, right? Choke me.
Playing the character, but pretending to not know stuff, but she knows stuff.
I know that you started VidCon and Cancer Movie. I knew that. I
No.
know him.
It's Hank Green's brother made the cancer movie.
Ooh,
There's two of them.
what's his name?
John Green?
John.
John.
I looked it up because I had no idea what you were talking
No, they're-
about with
they're
the
people.
movie.
Oh, so what did Hank Green do? No offense, but what did he do?
Isn't he an author? He's like a famous author.
No,
isn't he?
John Green's the author. He wrote the
John
book that
Green's
made
the
the
author.
movie.
You guys gotta get this shit straight.
Oh, poor Hank Green. Isn't that awful? Like your brother. Like,
Wait, what's the one we just watched? Hank?
That's Hank.
I like Hank.
I like John.
I like John too.
Okay.
Chaz says, did Trisha ever try to take these videos down? She did try to take down one of my podcasts, I'm pretty sure. Somebody tried to take down one of my Trisha podcasts from the past, and when I Googled who it belonged to, Trisha Paytas' name came up. So I assume that was her. Because Trisha said she watches everyone. Like, she watches people who even hate her, so I'm assuming she knows who I am. I feel like, you know, even H3H3 have been posted to their Reddit. I feel like they know who I am, but they know I'm an Ethan hater, so... Even though I was an Ethan lover, look, I love and I hate people. Just because you're my friend doesn't mean that I'm going to stand up for your bad ideas with peace and love. Even if I like you, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to like, you know what I'm saying? Chad says, how does anti-violence value express itself with the idea that political violence is a form of self-defense? I hope that makes sense. Political violence is one of those very bubbled and very difficult subject matters. Everybody is going to, okay, some people at a certain time in their life will have a moment in which violence is the only answer. And therefore, you must be wise with your choice of violence. Not all political violence is equal. January 6th was not valid political violence, but they felt validated as it being valid political violence, right? So, you know, violence and harm-reducing violence isn't eradicating violence. Some violence is wise violence. It's sometimes the only violence you can take. Example, you're in a forest and you come across a bear. You don't have to kill the bear just because you're interacting with the bear. But sometimes if the bear attacks you, you might have to use a form of violence against the bear. Unwise violence, unnecessary violence would be shooting the bear before the bear is given any indication of like hurting you, right? Wise violence would be only defending yourself against the bear if it attacks you. And before you even shoot it, if you're able to, you can go, shush, shush, no bear. You can spray the bear. You can try to avoid killing the bear. Okay? Same thing with people. Instead of going to, I must kill this person, you can try doing the other way, which is, let's talk about this. Wait a second. Okay? But usually fear gets the better of you and people try to destroy so they don't get destroyed. What's Israel's excuse for genociding Palestine? If we don't genocide Palestine, they're going to genocide us, right? That's like their argumentation. If you justify murdering people before they have a chance to murder you, that's not wise violence. That's your fear. That's why fear is the root of all evil. Fear allows you to justify killing people, killing animals, killing the planet in an unwise way. There are ways in which violence must play a role in our life wisely. But I think people are really bad at knowing the difference between wise suffering and unnecessary suffering, wise violence and unnecessary violence, you know? I'm curious what examples of group violence in history you would consider wise. Well, I think, you know, the easiest one to go to for American history is like, I would have supported slaves revolting against their quote masters, right? Even to use that word is offensive, you know? Like that's reasonable. You're captive. You're being shackled, you're being abused, like a revolt. Fucking kill that bitch. You know what I'm saying? But that wouldn't, like, hold on. There's no real but there. I'm trying to figure out what sentence I'm trying to make. Like, that's a really good example of like, you're being literally held captive. Like, fucking, let's go. Okay? But I'm not sure that it would be reasonable, let's say if you're at a supermarket, to kill someone because you know that they're racist, right? Like, you don't want to be killing racists at supermarkets, right? Like, we don't want that kind of violence. They're like obviously situational moments in which it makes sense to defend yourself, right? Like self-defense, direct self-defense makes sense. You know what I mean? Chet says, what if you're a slave and you kill the slavers in your sleep? Are they transporting you to be slaves? Like, people can't own people. You're not allowed to own people. Okay? If you're in a situation where you can't freely leave a situation because people are threatening your life, there are situations in which it makes sense to choose violence and situations in which it does not make sense. Gypsy Rose was not in a situation where violence made sense. In my opinion, Gypsy Rose was not in a situation where killing her mother made sense. She was not a slave, in shackles, in a barn, you know, being raped. Like, that's not the fucking situation. Okay? So Gypsy Rose had a horrible mother and a horrible childhood, but I do not think it justified her convincing a man or a boy or whatever he was to kill and rape his, like the mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not justifiable. Not that I think he carried out the rape. I think, you know what I mean? So like, these are different situations. You know what I mean? So again, like all of the, like, I feel like I'm very good contextually, and I think everything should be, nothing's black and white and nothing's like all or nothing. Everything is like, what's the situation? There are a few things. I've been doing this philosophical challenge with myself. What are certain things that are universally always bad? And that's really difficult. But I think I came up with a few that I was like, yeah, that's like always bad. Like, I can't even think of a justifiable reason for it. And then that begs the question about like, okay, what is good? What is, you know, what is what? All of this to say that this is why we have philosophy. This is why we have these conversations. This is why we dissect things. It's why we ask ourselves, because I do think we're evolved animals on a planet. I don't think there's a God. I don't think aliens put us here. I don't think we're special. I think we are just like the bear. So you have to ask the bear, what do you think about harm reduction? And the bear answers. The only reason we're allowed to have this conversation about harm reduction is because our brains evolved to. But I think bears in their own right are having a level of like self-awareness. I think animals have levels of self-awareness. I think they make, to some extent, decisions. But I'm not sure that we make decisions any differently than they make decisions scientifically, even though it feels like we are doing it. I don't know how convinced I am. But I will say that I think that that's what's fun about what I do, is that I ask myself, do I have a choice in how I react? Can I react differently? Can I make a different decision than when I want to do? Do I even have a choice? You know, do I have a decision? Like, what is the decision I'm allowed to make right now? Do I even have, like, could I make a different decision? You know? Yeah. Did I answer all the questions?
But I follow Hank. I like his TikTok.
What did Hank do though? Hank's known for something, right?
He's an
Well,
author.
oh,
I don't think he's an author.
No, one of them's an author.
John,
yes,
Green's
John is the
They're
author.
both authors. Both John and Hank are, I think, authors now. But Hank's a scientist, literally.
Hank-
He's like a. He's
They
a
gotta get their. It's too many Hanks, and they look the same.
They do look the same.
there's
I
not.
think.
There's
I
just
don't
one
know.
Hank. There's not too many Hanks.
Okay, but what
Tom
did
Hanks.
Hank Green do?
What about Tom Hanks, Dan?
No, that's not even in this realm.
He's the answer. There's only one Hank.
In the topic of the Green brothers, there's only one Hank.
Okay, they're right.
But what did Hank Green do?
What did he
He's
do?
a YouTuber.
Oh, he's a YouTuber?
educational. He does education.
He reminds me of Rhett and Link. Like those.
He's a
people are in the same
scientist.
category,
But do you see
right?
what I'm saying? Like
They are in similar categories because they're wholesome.
the fact that people are giving him shit for that is just so messed up.
Well, blame Def Noodles. I love Def Noodles, but he's a call out. Trisha Paytas exposed. And I was like, I started like panicking right away. I
it
was
was
like,
not a
no.
call out. It was so not a call out.
Do you know I one time stood up Rhett and Link? I flaked on them. Like
You were
early
supposed to go on the
in my
show
career.
and you bailed?
No. It was like when I was like 18, like when YouTube first started, maybe 19, because they were an OG. And I got an LA casting, and I didn't know who they were. They're like, Rhett and Link is paying $50 for like to be in a car washing. I swear. And I was supposed to go to the car washing. They wouldn't call me, but like their assistant or someone kept calling me all day, like, where are you? We
What'd
need
you
you for the
play?
car. I was just like on drugs. I was just like chilling.
Big mistake hiring you.
And I know, I know. Back in the day, I think I was blacklisted from LA casting, but I was supposed to be in a Rhett and Link video a long time ago. But are they still crushing it? I feel like they're still like low key here in the world.
Yeah, oh yeah, Rhett and Lee. Those guys are the best.
How old are they though? They're probably older than me, huh?
Old as fuck.
Stop! Don't be ageist.
But they're
How
super
old?
like healthy.
What? Like looking or physically?
No, like they are like they like really take care of themselves. They're like slender and like healthy looking.
That doesn't mean they're healthy just because they're skinny.
No, I can tell they're healthy.
You can't tell that by looking at somebody.
Look at me, you can tell I'm unhealthy.
You
They're
don't know if
43 and
they're
42.
Ooh, they're like the Fine Bros before the Fine Bros got canceled.
These guys will never get canceled.
Really?
Hopefully.
What did they do though? What did they do?
No,
I can
no,
see them
no,
doing
no,
something
no.
like Bill Gates. Look at him getting canceled now. That's
No,
like Rhett
no,
Link.
no, no.
Canceled for
We have to
stuff.
keep them pure.
Hold on. Chat says, if someone's being raped and beat by your husband, you can't legally kill him in his sleep. You have to wait until he is raping or beating you, which is so wild. No, it's literally reasonable because we also don't want people committing fucking murders. Like, we have to be very careful here. A slave killing its master in its sleep is not the same thing because the master broke the contract by enslaving the person. If your husband is keeping you in the house chained up to a wall, you can kill the motherfucker. That's the law. If you're being held captive, you can kill a motherfucker. That's self-defense. But if you're not being kept captive and you keep coming back to the house, that's different. Like, that's different. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are two different things. A slave being chained up and getting out of its chains and killing its master is valid. A woman being chained, okay, a partner being chained and getting out of its chains and killing its, like, captor is different. That's self-defense, bitch. Okay? So I would say I want to live in a society where if you're being chained to a wall, you can kill a bitch. If you're not being chained to a wall and you can leave, you gotta leave. Because you don't want to live with the burden of killing people. Sorry, Chad, I got you. You said I didn't mean to imply they're the same. Okay, valid. I don't want you to live with the burden of having to kill somebody. Listen to me, Habibi. This is for everybody. I don't want you to live with the burden ending a human life unnecessarily, whether it's in the form of an abortion or somebody in self-defense or somebody because you're in uniform or anything else. I want you to make these decisions because it's the right thing to do. It is genuinely the right thing to do. Have an abortion when you're fully 100% ready and it's the right medical decision and you will never regret it. Okay? Kill someone in self-defense to protect your family and you will never regret it. But you will honor the dead as you should because life is a cycle. Okay? But if you kill somebody, if you have an abortion before you're ready, if you in any way go out and like have to end someone's life and you didn't do this because it was the right thing to do and it was the thing you thought you had to do, you will live with that burden. Like, you will have to live with that burden. And I'm saying I don't want you to live with that burden. I want you to do it because it's the right decision. And I do think violence can be the right decision. I think abortion is a great example of like harm reducing violence in most cases. In most cases, I don't think people are regretting their abortions, but I think in some cases they are. And I think that's valid. It is valid to regret your abortion in the same way it's valid to regret making a baby or existing in general. Not because you're regretting the child, but because you're regretting making that journey, right? I think it is valid to want to break a generational curse by encouraging people not to do what you did, right? Like, I think it is one of those things where I think people want to end, like the same pro-lifers who are like, you can't kill a baby are more than happy to kill Palestinian children. We don't value life. We value the story we tell ourselves about ending that life. And I'm saying if we're going to end life, we should make sure it's as consensual as possible, right? Meaning somebody is ready to die and they've gone through the journey of making that decision, which is possible. We've seen people do it. It makes sense. We make sure that people want to die. It's consensual. It's beautiful. Or that people have to die because of whatever circumstances ahead of them or circumstance we're in. And it makes sense. It's not because we're in like despair. I don't want people killing themselves out of despair. I don't want people being suicidal and killing themselves because they're in despair. I don't want 130 Sudanese women committing mass suicide to avoid being raped by their captors to be what they have to do. Who cares? Nobody cares about the Sudanese women. Who has talked about it? What pro-lifers have talked about these women mass suiciding so they won't be raped by men? You don't care about life. You care about the story you tell yourselves. I want to, as to the best of my ability before I die, help people prevent making decisions out of despair and fear. I want you to make decisions out of liberty and freedom and joy. And you have to face your fear to do that. But human beings, they don't en masse care about harm reduction. All of us participate in the way that the world ends up. We are not exempt from the way we have contributed. But harm reduction is possible. It's just not perfect. So some people aren't going to like it because it's not black and white enough. Those people, black and white thinking is not helping anybody. It's just not helping anybody. Okay? Okay.
Sure.
No.
Okay, what else you got on your list?
Okay. My list actually, like, I make it during the week, so I'm so angry, and then, like, with Candace, I'm like, I have, like, it says Pringles can because my hand won't fit a Pringles can. Not that excited.
That's funny.
But I had Pringles cans because I don't know why they do make them so small. Not a big topic, but why?
Well, hold on. Pringle cans are kind of fat shaming.
Yes, I tried to get my hand in there. Like, no joke. I always heard it as a joke, but I literally
Is that
can't.
triggering?
I wish I was so triggered. I was like, wow, they really are like, don't eat this. And then I saw someone do a life hack where they put a piece of paper in and they pour it out so you can get the paper on, like, the
So,
dip
like,
on the
fat
paper.
people Pringle hacks.
Why are they so little? That is
Well, they make it to
triggering.
fit the chip, but I see what you mean.
I saw another idea for a vlog.
You know, and equally, I'm kind of embarrassed that my hand does fit in it.
Because you have baby hands?
Yeah.
Mine are mammoth hands. Look how big my hands are.
Your fat fucking monster hands.
No,
don't
they
fit in the
are.
Pringle
I
can.
blame the liposuction because honestly, I feel all the fat is going to my hands. My hands have looked chubbier and chubbier. I'm not
That
sure
is
why.
an interesting theory.
There's no veins, no bones. It's just fat
Can
on
you
my
guys hands
hand.
fit in the Pringle can? Be honest. Yeah, okay, good.
He's got little hands though too. Dan?
Be honest, Dan.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
We should get
I don't eat
Pringles
Pringles regularly.
Let's do a Pringle hand check. That's it.
Can't you just pour them out of the tube?
Dan, who does that? Who would pour it out of the tube? Only fat
Okay.
people do that.
Then I had Rylan. Oh, Matthew Perry and Ben Affleck. There's so many. There's Rylan, Matthew Perry, Ben Affleck, Bryce Hall, Eugene Cooney, Chad Michael Murray.
Okay, one at a time here. Jesus Christ.
I know, I had so many.
I'm gonna explode.
I want to
Say
get
one more
egged.
name.
Do you want to egg me for a video?
Sure.
I would love to get egged. I was
Why
watching
do you want me to egg you?
I was watching Never Been Kissed, which is one of my favorite movies with Drew Barrymore, and she gets egged before going to prom. I'm like, that's iconic. I want to recreate
Oh,
that
for like a
scene.
music video or something?
No, just for fun.
Is this like an OnlyFans thing?
I just want to get egged.
I'll egg you, sure.
So should we talk about which one? I think like Rylan, Ben Affleck, or
What did Rylan do?
Did you see his? It's so funny because I talk to most about this stuff. I get so riled up, and now I'm talking about it. I'm like, it's not that. Like, nobody cares. I just see, like, I watch the drama channels talk about it. He basically was like telling his viewers to stop complaining that, like, he was pissed at his viewers because his viewers were like, oh, thank you, finally an hour-long video. But the way he said it was like, oh, everyone's saying thank you, finally an hour-long podcast. Like, he was like mocking that,
I
and
did
everyone's
see
like,
that.
they're like, why don't you just be grateful people are watching? Which is kind of
That's
true.
what his co-host said. She's like, isn't it nice that people want more content?
Yeah, but he's like, no, it's the way they said it. She goes, no, you're putting aggression in the tone. I don't know what it is, and I'm biased 100%. Rylan is a snake. When he said that shit that he didn't know about me and Jeffree Star, I was like, you are such a fucking lying
think you're
snake.
biased against
so I'm
Rylan?
a bias, but I was so pissed. And you know what? I'm gonna just say I'm a little petty. I like to, as I do with some podcasts, I like to hate watch or whatever. Because I'm like, oh my god. But watching that made my blood boil because the way he was like mocking tone where
Pull
he's
it
like,
up, Dan.
yeah, oh god,
Def Noodles has got it for sure.
Def Noodles has got it.
Our Ian back
Why
there.
did he do it like that though? Oh, I just can't stand him. His little smugness, like everything about it. And he's just a liar. He's the snake in the grass. The one that I've always said that sold his soul to the devil, Rylan Adams for sure.
Wait, is Shane the devil?
I would say no. They both sold their soul to the devil.
Is Shane coming back? What's the deal with that? You have insider info.
Me? No, I don't.
Because I feel like
I can't look at them. Like, it makes me literally.
Wait, hold on. I remember once on this podcast when you were still friends with Shane, you were like, he's about to make a comeback, and then you stopped yourself.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he. I mean, he might. I don't know. I can't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He was supposed to a month, a while ago. I don't know.
So here's Rylan that apparently ruined your weekend.
Ruined my week. It just made me so angry. I'm like, this guy, you know, not as popular as you were. You're only known for being engaged to Shane, and you're gonna complain that people leave comments saying thank you for a longer video, like they're thanking you, and you took it as a mocking tone.
All right,
I
here
would
we
live it.
Oh my God, bro.
I would
You need-
live it.
all
I
right.
know it's not that big of a
Simmer
deal,
down.
but I have so much like I see red.
I don't know how you can get through the day when shit like this makes you so angry. Let's watch something.
You know what I do? I watch Girls Next Door, and it decompresses me.
It does?
Big ZD and Girls Next Door.
Here we go.
Wow. I was pretty upset over this past week about the podcast.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
What happened?
All of the comments were like, finally a podcast, not cut down to nothing. And
No, why would you be upset about that? People love us. They want more. I tell you this every week.
It's the aggression in which they approach.
Oh my god, it's
so
comments,
sensitive.
bro. There's no tone in
Hey,
comments.
dude, you should see what we say about you. If that makes you angry, don't watch this.
Oh my god.
Chat, you're talking about maybe justifying killing your abuser if they're psychologically damning. I just want to make sure, unless somebody is tying you down into a house, I don't want to live in a world where people are killing people when you could leave. Being able to leave is your greatest strength. So if you like disappear, right? Like I cannot see a situation where an adult person in an abusive relationship has no other options but to kill the person they're in a relationship with. Do you know what I'm saying? Unless they are being tied down into the bed, unless they are being held captive. Like you would have to be in such a unique position. And I'm sure somebody on this planet is in that position, but it's not going to be the majority of people, right? It's going to come from some systematic, it's going to come from something else. Like I can't speak to those unique situations. Like there are some unique situations on the planet globally, but most of us are not going to be in that situation, right? Most of us are going to have some access to leave and start our life again, even with $0, rather than have to kill somebody and face jail time. You will go to jail. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't, because now I don't know if you're a danger to people. Because like, why did you make that decision? Like the thing about being a danger to people, the thing about being violent is I don't know why you did that. You know, I need to know. That's why Gypsy Rose feels dangerous to me. Like, why did you do that? Why was that your only option? Because even if it was the fault of the system that failed you, you're either a human who can't make a different decision, right? Or something else is happening. You know, I think like that's the problem I'm having is like, again, every human being will be in a position, but we're talking about people. We're also talking about being at a stage in your life where you are. This is why people don't think humans have free will. Because how much free will could you have where your brain is like the only option is to have to kill somebody? Do you know what I mean? So then the question is like, does anyone have free will? Why do some people have more free will than others? I think a big part of it is introspection. But the dilemma is like, just because you weren't introspective enough to make a different decision, does it mean I can see you as a safe person? So maybe you justified the murder, but you still have to be locked up. Or you have to be in a facility. You know what I mean? Something like that. You know? I think we should always want to dignify human life, and there's like no dignity in that. In self-defense, when we kill people, we should mourn their death. Like, I think you should pay homage to the life that could have been. When we have abortions, we should pay homage to the life that would have been. When we miscarry, we should pay homage to the life that would have been and move on with our life. You know what I mean? Like even in self-defense, we should pay homage to the life and move on. When you kill an animal, when you eat meat, you should pay homage to their life and move on. You should be aware that you were taking a life. And there might be a justification for it, like we are animals and we're eating the circle of life because that's what we do. But also you should be aware that that's what's happening. Someone died so you could eat. You know? Because as Gypsy also said, she was brought back by the police as an adult, so that makes me think it may have been her only way out. However, I heard there's controversy about that narrative. Well, I think the dilemma we're having once again, look, everyone does everything because it's the only situation. Okay, hold on. Scratch all of this. Stop. Everybody stop. Okay. Everyone does everything because they think it's right. Hitler did what he did because he thought he was right. You want to give more agency to Hitler than to Gypsy, but they're the same to me. In a philosophical sense, they're the same. They're two people who did what they thought was right in the moment. Now, how are they different? Now you're going to talk about Gypsy's abuse and the situation she was in and the fact that she had no other choices. And Hitler, you're going to talk about how he rose to power. He had accessibility. He had status. So yes, now they have different choices. But where do those choices come from? What are the choices they could make? I think Hitler had less choices than I have. I think most people in the world have generally less choices than I have because I have an introspection level that allows me to make a different decision than the average person. So when everyone praises Luigi for killing the CEO, I have other options. I don't have to, that's not my only option. I have other options, which is a tool that I've gained for myself because I knew I needed it. I needed to have another option. If this was Britney 10 years ago and I saw Luigi kill that CEO, I would have been like memeing. I thought it was so funny. I would have been like, fuck that guy. But now I'm more introspective. I have different options. The extrospection isn't about being smart. It's about accepting your place on the planet. It's not about having high IQ. It's not about any of that bullshit. Extrospection allows you to make peace with your place in the universe. Where is the peace in any of these decisions? It's not. There's survival mode. Gypsy made a decision out of survival mode. All of us make decisions in survival mode. It doesn't mean they're good decisions. I made a lot of bad decisions in survival mode that I wouldn't repeat in my living mode, right? So situationally, we justify it, but generally, it shouldn't be what we're aiming for. So two conversations are being had. What are we aiming for? And what are we allowing to be justified because of the circumstance? Because again, we do not want this to be the norm. We want to accept that this is what it is. How do we prevent it for other people? Which means it's not acceptable behavior. It's just understandable. Does that make sense? It's only understandable because of the circumstance, but it's not what we want for the future, you know? So obviously, like, Hitler and Gypsy are different, but we're all different in those ways. And this is exactly, funny enough, like a vegan argument would be, well, if you don't have to eat meat to live, why do you eat it? That's a great question. Most of us don't need it. So why do we do it? That's a great fucking question. It is not a need. Most of us do not need to eat meat. So why do we do it? That's a great fucking question. And that's what I've been contemplating. I think it mostly gets justified because it actually works with how we think about the universe, right? If you're a human who think God put you on the planet, you think you have domain over animals, you're now entitled to those animals. You're evolved animal over time, animals eating animals, perfectly normal, circle of life, right? Okay. They would say that, but if you're having this biological experience where you're more evolved, you can avoid eating them, which would harm reduce. So true. But is it objective? You know, these are great questions. It's not about right or wrong. It's about what makes sense for what you perceive about reality. This is what bubbles exist. I live in a bubble. You live in a bubble. We all live in bubbles. And bubbles are our perception. Okay? We have a perception, and that perception justifies our actions. I always want to encourage you to ask yourself, what can I do to deconstruct my own perception? And is there a new way to look at the universe that I didn't try before? And one that is more cohesive with my joy, right?
What? Oh, it made me so angry. And the way he did that tone, like, oh, finally a podcast. It's like, that's not what they're saying. Like, thank you for making. They always ask us to make us longer. Oh, I wish Friday was 3 hours. I'm like,
They're giving you. I mean, no, they're giving you feedback, bro. They want you to not edit it down.
That was what made him angry all week. Was people being like, oh, we want a longer podcast from you. Like, oh, so just self-absorbed. I hate devil. I look at it and I see devil. And I don't say that lightly. I don't say that lightly.
You think he's a devil?
He made a deal with the devil. It's in him. Oh my god. When I watched that clip of him being like, Trisha never told us. I've never seen someone just lie, just cold face lie when they know the trauma that I've been through with that person. And I was like, I'm still so heated by it. So when I see these, I don't try and watch it because it does make me heated. But I saw this on the Death Noodle, so I watched the whole thing for context. And he was just so smug and arrogant. I'm like, be lucky. You barely break 100,000 views, and so do my main channel videos. And I'm lucky that they break 100,000 views. Be lucky you break 100,000 views. Like, it's insane to me that he thinks that like he's putting tone to comments that are being nice.
Holy shit.
He had a disabled. It's just like, you know. Oh,
all right, let me watch.
Lizzie should get her own podcast. I like her. I stand her 100%. She should. The fact that she even had to explain it, like, what are you talking about? They like us, like, so self-absorbed. He's so self-absorbed and narcissistic. It makes me
Don't watch
angry.
this, Rylan.
I get so
If
angry.
you're sensitive, don't watch this.
It's a comment. You're creating the aggression in your articulation.
They're creating the aggression in the way that they're saying they appreciate a longer podcast. They could just say, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for the hour-long podcast. And instead,
Oh, what the fuck are these conditions you're requiring?
They should say it like this. If someone says, hey, we want 5-hour frenemies, I'm gonna be like, let's try and make it happen. We talked about going extra long. You know what I mean? Like, it's a
people
compliment.
do say that, and it's a compliment. They like our show.
That
They
means
want
they
more.
can't get enough. They want it to go longer. It's like,
my whole week is ruined because people want longer. They want to watch more of our show.
oh, I'm sorry. That made me angry. That triggered me in such a way. I was like, how unappreciative are you? That like people don't care about you anymore. Like they just don't. They never did anyways. You were always like a sidekick, but now they really don't care about you. And you still can't be appreciative.
Oh my God.
Like that's how you're gonna get canceled. You're gonna get canceled by doing that by yourself. You're gonna cancel yourself because you're so unappreciative. It's so
Well,
insane to
I mean,
me.
yeah, it's a good general rule to not fucking shit on your own audience, especially when they're actually being nice to you, like the ones that actually like you.
And they filter the comments. Everyone's nice. So I don't know what he's reading. They're always nice comments.
I went through and I went through recently, and they were all super nice.
Yeah, they're all like, we love you. We
He's like, oh, you know who I hate the most? People that like the show. They're the fucking worst.
Anyways, it made me like so angry. You have no
Okay, wait, let me
idea.
watch this. I have some idea. You've been ranting about it for like 10 minutes.
a podcast that isn't cut all the way down to nothing. This is essentially a vlog show.
And yeah, they're watching and subscribing and living and loving and grateful for more time.
This girl's like, please don't fuck this up. She's like, this is my only gig. Please don't fuck
And
this
in all
up.
fairness,
brother.
those commenters, it is a vlog podcast. They go through the drive-through. Like they're like, they're doing mukbangs. They did the James Corden gig. Like they do vlogs for their podcast. It is a vlog podcast. Like, I don't know why he's complaining about that. You shoot your own thing, but I'm like,
so I think you
Okay, wait, I wanna watch
should
this.
see the silver lining in this.
So that we can talk and talk and
please don't
talk.
get us
And that these people
canceled.
love it.
I am very appreciative that they like the longer episodes.
I can't believe that.
Oh, and P.S. because chat put a comment. I just want to make sure it's clear because in case you're new to my audience, not that the commenter is new, but anybody else who's listening, I don't actually believe in prison systems. I believe in rehabilitation centers and facilities that don't abuse prisoners. I think punishing people is never the answer. So I just want to be very clear that, human beings should be treated with dignity, no matter who they are or the violence that they've done or horrible things that they've done, if you're new to my audience. But I think my work has allowed me to observe things from sort of a matter of fact and then emotional. So emotionally, I'm just so I'm so angry at them. But then matter of factly, I'm like, get it? You're a human. You do human things. I got it. We have to do the appropriate thing now. Like a bear that when I learned about bears who like kill whole families, I'm like devastated, bro. Like I hear stories about like, oh, like I came home and I found a bear murdered it killed my wife and my kid. Like that devastates me, bro. Can you imagine being a mom holding your kid? There's nothing you can do as this bear just like eats your kid. And then you're a husband who comes home and finds it. Like that fucking sucks. You know what I mean? There's nothing good about that. But at the same time, like I don't want to punish the bear because it took something from me. At the end of the day, like this is the cycle of life. I want to do what's appropriate by that bear. Maybe we kill the bear, maybe we don't, right? Like I'm not about punishing that bear. I just want humans to be treated with dignity. But I also, some people like they're not gonna come back to society and thrive there. But I also think what happens in prison systems in America is disgusting, but so human. We can't seem to prevent it. No matter what we do as people, we can't seem to prevent corruption in every single little bubble. And it makes you wonder, what is corrupt? Like, is corruption so part of the human experience that it happens even when you're alone? And I think it can. I think you can be a corrupted person alone. It's kind of it's fascinating. Like I'm fascinated by the fact that as a species, we've evolved to do so much good and so much destruction. Like it is fascinating to me. Yeah.
That's what you were upset about.
Well, it just like some of the aggression, and there were some that were just.
If their podcast gets canceled, should we hire her for something?
1,000%.
That'd be awesome.
We'll do the vlog.
We need a female. We need a female touch.
Like the aggression you're hearing, it's like I think it's like how people think that you and I are constantly on the brink of like fencing to the death. I think that you're hearing the aggression where people are hearing that you and I are.
Okay, Ryan, you're canceled.
It's just also like you can't spend the whole podcast talking about the podcast comments. Like, oh my god, I don't know, whatever. I was over. That's how they got the.
No, he was literally like, you know who I hate? Who ruined my whole fucking week? People that like this show.
Yeah. Can I tell you another person that like ruined my week?
Yeah.
Do you have one more? Do you have like?
Ugh. Chat says my friend was recently beaten up by her boyfriend, and my commitment to not punishing people was truly tested. Bro, I'm being tested right now for you. I think about that shit all the time, bro. I tell myself, like, if I ever see XYZ in public, I was like, don't hit the motherfucker, bro. I feel it. I do. I feel those human emotions where I was like, I'm gonna punch the fuck out of you if I ever see you. Like, I'm gonna hurt you if I ever see you. And then I remember, like, that doesn't do anything good for my friends. That doesn't do anything good for the people in my life. Like, hurting people on the behalf of people I love, it's cathartic, but it doesn't help anybody. But man, I do think about it sometimes, but then I tell myself, nah. Like, nah, but that person there needs to be accountability for that person. You can't just go around beating people regardless of gender. Like, you're untrustworthy. We can't trust people that beat people. I'm telling you right now, the West is going to regret hitting their kids. That's the next part of evolution. We're going to get to the point where nobody hits their kids, but it's far off. I found this horrible video. I'm going to use it in my podcast about why it's hard to be a good person. I found this horrible video of a mother whipping her kid so fucking hard. And all of the comments, primarily from people of color, are all about it. Oh my God, if you're African, this is nothing. If you're Chinese, this is nothing. If you're this, it's nothing. This is normal. I know. It is globally normalized. But one day we will have to face ourselves and realize we were beating our own offspring. And you tell me you're not animals? We are all animals on this planet. All of us. We're obviously not here from God. You think God put us here and then we're out here beating our own kids? Like, we're obviously evolved animals on a planet. It makes so much more sense, in my opinion, subjective. I just think it's so obvious to me because we're doing exactly what an animal would do. Animals do that. Animals eat their own offspring. They like bully them. They like push them out of nests. They're like, you're too small. Fuck off, bitch. It's not funny. Like, we are animals. We just think we're so much better than an animal because we refuse to realize what we are. And that's why we create the myth of God, because the myth of God makes us feel better. That's it. The myth of God makes us feel better about the fact that we're animals. And then the audacity of animals to look at other animals and be like, you're more of an animal than me. We're all animals, bitch. Humans are so good at pretending they're not what they are.
I have nothing. I'll tell you. It's Trisha Hour.
Sorry.
Come here, give me your hand. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to touch you. No, we accidentally touched hands, which is very intimate, kind of like.
Sorry, let me just reference it for the white nationalists who never watch my shit but might. When I said most of those families who are promoting hitting their kids were people of color, it's because one, that's the majority of the world. Okay. Two, I don't know why white people think they're the majority of the world. And two, it's because those are religious communities and religion is the poison of humanity. And three, okay, it's because I come from that background and I'm pissed about it. Okay. I come from that background. I come from a whole group of people who justified hitting their kids because they think they're allowed to. You shouldn't be hitting kids. Okay. So this joke about white parents being too soft, that is, first of all, not a universal experience. Lots of white people be hitting their kids. They get switches, they get sandals, they get wooden spoons. Okay. Chess says, do humans do anything right, Brittany? You feel like a troll. Is that a troll question? Humans do as much good as anything else on this planet does. Yeah, and belts. Humans do, okay, as much good as anything else. They do as much good as the bear, as much good as the tree. Don't be like, name one thing. You name one thing, bitch. Don't come in my comments. You feel like a troll, bro. You feel with peace and love like a troll. I can feel it, okay? My spidey sense, witchy sense, Taurus sense is sensing it, okay? Don't tell me what to do. You do it. Humans do as good as any other creature on this planet and no better. Okay? Period. Love and forgiveness is your answer. Beauty. Animals do all that stuff. Animals love. Animals forgive. Animals do beauty. Okay? Dogs do that. Cats do that. Like, great answer. Cats also do that. Dogs also do that. So, humans do it. My point stands. Humans do just as good as every other creature on the planet. Okay? Like, my cat does that. Animals be forgiving as shit, bro. Animals be loving as shit. Animals be beauty as shit, bro. Okay?
To hand touch, and I didn't like it.
Oh I wasn't on purpose.
I know.
Oh my
I'm just
God.
saying. I'm just breaking down the moment.
The other one. Oh my God, the other one.
Okay, chat, when you say like humans are awesome in chat, it's too much. I'm blocking you for my own preservation. For my own sanity, I can't handle it. It feels so inappropriate for the level of like depth we're trying to go here. Like humans are so awesome. Like as we're talking about mass rape, incarceration, and like slavery. Humanity is fabulous. Individuals are not, but it doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. Okay? Humanity is a suffering species. But it also is what it is. Everything about life is perfect and everything about life is a mess. That's what I believe. Everything is the way it should be. It's the way we want it to be. Want to see change in the world, you got to start with yourself. Because nothing happens because of one person, but everything happens because of the masses. And the world is the way it is because the masses are moving and we are a part of it.
Matthew Perry. Okay, so
Friends reunion?
No. What is that even happening? I don't even. I
Yeah,
don't
that
see
happened.
Friends.
I didn't watch it though. Me
Friends is
neither.
trash. But no. Okay. So there's this pattern now of these like. So it was Ben Affleck first getting exposed. You see that one, right? His Raya.
Oh
Someone
yeah,
exposed.
yeah. We talked about that. Oh, Matthew Perry got got.
So Matthew
Pull
Perry.
it up. I've heard Matthew Perry's a total d-bag.
Oh, he's been on Raya for a minute. I know tons of people have talked about their experience with him on Raya is the app, which I think Raya never accepted me because I've always talked shit about like the people that are on Raya. So.
You got rejected from Raya?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, you don't hate it now.
Celebrity, well, right, because I'm engaged, but
Do you think it's because you're not famous enough?
I think I talk. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was thinking because I talk shit about people, like famous people and stuff like that. Like back in the day, I was always like exposing people. But these girls are doing it. So this girl recorded her FaceTime call with Matthew Perry, and the audacity of these guys on TikTok. I went off. This one guy on TikTok was like, "Oh, these clout chasers." Like, here, I have it. I can probably pull it.
You know what's so funny is being obsessed with celebrity dating apps. I never thought about it once in my life. Chet says, does neurological capacity and capability of awareness in comparison to other animals scientifically make us more responsible for what we do? Genuine question. Don't want to be put in with the trolls. Girl, you ain't gonna put in with that trolls, girl. That's a good question. First of all, that's a great fucking question. That is exactly the question we all have to answer. That's a great question. In some ways, yes, and in other ways, no. The question is, how aware are humans actually? So my theory, my legs are numb. My theory is that humans aren't actually aware like they think they are, right? Like we think they are because we talk like we are, but I'm not convinced because animals, they say, just like early in chat, who said it, guys? Who said it? Animals can't think of the future or plan for it, even though they do. They plan for the seasons. Animals like us, we plan for the seasons. We don't plan for the future. I'm not convinced we're much more aware than average animals. I'm pretty convinced we're not. I think we could be, in the same way that some animals are more self-aware than others. I think some animals are like very self-aware and are like truly sentient, like self-aware sentient. And then I think like even the conversation around sentience is really difficult for me because like that's questionable. Like some, you know, they say like human infants aren't like really self-aware until 2 months in. Like so when vegans say like sentience is what matters, does that mean like you're pro killing a 2-month-old baby? Like I don't know. I feel like babies are super aware day one. But that's like so subjective, right? So I feel like when we're having these conversations, you know, we have to be aware that everyone's having a different relationship. I don't meet very many humans that don't seem like, you know, sentient as adults, but I've met one. Scared the fuck out of me, bro. I was like, oh, what's happening? And then I've read about a bunch. But animals, I meet a lot of animals that I think like, oh, they're there. They're like having a whole ass relationship with existence. You know, like I was like, they're making decisions. Like I feel like they can understand me a bit, you know? And I think that that's just like facts. I think we're learning dogs can judge you, cats judge you. We're learning about whales. We're learning about language. We're learning about like animals are definitely communicating just like us, right? And then the question is also about life. And then what is our obligation to that life? I think human beings emotionally want to feel like they are considering animal life and human life and dignity and sanctity of life. But I think in practice, we're not. Like, I think in practice, humanity is actually pretty bad when it comes to considering other people and even the goodness of ourselves. Like, I think we're really bad at it. I think we're so focused on the bad that we only know how to be a little bit better than the bad. I mean, look at us, like we're spending time thinking about what to do, like how to murder people accordingly, versus instead of having conversations about how to create a situation that like brings life into the universe. Like we always have to be on the reactionary. We're always reaction, instead of thinking, okay, what am I going to stop reacting to my life? I want to create solutions that I think aren't about reacting. They're about preventing. I don't want to have to think, what do we do now that we've murdered our husband? What? Why are we murdering our husbands? Okay, so I can't save everybody, but I think every time you think about making a baby and every time we encourage people in our life to start that process over again, we think about harm reducing. We're not thinking about that. Human beings, generally speaking, I think like 60% of pregnancies are just because people be fucking. They're not planned pregnancies. Human beings are just these like little animals. So to say like humans have some obligation to be better than what? They fucking like monkeys as it is. Like we're all fucking like animals. Be better than what? You know, like where does this come from? I want people to be better, but I want to also accept that people can only do what they can do. So I can let go of the burden of thinking everyone's just out here being fucking cruel. People aren't being like intentionally awful. It's worse. They're being ignorantly awful. That's why I say ignorance is everything. Ignorance is the worst sin. Your ignorance is that of a cat, is that of a monkey, is that of an animal who refuses to engage. You're ignorant, but you're cute. So how mad could I be at you, right? You're ignorant, but you are so funny online. You're ignorant, but you're Trisha Paytas. You want to forgive them because they're kind of cute when they're ignorant, even if it's fucking everything up. But who can blame them? That's their journey. You know, that's their journey. So again, I don't want to hurt people. I don't like solutions that are all about like eradicate these people, eradicate nobody. I don't like solutions that are about violence. I want solutions that are about giving people a tool to be better, but accepting that a lot of people won't choose to be. Because it's hard, you know? It's hard, especially when people are born into constructs that claim to know objective truth, that objective truth was a book written by a man. And this is not, by the way, this is what we're also fighting. We're fighting thousands of years of man-written history. Thousands of years of male-written history. Just remember, Jesus was like 2,000 years ago. We're still fighting that fucking story. We're fighting a fucking story We're fighting a narrative. And that narrative is so powerful right now. It's being used by people who don't even believe in it to push agendas because they believe somehow their race is superior. You know? So do your best and die with dignity. Live with dignity, die with dignity. Do your best, but all you can do is harm reduce. You're not going to save the world, but you can contribute to its healing.
Pull it up.
Def Noodles got it. You got everything. That's on it.
I didn't see Def Noodles cover it. I covered it.
Like when I saw the Ben Affleck one, I felt bad. I was like, oh, it's funny, by the way. He's like, why did you unmatch me? It's me.
Oh, right. And people were thinking like, oh, that's like a cloud chaser.
Well, you know, the guy.
Well, you know, they should just assume, like celebrities should just assume, here, I'll get it for you.
It's so funny, the Ben Affleck one. It's me. Why did you unmatch me? It's me.
Yeah, that was like weird.
Here, pull that one up too. I want to watch for people who haven't seen it.
I don't know.
Okay, so here's the Ben Affleck one, just so you guys know. Because I think it's hilarious, although I feel bad for him. Just because there was no reason for this girl to post this publicly.
Kind of. If she unmatched him, she unmatched him for a reason. Why is he like, it's me?
No,
Don't
she
harass
said,
somebody.
hold on. In her TikTok, she said she unmatched him because she thought it was a fake account.
But he didn't know that. She said that in the TikTok after he sent her this. She didn't tell him.
Maybe they did have a conversation like, you're fake.
Ooh, chat says, is it introspection that we have and they don't? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. Like, I don't know that animals don't introspect. I don't know if a part of an animal learning something is a part of their introspection. So I can't know that. I don't think we have the scientific knowledge to know that yet. I don't know. And you know, I don't know that. And I think that's the point is I'm not willing to say we know that yet, but I think some people would say, yeah, obviously, I don't know that. And I think we don't know that. I think we're going to find out one day that it might be more. Now, the question is, if I lived in a world where there were giants, would I be upset if they ate me? I don't know. I've really been thinking about it because I'm not upset when an animal, like if an animal killed me, I'd be like, fair. I would. Like if a bear killed me, I'd be like, that sucks, but fair. Because like it's a bear. Like, fuck it. If another person kills me, it's like, I consider it the same kind of energy where I'm like, oh, we're about to, okay. It's like, if you want to kill me, bro, there's only so much I can do, but like, can I reason with you? And if I can't reason with them, then it is what it is. But same with a bear. If I can reason with a bear not to kill me, which I think you can, you know, depending on the bear. And I know this because, again, I really want to talk about this in my vegan video. I love all of these conversations. We've seen it. We've seen animals. You can reason with animals. You can reason with humans, but you can't always reason with animals and you can't always reason with humans. So then that begs the question of what's the difference? You know, what is the difference? But I'm telling you, like, you can reason. I've reasoned with animals all the time. Like I can see it through my own lived experience. Like, oh, okay, we're having a moment. And then with this animal, I'm not having the same moment. With this human, I'm having an understanding. And with this human, I'm not having it. And so that begs the question. But then I have to ask myself the question, like, I'm not that mad. Like, you ever see that video of the people watching the gorillas and the gorilla walks by and grabs the guy's foot and drags him just to show him how strong he is? And then he drops his leg. And in that moment, I was like, bitch, you about to die. And then if he had died, it is what it is. Like, what? Like, it's sad, but like, you know, like, it is what it is. So that a part of it's like, who can blame the gorilla for killing a motherfucker? He's in his nest. But also, I don't want to blame anyone. I don't want to blame humans for being bad. I want to ask, can we be better? You know? That says, would you ever do a live stream similar to your Discord 101s where we can have conversations like this? Yeah, I mean, I would love that. I used to do that. When I used to do live shows, it would just be me answering questions. Maybe that could be like a Monday stream show. Maybe it could be like a member stream or something, or like a Monday stream show. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I used to do on YouTube. I never used to review stuff. I would just show up and answer questions. That's all I would do. Yeah, maybe that could be like a stream. Maybe there could be Friday streams. Maybe we should just do, I don't know. We'll figure it out, girls. I don't want to overpromise, but yeah, I think that'd be a nice idea. And then the Discord is just another space to have more VC convos. I love these conversations. I mean, this really is what my brain does all day. What I mean? Yeah. Yeah, maybe the Discord 101 allows other people to call in and talk, but the streams will just be me. Something like that. Okay, let's go back to Ethan and Trisha. The very important discussion they're having right now, which is I don't even know at this point.
fake. And then
You don't know that. You're assuming the way I would assume that she just unmatched him because she didn't want to match him.
No,
She
she
accidentally
said I thought it was fake. Okay, anyway, here's Ben.
Why did you unmatch me? It's me.
He sent her a DM on Instagram.
I don't think that's unworth
Why
it.
did you unmatch me?
That's so weird.
It's me. Look, dudes can do much weirder shit. Let's be honest. He was just like, it's me.
There's celebrities going after young girls. They should know they're going to post these to social media. I
Well,
do that all the
yeah.
time. I would date celebrities and be like, oh, I'm going to expose you now. Like, that's just what you do at that age. Like, you just think like, oh, this is funny.
Yeah,
Whatever.
he probably.
So these people
Why
just
did you
like,
Why did you unmatch
pregnant.
me?
Did you hear, Trisha? That's just what you do at that age. You date celebrities and then you expose them. Oh, we grew up in a different bubble. Different bubble.
It's me. I love that. That's the best pickup line ever.
No.
Why did you unmatch me?
It's me. Like,
Also, he doesn't say his name. It's like,
Didn't he cheat with the nanny too?
you know who I am.
Why did you unmatch me? It's me.
ew.
So she
What's her
said,
caption?
it said, thinking of the time I matched with Ben Affleck on Raya and thought it was fake, so I unmatched him, and he sent me a video on Instagram. But clearly she wasn't interested because she posted this.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
No, was I don't think he was one. Is he one of the nanny guys? Jude Law was a nanny guy. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a maid or a nanny guy. I don't remember. I don't remember with him.
Hey, I mean,
Maybe
people are
not.
Like, ew,
I don't
like,
know. She
what?
said she unmatched him because she thought it was fake. It makes me think they had a conversation where she's like, you're fake, bye.
But she asked him to send a video. It's not like, oh, send me a video. I mean, we don't know
Why
that.
did you
I guess,
unmatch
What,
me?
you get this DM from Ben Affleck, what do you do?
but it creeps me out now. Like, even back then, I don't know. I think as a young girl,
Why
I'm
did
like,
you
wow,
unmatch
but
me? It's me.
it's scary.
Ah,
I
it's
unmatched
me.
you. Just go away.
Not scary.
It's scary.
It's funny. It's kind of
Why
sad.
is he on Raya? It's so weird to me. Like,
I know. That's why she's like, what the fuck?
Okay, well now the Matthew Perry one.
Okay, so now let's
this
watch
one
Matthew
pissed
Perry.
me off. I've been seeing so many people go against this poor girl for recording it. Honestly, like I get like, okay, why are you recording? But also these people are 50 going for a 19-year-old. Like, what do you expect? Like, this
Yeah,
is
that
gonna
girl's really
happen.
young. I agree. Ben Affleck's like, what, 50 now?
He's 50. Matthew Perry's over 50.
And that girl looks like 20s, early 20s?
Yeah, and this girl that Matthew Perry is FaceTiming 19.
Oh, Matthew, you dog.
Like,
you sick fuck.
they shouldn't let people over 40 go with teenagers, even if they're like 19. That's literally a
Look,
teenager.
look,
like, what?
I mean, they're adults.
And I talked to the
it's
girl. So I
just-
talked to the girl Matthew Perry because I was like, she was getting ripped on the internet. I said, hey, she's already following me. So I was like,
Okay,
hey,
let me
girl,
watch it because I don't know what happened.
I have some.
Matthew Perry is being wrongfully Me Too'd by desperate TikTokers. And the story comes
Oh,
from
this guy's got the slant.
I know, right
You came
away.
right out the gate.
Me, first of all, she
Poor Matthew Perry is
yeah,
being
who
kicked.
also looks 50. And she wasn't saying she was a Me Too. Don't use that. And then also, what do you say, desperate TikTokers? Like, already, just the misogyny in the
Okay,
tone.
let me
It's
see what
like,
happened. Let me see what happened before I give my value judgment here.
I went crazy on this guy. I was so
Perry joined the
upset.
popular matchmaking app Raya, which has 8.5 million users. There he matched with 19-year-old TikTok model Kate Harrelson. And I understand a 19-year-old matching with a 50-year-old is very strange, but Raya does allow age filters for all users. They matched and Matthew Perry asked if she'd like to FaceTime, and she did say yes. And from that, she recorded the entire conversation, which was meant to be private, and released it on her TikTok, getting millions of views. Harrelson got some fame for it initially, but decided to delete the video and also disable any comments on her TikTok or Instagram post. Matthew Perry, on the other hand, said he's at risk of losing several movie gigs that are coming up for him. And this is not the first time it happened where model Naveen J did the same thing to Ben Affleck.
Wait, it's the same. Oh,
No,
okay,
no,
yeah,
no.
okay. I'm sorry, dude, but it's hilarious.
It's, yeah.
Okay, but what did he say?
Conversation,
Does it
she
show
shared
it
this
on
video
here?
Ben Affleck sent her. And that video is the only thing to ever go viral on her TikTok with 8.6 million
Okay,
views.
shut up. What
and
did
John
she-
Legend's wife, Chrissy Teigen, called both
Okay,
Matthew.
dude, you're not telling me what the conversation was.
I swear there was. Hold on. I thought that was. Hold on. Sorry.
This guy's like, this fucking desperate TikToker
Wait, let me look.
betrayed
Sorry.
my main man, Matthew Perry, my favorite character from Friends.
Hold on. I have the video. Hold on. I have the video. Maybe
While you find it, I'll tell this anecdote.
Okay.
Louis C.K. even trashed on Matthew Perry. In one of his stand-up, he goes, he was at, or maybe it was a podcast I listened to, but he's like, we were at this like movie preview or something, and all the drinks were free. And then Louis C.K. left like a $20 tip for the waitress, and Matthew Perry's like, whoa, what are you doing? You know you don't have to tip, right?
He told the story.
Yeah, he told the story publicly.
Okay, Louis C.K. literally broke people's consent and masturbated. Let's not bring him up.
He's like, what do you mean? He's like, just because the drinks are free doesn't mean that they should work for free.
Oh my
And he's like, you don't have to tip, dude. It's all free.
Ew.
Yeah, Louis was like,
And
it's so
$20.
weird.
Like, oh my god, that's a lot to
the,
somebody.
the fact that he slammed him publicly made me be like, wow, he must really hate
yeah,
him.
just like I've always heard like creepy stories about him.
So what did he say on
Okay, here it is.
Dr.
Here
No?
it is. I brought it in the group chat.
Oh, here, send it in Discord, Dan.
How do I get in the Discord? Can I be in the Discord? I downloaded
It's
Reddit
not-
for one day and then deleted it. I was like, okay, no. Because I was trying to see what you were seeing. Because I know you were like
I
doing
don't
stuff.
use the app.
I saw you like would say stuff and I went to Reddit, but then they were like being mean. I was like, okay, I got off Reddit now.
Yeah, Reddit.
Yeah, they were nice. You told me Reddit liked me, and then I went on there. They're like, fuck Trisha. It always happens every few years. I always get a fuck Trisha.
Just a bunch of shit. Yeah,
Really?
it does. They hate me too. Don't worry. Yeah. Nobody hates me quite like HP Podcast fans.
Okay,
All right, here we
Ryland,
go.
just pulling a Ryland.
No, it's true.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
All right, here is the infamous, my boy, Matthew Perry, the
Yikes.
one and only true big dog. Nobody. How many fucking intro slates do we need?
Okay, here it is.
All right.
I guess so, yeah. Do you always play with your hair this way? I guess so, yeah. Do you always play with your hair this way?
That's it.
No, there was more. There was more. It was basically I can't find the video. It was basically like a video of him being like, "Am I older than your dad?" Like it's just like those kind of questions. Like I don't know where the full video is. I think it really was taken down because I found the full video.
I just hate everybody involved in this.
No, it wasn't that. It's like, tell me, am I older than your dad? Like when people say that, I hooked up with an actor when I was 21. And he'd always be like, remind me of your age. How old are you? Like it was so weird. He was like 53.
Like he got off on how
And
you
yeah,
said
and he's like, he goes, how old's your dad? It was the same thing. So I reached out to that girl. So I was like, girl, I know you're getting shit on from
Did
the
you guys
internet,
have
but
daughters? Because I feel like they go like.
I don't think he has kids. I don't think Matthew Perry has kids. But a lot of the guy I was with did. He was like,
I feel like it's always like, oh, you're the like he gets off on the knowing it's the same age as.
No, that's
like,
that's
oh,
what it
fuck,
is. So I was telling her, I was like,
Okay.
and but everyone was dogging on the girl, being like, oh, well, she's at the age that's like she wanted that age. It's like Ryan shouldn't even know. I was so pissed about it. And you know what? No, like I don't want to say normal, but no. A teenager should never be with a 50-year-old. I was a teenager with a 50-year-old. I was like 16 with a 50-year-old. I was 18 with a 50-year-old. I was
16 with the 50-year-old?
Yeah. Oh my god, my whole life I was with people over 50. Like literally 40 started getting a little younger
that's
for
just
me.
like straight. That's like.
But
wow.
to that point, is like I thought I wanted that too. A lot of people like some people just prefer older men. When I was 19, I thought I wanted to date this 50-year-old, and it's like they fuck you up so much in your head. And it's not just me. It's any guy, any 50-year-old who wants to be a 19-year-old. You're fucked in the head. You are fucked in the head. I don't care if they say you're mature for your age. Red flag. That's a huge red flag. Like they're just trying to do something weird. They're sick. They're sick in the head, and that's why I have so much issue with like I won't say it, but there's other people that are over 40 trying to get with like teenagers, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21-year-old. It's sick. And I saw this 21-year-old that was hooking up with a 48-year-old YouTuber, and she was like, he said he was gonna marry me and all this shit. And it's like, why are you telling this to fucking 20-year-old girls? Like you're fucking with their heads. Like it's so not cool. That of course that person would like I would expose them too. When I was 21, I was exposing every celebrity I dated with because they would fuck me up the same way.
The truth is, it's on Matthew Perry to defend himself, not this girl. Like, bro, like you said, if you're Skyping in, doing a FaceTime with like an 18-year-old, like, bro, you already lost.
Exactly. It's like you're the celebrity, you're the older one. Don't you know what TikTok is? You know what social media is, Grandpa? Like
The truth is, up until like 10 years ago, it was just commonplace that these old rich celebrity dudes were just fucking and dating young girls, and they're like, this is all good. This is why I made it. But only like in the past 10 years, these guys need to like rein it in because people are being like, that's not cool.
It's so gross. I called them out even when I was that age. I remember when I aged out at like 21, I was calling people out that were fucking me when I was like 19, and they were fucking 50-year-old actors, and I was like, you're disgusting.
You want to name one now?
I've already named some of them. They're not even like whatever, but Anthony Michael Hall, Roger Bart, Crispin Glover.
Oh my God, wait, let me Google this. Anthony what?
Yeah, we talked about this before. We talked about this from Breakfast Club, 16 Candles. Roger Bart was an actor. He strung me along for 3 years. He was the one that'd be like, how old are you? I was like, bro. Anthony Michael Hall, gross. Crispin Glover.
Oh yeah, I know about Anthony. Chris Glover.
Crispin.
What's his
Crispin
name?
Glover.
Chris McGlover.
Crispin Glover.
Crispin.
Glover.
Who the fuck's Crispin?
You would know. Look, he's
I mean,
from,
what kind of name is Chris? I didn't know about Crispin
Oh,
Glover.
he always fucks young girls. Like and ones that are sick, like ones that like almost, he's just like really. I don't know. He's another grosso.
So this guy was just in Back to the Future. That's all he
Charlie's
had.
Angels, the movie with the rats.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he was. He's like, I only like girls like over 20, like under 21. Like he would like I aged out for him at 21. You know what I mean? Like.
That just goes to show how a tiny bit of fame like these guys.
There was a guy, Roger Bart, who fucked with me for like 4 years and said the same shit. Like we're gonna get married.
Roger
We're gonna Bart.
Bart.
He has me blocked. He hates me. I'm trying like not a lawsuit after.
Oh, who's this asshole?
He was in like Revenge, like I don't know. He's been in a lot of shit, and he was one that I literally lost my shit. He was the first person I made like an exposed video. He did a movie with Shane at the time, and one of these other people named Steve.
He did a movie with Shane. I mean, that's rock bottom.
Shane and Totally Scott.
That's like your career's dead. I mean, honestly.
And he was so manipulative with me 1 minute, and then he would just like cut me off. He's like, I'm never talking to you again. So I made the
I know these people. They're all like B actors or whatever. Like you see them in films, but you don't really learn their names.
exposed video on him. I'm like, and he had like a whole like wife and children and all this shit like that. But he was telling me like, oh, he would fly me to sets in Toronto, New York. He's like, we're gonna get married. Let me move in with you. I got a house so you can move in with it. And it's like, what do you expect when you tell a 22-year-old you're gonna marry? Like now I look stupid. Of course, I'm looking back, I'm like, oh, of course I was so dumb and stupid.
Well, why shouldn't you believe the person you're with that they're lying to you? I mean, that's insane.
I'll just say it.
Because he's married and has kids, and you're cheating with him. And what are you talking about?
There's a girl that made a whole video, but she was hooking up with Jason Nash for the past like 3 years. She's like 22, and he said he was gonna marry me. It was the same situation. I was like, these fuckers, like stop it. These girls are gonna believe you. And
So
he
you think
blocked her completely.
these guys are intentionally lying just to manipulate these girls? Because that to me seems so evil and
He
fucked
told her
up.
we can't take pictures together. Don't tell friends about me. Like Roger would say the same thing to me, and this is what Jason was telling this girl, and she has like a whole video about it and stuff like that.
Ethan's like, what? Married men with kids are like lying to women about their like leaving their wives? What?
It's like,
do these guys get together and like strategize? Because what's with them? They're all telling girls like, "I'm gonna marry you." That just seems like that just seems like so evil.
It's so awful because he would say stuff like, or always just a ton of shit. And it like pisses me off to no end because then the girls get shit. Like even that girl that made the video about Jason, they're like, oh my god, she sounds so stupid, like so dumb. It's like blame the man. He's fucking 48, telling this like 21-year-old that they're gonna get married when she's 26. It was so specific to me. He's like, when you're 26, we're gonna get married, and I'm like, this girl's gonna waste her whole life. Like I did with these guys. I wasted years with Roger Bart for like 4 years. Anyone could attest. Well, Shane can't attest anymore because I don't like him, but anyone could attest that like I was like, I'm gonna marry this guy. I didn't date anybody else. I was so loyal to this person, and I wasted like 20 to like 24 just obsessed with this guy. Same thing with Anthony McCall from like a young age to 20. It's just like fucked up.
What was the guy's name that you said Shane knew?
Roger Bart.
Do you think Roger Bart looks back on the time he collabed with Shane as the moment his career took a nosedive?
He might, because he won a Tony Award before that, so maybe.
Oh yeah, from Tony to Shane? No good.
Oh man, he's gonna
What
sue
else
me.
you got?
I'm gonna get a lawsuit after this, I'm sure.
Suing shit.
I mean, it's truth. It's all truth. So whatever. He's blocked me so many times, but whatever. I don't care.
How many times did he block you?
Like everywhere, just everywhere. Eugene and Cooney. Have you seen her latest video? People are. I don't know. I'm on the fence about this.
Okay, let me pull it. It's hard. I have a hard time watching hers because
Well, that's
I
the
just
point.
feel bad for her.
That's the whole point. Is people are like, why is YouTube like allowing this? Why are people supporting this? Some people are saying she's clearly supporting. She's trying to enable the lifestyle she has of being like actually very skinny, like to the point.
Which is the one addressing the hate summer outfits?
No, it's the summer outfits when everyone's mad at.
They're mad at her?
So today, her and YouTube, they're like, why is she promoting this to her fans?
Is
And
she
they're
promoting it? Is she promoting her body or is she just showing it?
Well, go to the end.
Because I feel like,
Skip towards the end.
does anyone want to look like this, or is it just like the perception of yourself is like, do they think this?
I think so. I think some people want to look like this. I think when I was young, I thought that was the beauty. This is how warped I am. I'm like, oh, you can never be too skinny. So I have to really read into this because I'm like, oh, why are people like shaming her? Like that's what people want to look like. Like in my head, I don't think it looks terrible. But I've been reading comments and I guess people are like, it's to the point because she used to be purple.
Oh,
Her
she's
legs
about to
used to
die.
be purple.
She's
yeah.
about to
Well,
die.
okay. So she denied for a long time she had an eating disorder. Then she said she did have an eating disorder and got like treatment. Now she's back and she's clearly still kind of fast. Like okay.
No, she's about to die. She has no.
So people are like, why? I guess there's a couple stands. Like Shane did a documentary on her and YouTube promoted it, and they're like, why is YouTube promoting this? And then now she's making videos like, why are you promoting this to your young fans? You're clearly sick. Like,
well, I never
why?
saw the Shane documentary, but like, what was the conclusion? It seems like he was probably trying to help.
I just feel like Trisha's allowed on YouTube, Eugenia is allowed on YouTube. Okay? With peace and love. I don't see the difference. I think you're allowed to be a content creator. Okay? If you have an eating disorder. I just feel like Eugenia is allowed to be Eugenia. But see, the world is a reflection of us as a whole. Eugenia wouldn't be popular if people didn't make Eugenia popular. This isn't a Eugenia problem. This is an us problem. I've said this for years. I even have an old video about it. Stop engaging with her content. I don't watch it. I don't Google her. I wish her the best, but I don't engage with it. Not because I think watching her is going to make her more anorexic, but because I think everyone who watches her is really, that's the problem. But like, Trisha has no place to stand on this regard. I'm sorry. Trisha literally talks, she has an eating disorder she talks about every day on this podcast with Ethan. See how fat people get to get away with being eating disorders, but Eugenia can't? I fucking hate everybody. I'm sorry. I'm hangry. I need to eat food, guys. I'm hungry. I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed that they get to go. They've made me sit through 40 episodes of their fucking eating disorders, but Eugenia can't exist. Like, what? Either both of you can't exist or you both get to exist. I don't like it. I don't like the way they bully her. Leave her alone.
Help, right?
I actually have never seen it, so I don't know. But I was saying, I saw someone make that point that YouTube was promoting his series and so therefore promoting her. And then people are like, why is she promoting this to her fans? Which on one hand,
Is she promoting her or is she just showing bikini?
I think it could be the same argument of meat eating, right? Like meat eating is like, oh, you're promoting obesity. Like maybe it's the same argument. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence with it.
It's on trending.
Oh, it is?
I can't see this. Number 26 on trending.
Oh, wow.
It was definitely a big thing I saw all over.
So you
the
say
place.
go to the end here. Let's watch a bit.
So wait, the trending page is curated.
Oh,
It's because it's extreme. Human beings are animals and we're obsessed with the extreme. We think it's interesting. That's why people try to go. That's why Trisha got famous being extreme. Like, this is a human problem. This is not even a Trisha or Eugenia problem, but this is an us problem. We like, what's the word? There's a good word for it. That's why freak shows work. That's why people like oogle and ogle people. It's why we watch a car crash. Like, we just like the bizarre. We like the weird. Our brains like it. And so, like, again, I think this is an us problem. You know, this is a reflection of us. You know? But it is one of those things where, like, I just don't think these are, like, I think they are a product of us. Like, who's really the villain of Frenemies? Us. It's always the audience. It's not that the content creators aren't responsible, but they really, like, the world can't be the way it is without us participating in it. And I just think we like to absolve ourselves from contributing when we obviously contribute. You know?
That's trending page.
So they straight up.
They've given the green. Someone has manually reviewed.
Yeah, Uncanny Valley, the novelty, exactly.
Do this.
So they're like, how is YouTube promoting this to like?
Okay, well, let's see. Can you turn it up?
But I thought it still works as a summer dress, or just really whatever you want to wear this for something like this, I guess. After showing you guys that first,
I got music in the background. My thing is.
Muted, I guess.
Really? She's using music?
This is the second.
I can hear it with the headphones.
She's in like swimsuit and stuff after.
Here.
I mean, you can literally see her.
No, she's like about to die. I feel like.
I guess that's why people are like, why is no one giving her like getting her off the internet and like helping her?
But people have been saying that about her for years.
Well, I guess she did go get help, and she kind of took a break, and now.
I am surprised YouTube's trending this though. Like, why are they going out of their way? It could just be because people are talking about it, you know.
But then on one hand, it's like, is she just living her life? Like she has a disease and she's just trying to like live her life. I guess I don't know, or I don't know.
Well, would you say that about someone who's no,
fat, right?
no? You can't. I don't think you can say that. She's killing her. I mean, well, would you say that about like a vicious? I don't know. I
don't either.
She's just living her life. Would you say that about someone who's like strung out on heroin, about to die of like an overdose any day?
Are we saying people with addictions can't make content? Like, are we saying people with illnesses can't make content? Are we saying people who are mentally ill can't make content? You know, someone once asked me, do you think people with borderline should be able to be content creators because they're not, like, if they're not healthy enough? Do you see the issue with this? Do you see the issue with this? Do you know what I mean? I don't like it. I don't think, like, we have the right to tell people they can't exist in the world because they're not healthy. Like, that's not the way I want to exist in the world. And also, like, you can have, like, health is a journey and you can be stable enough to be a content creator even when you're dealing with your health. Like, you can be, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like it.
It's kind of like, I don't know.
Live
But it's kind of like me eating fast food. Like, am I slowly killing myself? Probably. You know what I mean? Like, or any fat person, those people who are 600 pounds, you know what I mean? And they're just eating.
Well, there's a difference between you and a 600-pound person.
Okay, so like a 600-pound person eating.
Would you say he's just living his life? Not.
Chad says her content is about how skinny she is, though. Well, Trisha and Ethan's content is about how fat they are, how fucked up they are. Like, all of our content is just like how fucked up we are. You know, half the content on the internet is like, hey, look how fucked up I am. You know what I mean? I just feel like we have to accept that this is what humanity is. Humanity's fucked up. Not everybody, but most people are fucked up. And like, I don't want to take away any chance of Eugenia being functional in the world just because she has an eating disorder. Like, I'd rather he be fucked up and anorexic online making money than in her mom's house not making money and not having freedom. But also, I'd rather her not have anorexia in the sense that I wish she was healthy. But also, that's not my fucking journey. Like, same with Trisha. I'd rather Trisha be like unhealthy and making money to support herself than fucking homeless. Like, I think like I would rather people be able to make money. The question is it the healthiest thing? No, this is a survival perspective. Eugenia is in survival mode. And I think it's just really unfair that Trisha and Ethan have any place to speak about it when they're literally always in survival mode. They're always literally talking about their bodies, going from different weights to different weights. Like, I just think it's like, I want the world to be healthy, but I just don't, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a Eugenia issue, but I don't think she should be punished for having an illness. And I think that's what it will be, honestly. Like, I don't want to punish people for being sick by saying you can't make content. Like, that's fucked up. No, like, I don't think that's okay. She's not breaking TOS, and I feel like that's important. No,
not really. I mean,
no, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's kind of the equivalent. Like, yes, they're killing themselves too.
I'm exploring the moral dilemma here in my head.
I don't know either because
some people online just have to make really big.
Can she really not help it? Maybe she just can't help. Her
Well, she definitely has a disease. I'm sure she would prefer to be healthy and normal if she could fucking flip a switch in her brain.
But I don't know.
But people have been talking about her for years, like she needs help.
This is a new thing though. Like this is, but now because she's showing her body again, like clearly showing. I don't know. I'm so confused with it. I'm so torn on it too.
People are saying she's doing it on purpose.
Because she knows people are so angry and she continues to I don't know.
Well, she is definitely posting content on purpose, just like Trisha's. That's what Hank was saying about Trisha. You're obviously doing this on purpose. And Ethan's like, no, Trisha's just innocent. Everyone's doing everything on purpose. But like, what does it mean to do anything on purpose? Eugenia obviously knows it gets views, being herself, being in the state. Trisha obviously knows it gets views, right? I'm being myself. It just doesn't get the views. Like, everyone's version of themselves gets certain views. But the thing is like, I can't do what Eugenia or Trisha's doing, honestly, because I'm healthier than them, obviously. And two, because like, because I'm healthier than them, I don't have those extremes to be on stream and they get people to watch because they think they think I'm a freak. Like, I can't be a freak because I'm not one. As much as I do weird stuff, like, I'm not freaky like Trisha is or like Eugenia is. But that's why when you get healthier, your view count can go down, right? So on purpose is a difficult thing to say. Like, they are doing it knowing it's going to make views. Does that make sense? But the question is, are they doing it maliciously or are they just doing it because they're like, fuck it, I'm going to make money doing what I want? I think Eugenia and Trisha are both living out their childhood fantasy on the internet. That's what I think. I think Eugenia is like a kid who's living out her dream and saying, fuck it. And Trisha is a kid living out her dream and saying, fuck it. Neither are taking personal responsibility for how they impact the universe as a whole. You know?
You know what? I'll just say, like,
people are saying she's catering to fetishism.
People who like that.
Because someone said the thumbnail apparently is really racy compared to what she wears.
Right, she shows her swimsuit and her legs, and I don't know.
But she doesn't show her whole body in the video. Why did they trend this? It only has 120,000 views. YouTube's really fucking weird, I swear to God.
Yeah.
They're so fucking weird, bro.
Frenemies are never trending.
They don't trend anything I do, ever, my whole career.
I will say, like, me from 2 years ago would look at this and be like, I need not eat. You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
Like I always say, who needs reality TV when you have YouTubers to watch? That's what I mean. I don't have to watch reality TV, though I love it and I do watch it, when I could just watch YouTubers. Because we're just watching people. That says I get a little stony for a few months. I got a little stony for a few months ago and really started to feel like a lot of YouTube channels are the equivalent of watching monkeys throw shit and jack off at the zoo. It is. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're all just animals on a planet doing something and then we're all going to die. None of us are going to be here in 100 years. Like, eventually none of us will be here. It's been a pleasure knowing you. But one day, like, we won't be here. And we'll just be memories. One day you won't even be in my audience, maybe. And you'll just remember, like, maybe you'll remember some girl you watched on the internet. And I'll remember some username that I was like, oh shit, I really liked their ideas. And then one day we're all going to die. And this is just it in the moment. I don't think Trisha and Eugenia are like the worst people on the planet. There's definitely worse people. Are they the healthiest? Nah. Are they the worst? Nah. You know? Nah.
And still now, I'm still like, yeah, I should just stop eating. And I know that's like so, like, I'm sorry, I don't want to trigger anyone, but like that's literally my thought. It's like, I need to not eat. Like, and I was like that. I would feel like if not eating is my choice of being skinny. I don't
think
know.
it's sad. I see a girl with a mental illness. That's what I see. But I don't know why YouTube's promoting it, dude. Well, I see people are saying, oh, she's doing it. So people are like blaming her for turning this into some kind of like.
I mean, it got to trending because you all kept watching the video. I don't watch Eugenia Cooney. Like, I literally, she almost never comes up on my feed, sometimes on TikTok, but like, I don't watch her. Like, you can't be mad she's on trending. You put her there. That's what I'm saying. You see how the world blames everybody but themselves? How did she get there? How did she get there? By the way, that's how rage bait misogynists utilize your anger, is they make shitty content and then women rise up by replying to them and making shitty content, and then they fuel each other's bubbles and success in their industries by like getting them all angry, and then all of a sudden they're famous. You know what I mean? That's why I don't really review Republicans very often, because I don't want to give them more of what they want, which is attention. You know, I give some people attention sometimes when I'm covering stories, but you'll notice I don't make a career just replying to Republicans because I think their ideas are bad and I don't want to platform them. And at some point, that's what you're doing. At some point, I think video essayists do it the best. I think video essayists do a really good job at just like dissecting the commentary without promoting them as people. I think reaction channels do it the worst. I think reaction channels almost always end up platforming bad ideas more than they deconstruct the bad ideas.
Like fetish.
It's her body. That's like a fat person being in a bikini. You know what I mean? Like their body. Like, what do you know? I don't know. Do you just not show your body because you have something? I don't know.
People are saying there's no way she's going to survive, that there's going to be a documentary about her one day. Oh, well, I thought Shane already did that. What the hell?
Obviously, it wasn't. I don't think it was like deep. I don't think there was like a deep dive into her. I think it was just like, are you okay? And
She said, for some reason, some people online just make a big deal out of things. She said that in the video. Yes, Eugene. It's because we care, because clearly no one in your life takes your health seriously.
I think it's good comments and people are holding her accountable because clearly people in her life aren't. They're not trying to like help her in any way. You know what I mean? But there's only so much you can do. As someone who's also been like on drugs, not that she's on drugs, but as someone, like, you know, people can tell you get help, but you can't. But when comments tell you, I'll tell you what, comments convince me more than anybody in my real life to go get therapy. So it's like sometimes when comments like, you're crazy, go get therapy.
This
Like,
is just sad, bro. I don't know.
Sad.
I don't know what her
I think for some people, comments trigger you to go the opposite direction.
life situation is like, and so.
I don't either. I don't know much about
Didn't
her.
she like get help and gain weight for a minute?
I think that is her with a little weight because she's had purple legs. Like her legs used to be purple, which is anorexic.
I don't
where
think
it's,
you
like,
can
no
lose
blood flow.
more weight than this.
I think she did gain a little weight.
I don't know how that's possible. This is like what people looked like out of the concentration camp.
Yeah. I don't know what they look like.
Also, what somebody looked like coming out of Israel. Did you see the man, the starved Palestinian man who was arrested with no crime from Israel, released, completely starved? I've never seen a human. He looked worse than Eugenia. It was horrible. It was just the worst thing ever. Israel has such an audacity to like pretend like they treat like hostages with any dignity. Okay? Like they take these Palestinian people, doctors, regular civilians, kidnap them, put them in these prisons, you know, starve, beat, rape them, and then have the audacity to be like, we're better than Hamas. First of all, anyone who rapes anyone is a piece of shit. I don't care what side you're on. Okay. 2, okay, did you see the Israeli prisoner who kissed the Hamas guys and like went like this and kissed them on the forehead as he was leaving? I'm just saying. It's interesting that Hamas has to have the better treatment of their hostages, but Israel doesn't have to have any treatment of theirs. Israel isn't obligated to show how good they've been treating the hostages of Palestine because they get to call them prisoners. Oh, but Hamas has to prove they were good to the hostages because they're not prisoners? Men and their desire for violence. I'm over all of you. Your toxic masculinity is showing.
They look like this.
Really?
Yeah, just starving. And you would have been like, wow, skinny icons.
Yeah, no, well, maybe not with the Holocaust, but like with her, I look at skinny people never being skinny enough. Like Mary Kate and Ashley, I remember thinking like that's like I think skinny is like you can like I used to think you can never be skinny enough. You know what I mean? And I still do. I have that warped sense. It's like like you can never be too skinny. Like I never understood the concept of be like you're skinny shaming me. I'm like you can't be too skinny. Like I would love to be 80 pounds.
You can
if I
be
could.
too skinny.
Well, in my head, I'm saying how I think. I'm like in my head, I don't think that. I'm like, oh, you can never be too skinny.
Yeah, but you're not like skinny.
Right, but what I'm saying is I look at like obviously her, she's too skinny. But like I look at people who they say that about, like, oh, there's no such thing as being too skinny. I'm like, oh, she's getting too skinny. I'm like, is that a thing?
Well, sometimes, there's a thing like Hila experience where people, there's like thin shaming too, where Hila's like, she's just naturally very thin.
Yeah.
And so people always like, she feels sometimes like she's being thin shamed by people.
They like
Yeah, that
in a mean
happens.
way.
I used to tell when I was really, really young, I would fall into the category of telling people like, oh my God, eat a burger. And then I realized like, who the fuck am I to tell anybody to eat anything? You do what you want, sis. I support you. Be fat, be skinny. I support you, bitch. But yeah, years ago, like this is all like a decade ago, I would like fall into that toxic where I was trying to overcompensate for fat phobia, where I'd be like, you know, eat a burger instead of like, you know what I'm saying? It's so stupid, so unhealthy. But fat phobia, we end up overcorrecting so much as people, which is what we're trying not to do.
Yeah, people was always telling her to eat more and like, oh, you're so skinny, and always just making comments about it. Even though it's like, you know.
I saw someone on TikTok, it was like a heavier set person that said like, the best thing to do when people are like, I'm like, oh, I hate being so skinny, is to tell them that they're not. And that'll like trigger them. I don't know.
I hate being so skinny. You're not. You're huge.
Yeah, you're definitely not too skinny.
I think that's a horrible idea.
Yeah, maybe don't trigger. I don't know. I'm on a weird part of TikTok right now. And
I feel bad for her. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's clearly she's been through a lot of people trying to help her, and I don't know what's like her immediate friends and family situation like that.
Yeah. Do you have anything about Austin McBroom? About his little get together in Beverly Hills? Did you see that? Or no thoughts?
I do not care about him.
Well, and also Bryce Hall made a video that the dad is not in his life, so I was like, we should take it easier on. Not that like,
I knew that. I said that.
Yeah. So he made a video being like, oh wow, someone made a video, not us, but someone else made a video like making fun of like him not having a dad. He's like, okay, that's like the jab you're gonna take when I don't have a dad in my life. So like,
I knew that Bryce Hall was fatherless because that was the vibe I got. Like, I think he's just a wounded dude where like he's a douche, but like compared to Austin is far worse.
I almost DM Bryce like, are you okay? Because he made that video and like that's the first time I've seen Bryce be like not so like tough badass. But I mean, he's a child, you know what I mean? I was gonna be like, are you okay? Because so many people were like, and then I saw that video where he was like kind of bummed. It looked like there was pain in his eyes, but I don't know, maybe I was just reading into it. But yeah, Austin McBroom, douche.
Yeah, I'm Team Bryce all the way.
On God.
On God, bro.
Did you see that?
I'm sick of promoting these fucking boxing matches. Meanwhile, while Triller's suing me, it's like, I'm fucking sorry about talking your dumbass fight and getting people interested in it at all. So I'm just fuck all these boxing matches.
Is that, they're the ones who sponsor this boxing match? Are they
No,
sponsoring
this isn't Triller. Triller's gonna go bankrupt soon.
I guess that's good.
And I wonder why. Probably because I stopped talking about them. When they go bankrupt, I'm gonna tap dance on their fucking grave. You watch.
You'll be the one bankrupt. I'm gonna go back and forth all day with this lawsuit. You'll be like 10 years into it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If we do go through with this thing, they're gonna be paying my lawyer fees.
It's expensive.
Oh yeah, it's very expensive.
Chat makes a great point. When I was a full-blown eating disorder, comments about being too skinny validated my illness in a weird way. Wait, that makes total sense to me though, right? Like that would validate. I could see that, you know? Like, yeah, I could see that actually. Yeah. It's, you know, the road to hell is paved in so many good intentions and people really have good intentions. But that's why I think I tried to take the stance of like, it's not my business, but I wish them a healthy journey because genuinely like, people ask me about Ariana too. None of my fucking business. She has enough resources. She's privileged. She's rich. I trust her to get the help she needs. It's none of my fucking business. Okay? Like, I don't know what's going on. Okay? I just don't want a repeat of it. Honestly, can I tell you my deepest thoughts? I'm not convinced Eugenia Cooney just has an eating disorder. I think it's something else. But it doesn't matter what it is. I think people think eating disorders are easy to get over, but I actually think it's like it's a layer of it. There's a lot that goes into it. I just think like it's none of my business because, yeah, eating disorders are anxiety disorders. Yeah, I've heard that too. Like that's what I'm saying. Like this is so beyond our understanding as basic fucking people. Like leave it to the professionals. But I think if people want you to get better, I think you should love people, you know, but I just don't think it's my business, you know, if somebody really close to me was struggling in such a particular way, then I would really ask them, like, what do you want me to do? Like, what can I do to help you? Because you already know what's going on. You're self-aware. We love a self-aware queen. What would you like the next step to be? Because I'm not going to force you to maintain your life. I really don't think that's my job. You're sane. You know what's going on. You know you have an eating disorder. What would you like me to do? How can I participate in your life that neither enables you, but also makes you know you're unconditionally loved? Because like, what am I going to do? Strap you down and take you to a facility? That's not my business. You know, I want people to have the ability to live and die how they want. And I can't control you, but if you give me permission, I'll get you help. And that's the difference. If my friends give me permission, I will get them the help they need to the best of my ability. But if you don't give me permission, I'm not going to force you. Look, my biggest fear is being forced into help I didn't ask for. Because I really do think the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And I don't want people sitting here and saying, I'm going to rescue my gay kid. I'm going to rescue my sick kid. I'm going to rescue my borderline daughter into being in a place with shock therapy. I don't want your help. I'm an adult. I've got it. And if people can create facilities and good therapists and good people to allow you to have a safe space to actually ask for the help you need, that's what we need. We need to create a safe enough space that people can ask for the help they need. But until that's there, that's really not on the person. I really feel like it's on everybody. We don't create safe enough spaces for people to get help. So people try to do it alone. And that's on us, you know?
So Chad Michael,
like they're responsible for their own introspection and relationship with self. Like that's Eugenia's business. But as a society, us going for her isn't helping.
Maria's Ted Bundy. Are we done? Do you want to keep putting us on?
Yeah. How much time we got, Dan?
I can't see the clock. I used to always see the clock. Sorry.
About 20 minutes.
Oh,
you want to do a sample?
Superhero game. Who cares? Everyone just pitch Chad Michael Murray's playing Ted Bundy because they say Ted Bundy was ugly and they're all these good-looking people. Zac Efron.
Wait, Ted Bundy was famously like.
He's really not. If you look him up, he has those eyebrows that are close. He's not.
Yeah, no, but like he was getting girls. He was like his whole thing was that he wasn't like he was somewhat attractive. Yeah, he had game.
Zac Efron was. I auditioned for the Ted Bundy movie with Zac Efron. I didn't get it.
Wait, Zac played Ted?
Yeah.
The upcoming?
You never know.
Oh my gosh, Trisha auditioned. Trisha said they went on an audition. One more piece to the lore. I don't think I've never processed that Trisha auditioned for anything. But okay, Trisha auditioned for Zac Efron. That's something.
Oh, the Netflix movie. You never saw it? It's on Netflix now.
No.
It's pretty good.
He's not Zac.
But are you like glorifying serial killers by making them hot?
Dude, everybody's glorifying serial killers every day, bro. It's like everything.
I don't glorify serial killers. I do not support that at all.
You don't support serial murder?
No. I don't think they can get away with it these days. You know, like in the 70s, like the Sharon Tate ones, they just like cut her cords and that was it. She was done. It's like now, what are you gonna like?
No,
we have
now,
backup.
dude. Now the tools available to detectives and saying like, if they get your DNA, this is the new crazy thing they're doing. They can run a DNA like analysis and then identify your cousins.
Yeah.
Even
If we were good people, we would go back on every case every person in prison right now and review their cases and confirm it with DNA and make sure we didn't put the wrong people in jail. Because there is a lot of innocent people in jail right now. And that should haunt you. That should make you feel shitty. That should make you know humans are wrong. The fact that we've allowed innocent people, you and me, imagine you were completely fucking innocent and you were in prison. That must be the most surreal experience to have. And you're there because people decided it. And you're literally innocent. That is the craziest shit we are willing to do to people. That's crazy.
if you're not in the system, and then they'll like work backwards and find your cousins, and they'll figure like that's how they caught some of these really cold case serial killers recently.
By just the
genealogy.
Well, even like there was one guy who killed his girlfriend, and they identified her. He like cut her up, all this stuff, took her teeth out, everything. Breast implants have serial numbers, and they identified her through the breast implants.
Oh,
so I was
the
like,
kitty's got you, boy.
Yeah, try cutting these things up. Okay, do you want to play superhero?
Let's do a little.
Did you know I was in a superhero? Oh, no, I
Superhero.
Yes.
How come you never seen it?
I've seen it.
You have? Do you like it? We haven't
Ian, can you explain how this works?
Oh.
Okay, so you're gonna guess the names and the powers of each.
I literally got eliminated for not knowing my superpowers.
Well, that's why it's gonna be funny.
My own superpowers, I didn't know. How am I
What
gonna
was
know
your
other
what would your
I still
power?
have no idea. It was like Miss Lime. Like they made up powers. I didn't know. Stanley asked me, and I was like, I have no idea. He's like, you're eliminated because you don't know your superpowers. I was like, all right, cool.
You're like, bye.
I was gonna learn a whole backstory for my character. That's like so much work.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, wait. Who is this?
Michael Keaton.
No. What's the name of this superhero?
Batman.
And what's his superpowers?
Oh, isn't his whole thing he doesn't have superpowers?
Oh, I'm impressed. I thought you wouldn't know that.
I think I know. I know Batman because I know Michael.
Okay, I'm starting
Keaton.
easy.
Thanks.
This is
Okay, Spider-Man.
What's the superpower?
The web thing coming out of his hand.
That's not all.
He's flying.
Okay.
Is that this? Is that it?
He has super
Spider?
strength and stuff.
Stupid.
It's
I watched the first movie with Tom Maguire and I'm like, I can't get past. Oh, he got bit by a spider. There's your superpower.
Yeah, it's an atomic spider.
I think it's the stupidest comic book ever. I hate that one.
It
I
was-
hate that movie.
the spider was like radioactive and gave him super.
Oh my god, I hate these things. These are so dumb.
Okay, who's this?
Literally no idea. I mean, I've seen this person.
You don't know who that is?
No, Ant-Man. I don't know.
And then what do you think his superpowers are?
Is this Paul Rudd?
It's not.
No. Who is this?
It's one of the Chris's.
Chris Evans.
Chris
Chris Evans.
It's Captain America.
Okay. Oh my god. Sounds lame. I mean, just the Captain America alone sounds so stupid.
And what's his
your
superpower?
superpower? Saving America. George Washington already did that bitch. Like what? It's so weird to me.
He has superhuman strength as the result of a experiment.
Oh, the PTSD of the military.
Who's this?
Hulk. Oh. I was looking at you. That's super. Oh, Baby Groot. I know
Okay.
him.
What's his superpower?
Oh, he's a superhero too.
I don't know. Does Groot have superhero powers?
Yeah, arguably.
Strong, and he's immortal.
He regenerates and he can like grow. He's like a tree. I'm giving it away.
We have the plants at our house, so he brought me home a Baby Groot, and it grows plants out of its head. That's a superpower in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's dope. We have a little Chia Pet version of Baby Groot. That's cute. I was gonna guess that if you would have given him because I knew it grew plants
Who's
out of its head. That is I do know this one. This is X-Men, right?
Yes.
Never saw it. I don't like that guy. He was on Greatest Showman. I do not think he's a good singer at all.
Really, I like
you
him.
can't be Broadway and superhero. Like you
Okay,
can't
calm
do
down.
both.
Just name the hero.
I think he's
Hugh Jackman is classically trained on Broadway, though.
overrated, but I think it's
Interesting. She doesn't like him. Isn't that Hugh Jackman's like infamous story that he's classically like he is trained on Broadway and then became an actor for film?
Wolverine.
Hugh Jackman.
Huge ass man.
Oh yeah, yeah. We did talk about this.
But
in
not the
show.
name of the actor. Wolverine is the name of the hero.
Oh.
And his superpowers?
He grows claws out of his hand.
His bones are made of some special alloy.
Do you know this, or you just have notes, or do you know?
No,
this?
I know all these.
So I just.
Okay, who's this?
Oh my god.
I know all of these.
Yeah, you do. Is it
Yeah.
X-Men? I see by the X in the back.
Is she good or bad?
Good, because she's one of the X-Men, right?
And
Can
then
we cosplay X-Men? Can I be
what's
her?
her name?
Do you want to be Wolverine? I'll be this lady.
What's her name?
He will always be Van Helsing to me too, chat. True. And true, I did hear Hugh Jackman left his wife, allegedly cheated, and left for his mistress. Annoyed. Annoyed for me. Annoyed. Annoyed. I'm very annoyed. What if Trisha is just like pure Broadway, so she can't like superheroes, versus I'm too gay, that's why I can't like superheroes. There's like a rule in the gay mafia, they told me, can't like superheroes, so like I don't invest in Marvel. But I wonder if she does it because of the gay Broadways. Maybe Broadway gay is like you can't like Marvel, and then I'm just the other gay. You know?
I don't know. Oh, Avatar.
Avatar?
I don't know.
And what's her superpower?
She is like sexual. I don't know. I have
She's
no
hot.
idea.
Wow.
What does she do?
Her name is Mystique. She's a super villain and she can shapeshift.
I don't even know what that is.
She can change. She can look like anyone or anything.
Hate that. I hate that because that's so not reality.
You know
There's
that's
no.
Jennifer Lawrence?
Oh,
She's
really?
like naked the whole movie.
Oh, I
It's
thought it
kinda
was. Oh, I thought it was like Pamela Anderson did that. I think for one movie. She was that.
Really?
hmm
Okay, who's this? You know this one.
Yeah, this is Thor.
And what's his superpower?
He has a big hammer.
Daddy.
Right? Isn't that his thing? Oh, Thor's got a big hammer. I think he's overrated too. I don't like this one either. I don't like him. I think
He's the son of Mjolnir. He's a god. He's the son of
Mjolnir is his hammer's name.
Okay, dork.
Yeah.
No,
That's
wait,
like,
what's his dad's name?
Odin.
Oh yeah, Odin.
Odin.
Odin. He's a god, and he commands lightning.
I hate it. Where's Aquaman? I know him.
Okay, who's this?
This was like a parody, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Is this the Deadpool one?
What's his name? Of the superhero, the blue
Deadpool.
guy. Okay, and what's his powers?
I have no idea. I'm so bad with these.
Well, let's see. He's got an antenna.
Okay, he's Ant-Man. He eats ants. He eats people.
Yes.
What
he
is
eats
it?
ants. he eats ants.
I hate this one.
This one is
hate it.
called The Tick.
Hank Green is gonna cancel me, being like she knew it was an ant by the anteaters. I don't know. What's Tick?
Is this
A
one's
parody?
The Tick? Yeah,
What's it
it's a-
from?
It's a parody. Well, it's based on an old cartoon called The Tick.
I just don't like superheroes. No offense.
Who's this?
Oh my god.
He's in
He
a
played
wheelchair.
Gandhi, right?
This is Gandhi.
What? Did he play Gandhi?
Gandhi. She's thinking about what's his name. She's thinking about what's his name from what's his name? I know who she's thinking of. Thinking about the guy. Ugh, what's his name?
I think that
Who played the uncle on Prince of Persia?
City's
Yeah,
way
Ben
off.
Kingsley. Yeah, because I always joke my dad is Ben Kingsley. My dad doesn't really look like him, but he kind of looks like him. So I always call my dad Ben Kingsley. I was like, oh, hello. And every time he's in a movie, I'm like, look, his dad. Anyways, I like he played the uncle on the White People movie, Prince of Persia. I was dead.
I think he played Gandhi.
I'm sure.
Is there Ben Kingsley? Is that his name?
You're confusing him with Ben Kingsley. That is not Ben Kingsley.
Oh, who's that?
That would be
This is Patrick Stewart.
Sir Patrick Stewart too.
Sir?
Yeah.
He's
Yes?
a knight.
Okay.
And what is his superpower? He's in a
God.
wheelchair.
Oh.
He's dressed nicely.
Does he have like a third eye or something?
What does that mean?
Like Game of Thrones, kid in the wheelchair,
He
had a
can
third
see the
eye.
future?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty accurate.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Well,
I mean, he's a psychic. He has psychic powers.
right.
Okay, so
That's
he
an
sees-
He doesn't
analogy.
see
for-
the future. He just like he can vibe with everyone.
These are the kids in high school. I was like, oh,
It's
no,
just
I don't want to
vibing.
sit with you, actually. No one wanted to sit with me, but like the nerds would, and they would talk
You're
about
like, not you.
superheroes.
You'd be like, hi, do you want to be friends? Not you.
Not you.
Okay, who's this?
Iron Man, obviously.
What's his superpower?
Oh, God, I couldn't tell you. The light things. Like, I don't know what they do. What did the light things do? Something?
He has no superpower.
Actually, he's just rich.
Mhm.
I just know that
Batman
because
vibes.
David Dobrik thought he was Iron Man. And
Okay, who's this?
Oh. Is it Boba Fett?
This is Boba Fett.
Oh, yeah, I knew him. Daniel Logan is his name, right? I met him at a convention once. Is that
Jacob, where you been, Bella? Loca, viva loca. Just kidding. It's a Ricky Martin song.
That is Boba Fett.
Okay.
What's his superpower?
I've never seen Star Wars. I have no idea.
Oh
This is
my
Boba Fett for
god.
sure.
What's a superpower?
I'm asking you.
I
Let's
don't
see.
know.
He's got a
See,
shark.
I was too old for Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Like that Shark Boy and Lava Girl, I felt like happened. I don't know why I skipped it because I also saw Twilight, but somehow I missed it, that era.
It looks like he's got shark fin,
But I did watch Spy Kids and I did love it.
Oh, I don't know.
a shark mouth on his front.
I told you I didn't see Star Wars when we went on the Star Wars
Just
ride.
you have to guess what his superpower is. That's the game.
Oh my god.
He's a shark. He has shark vibes.
No, that's Shark Boy. Is it Shark Boy?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
It is Shark Boy.
Here's
It's
the-
not Boba
It
Fett.
looks like Boba Fett.
Not at all.
I don't know Shark Boy. He's a shark.
Yep.
Wow, so creative. Rob Rodriguez.
We got a skull on fire.
Oh, Hellraiser.
No.
Close? Is this Nicolas Cage?
Probably. I think it is.
It is Nick Cage.
Okay, I love a Nick Cage.
Who cares
I
about
don't
him?
know.
Who's this?
I mean, I've seen, because Chad says if you love Spy Kids, it's very similar. I've seen Shark Boy and Lava Girl because when I nannied, my kids would watch it. But I didn't feel connected to it for some reason, which is funny because when I nannied, it must have been like 10 years old by that time. You know what I mean? I mean, what year could that have come out? Shark Boy, because I feel like, how old's Taylor Lautner? Shark Boy, Lava Girl, 2005, they're my age. No, I'm older than them. Taylor, how old's Taylor? I'm much older. Hold on. No, he's my age. He's 3 years. He's like February 33, 92. I'm 89. We're like basically the same age. Why didn't I watch Lava Boy and Shark Girl? Or Shark Boy and Lava Girl if I watched Spy Kids? That's so weird. Why did I wonder.
Not my Superman. I like Christopher Reeves. Thank you.
Christopher Reeves.
Or George Reeves. I like the original too. I used to watch it
Yo,
with my
isn't it
dad.
like the biggest irony in the world that Christopher Reeves went paralyzed?
So sad. That's my base for. I won't get on horses. Well, for medieval times I will, but other than that, I will not get on a horse. I will not do horses.
You know, Medieval Times ghosted us.
They like deleted
They
their tweets.
they deleted and unfollowed. I was like, the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's weird. They must have gotten some hate. You know, when people are like get hate and they're like,
I
we
was
don't
like,
do
sorry
it.
for trying to promote your business, assholes. You reached out to me.
Yeah,
By the way,
yeah.
someone watched our podcast, reached out to me, and then I was like, yo, they're like, oh, fuck you, bye.
No, can I tell you? So, okay, just a quick story to like wrap it up. But you know, I was obsessed with Beetlejuice on Broadway. Like that was my shit. Like that changed my life. I was in such a dark place when I went to see it and like changed my life. So Alex Brightman, the guy who plays Beetlejuice, like followed me and he's like, next time you're at the show, like come backstage. And then all of a sudden he unfollowed me, deleted the tweets because he got onslaught of hate. Like Trisha's the worst. And then I still got backstage because another actor in the show reached out to me. He's like, you want to come backstage? So I did.
You're like, what's up, fucker?
Well, I told him to see if he was gonna like, you know, be able to like meet me back there. I'm like, hey, come to the show. I'm gonna be backstage. He's like, hope you enjoy the show. Like that was the end of the DM. And I was like, oh no, he like ghosted me. Like broke my heart. So then when Andrew Bart, not Garfield, what's his name? Damn.
I don't know his real name. I just know what you call him.
What is it? Damn it. Okay, so when the Evan Hansen tweeted me, I was like, redemption. Broadway doesn't hate me because like they all ghosted me. Like Roger Bart, I think it's becoming Roger Bart because Roger Bart was on Broadway. That's why he won Tony for Young Frankenstein, the producers. So I think like everyone kind of had a bad taste in their mouth because they're like, oh, Trisha's like this person or whatever. And then Alex Brightman
Did
got
you
all the
expose
hate.
him or something?
Alex Brightman?
The guy who disinvited you from Beetlejuice?
I didn't. No. He seems so nice. Like I think he just got so much hate and he just didn't know how to deal with it because he was so like loved and like.
Yeah.
No, I didn't expose him. I still love him, but it like kind of broke my heart because I saw him backstage and I was taking pictures with the whole cast except for him. Like he was like avoiding me like the flag. And I was
Oh my God.
Because I have pictures with the
That's
cast backstage and they're so nice. Shout out to Adam Danheiser, like all the like everyone, Presley Riley. Like they're all so like all of them were so sweet. But it's not like he wasn't
What are we
sweet. I think
talking about? Superman?
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, Christopher Reeves? What the fuck?
Jordan,
Who's this?
That's Catwoman.
Her superpower? Who cares?
Misogynistic. You just gotta go past the female one.
Okay, what's the
Damn.
power? It's obvious. She's like Cat.
She's a cat. I love Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman. I used to like.
Is this Michelle Pfeiffer?
No, it's Halle
that's
Berry.
I believe.
Okay, you're on your shit.
Nice, Trisha.
That's Deadpool.
Yes.
Is it?
Actually, I see why you said that, but yeah, it is.
Okay. So,
What's his superpower?
I don't know. I never could. People are like, it's so funny you like it. It's not like a superhero movie. And then I watch it and I was like, I don't get it. I don't know his superpower.
This is the worst movie that was ever made. The Green Lantern, which funny enough, Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively met on that movie set while he was married to Scarlett Johansson. And after their divorce, Scarlett Johansson said, I'm never trusting anyone ever in my life again, and I'm never getting married again. A few years passed by, and she actually got remarried and seems very happy. But fun fact, that Ryan Reynolds met the future wife on a movie set while being married. Another fact, Taylor Swift is like besties with her, Blake Lively, that she even has songs with their kids' names in it. I only know that because my friend loves them. Anyways,
I have no idea.
I don't know why Ryan Reynolds
don't trust me as a source.
got to be Green Lantern and Deadpool. That's dumb.
Oh,
don't you
he's
think?
two?
Like, why do you get the double dip? Yeah, it's bullshit.
Wow. He's not. Okay. I mean, he's not like that great to be two characters. Like, you could just pick one.
I personally think that Ryan Reynolds needs to take a fucking vacation and stop being in everything.
I think he's around anymore, is he?
He's in every fucking movie.
I
and
don't like him.
it's
Can I
just
tell you
too
why
much.
I'd cancel Ryan Reynolds? Because he wore the fat suit in Just Friends. And I was like, why don't you just have a fat
Don't
actor?
cancel him.
First of all, Just Friends, though, is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. It's one of those classic millennial films, and it's one of my comfort films. It is. I think it's so funny.
For that.
Have a fat actor play the role of
Blame the
fatty.
director. I like
cancel Ryan
Shallow
Reynolds.
Hal.
No, it's not Shallow Hal. It's called
I
Just
like
Friends.
Shallow Hal.
I like Shallow Hal.
Put that
Can we
out there.
recreate some scenes from Shallow Hal? I love Shallow
You want to
Hal.
get a fat suit?
I don't need a fat suit. I could just be her. I seriously,
excited for
like
that.
when she jumps into the pool, I have the same splash as her. I'm not kidding. I did a TikTok side by side of us, and I have the exact same splash as her, and it's kind of everything.
I used to like Ryan Reynolds, but until the point that he's in every movie doing the same fucking character. And I'm just sick of his like wise guy, irreverent, handsome dude. It's just like, fuck.
And I hate when people are like, Ryan Reynolds gets paid to be himself. Guys, it's not. It's a character. Just like in some ways, Trisha's a character. Let's be so fucking for real. Like Ryan Reynolds has obviously been the same person for 20 years, and you don't think it's like somewhat of a performance and a brand. Like, I feel like I don't understand how people literally think like, I love Ryan Reynolds. Like, he's so cool, bro. He's so authentically himself. You think he became one of the highest rated movie actors by being himself?
Fuck. Take a break, bro.
Yeah. There's you, Hulk smash. You should be Hulk. You told me, actually.
Who's
Let
this?
me tell this story. On Hollywood Boulevard, you're like, I'm gonna go whatever the fuck, Spider-Man, and you're like, you should go as the Hulk. Could you imagine if I showed up at the Hulk and you weren't Spider-Man? I would have been so
Well,
pissed.
I was
I was
afraid.
like, I'm not gonna be the Hulk.
No,
I'm not
I
doing
was
that.
afraid that you were going to show up as like She-Hulk and something really crazy. Then I would have felt really bad. But you just showed up like.
No, I'm non-binary Hulk. I am not either.
Okay, fine.
Not She-Hulk.
What the fuck is this? This is just
Damn,
Will
thank
Smith.
ya.
What is this?
It's the Pursuit of
This is
Happiness.
just
Some random
This is
picture
just
of him.
Will Smith paparazzi pic outside his house.
He was. What did you zoom in on his veins?
I didn't. mean to-
I hated this movie. Love Charlize Theron. Hated this movie.
Seeing if he's like doing anything. I don't know this movie.
What is the answer to this one?
Hancock.
Hand on cock?
Oh my god, you are 12. You are literally 12.
That's a bullshit hero. Hancock.
Hancock. Wasn't he in the one? Is this the one with Margot Robbie?
No, that's Suicide Squad. That's the other time that he was a superhero.
Wow, this outfit looks horrible. What show
Oh,
is
who
this?
is that?
I mean, I know who it is, but
Oh.
this show looks super low budget.
Is this like those like CW ones?
I believe.
Yeah.
They always are like.
Dude, that looks like a Party City outfit.
Who's this guy? I know this character, but I don't know.
He's
what's
got a
his name.
lightning bolt. Do the math.
He's like Speedrunner.
He's a speedy guy.
Because the other guy that plays Speedrunner in a different movie, I heard got canceled because he's like an asshole to fans.
What's his name?
Ezra, right? Ezra?
No, what's the name of the superhero?
I don't know.
Take a guess. You got the lightning bolt.
Flash.
Yes, you got it.
Is it Flash Gordon? Is it the same person? Flash and Flash
No,
Gordon?
no.
Two separate people?
Yes.
I always got them confused.
You know this one, obviously.
Wonder Woman. Is that Gal Gadot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Superpower?
Healing the world by singing Imagine. Do you remember when she?
Can I ask a serious question about?
Imagine. Oh my god, that's what I'm saying, bro. All those celebrities with all their money was like, great idea. Let's sing Imagine while people are dying of a pandemic. Let's fucking go. And I'm like, yo, when I saw what's his name from Breaking Bad, Todd from BoJack Horseman, I was like, no. I was like, man, they got okay, girl.
Wonder Woman? She's an Amazonian, an island of women. They're all lesbians.
Woo woo.
Is that real or is that SNL? I feel like I saw an SNL.
No, they're all lesbians.
It's
They're
pop.
Amazonians. What, do they not have sex?
Maybe they're trans or something.
I'm just saying,
What?
they lived there for thousands of years. It's just.
What? They're all lesbians. Well, maybe they're trans. What? What? Trisha, she's so exhausting.
Maybe they're trans or something.
I'm just saying,
What?
an island of women. They're all lesbians.
Is that real or is that SNL? I feel like I saw an SNL.
No, they're all lesbians.
It's
They're
pop.
Amazonians. What, do they not have sex?
Maybe they're trans or something.
I'm just saying, they lived there for thousands of years. It's just.
Are
women.
you sure?
Yes, that's the backstory. So I'm saying, why all of a sudden? I am getting it wrong. Do they?
I don't think that's explicit in the comics. That it's an island of.
Well, it was in the
lesbians.
movie.
And also, why are you questioning that when there's like Flash? You know what I mean? When there's like people who can shoot spider webs
Well,
out of their
because
hands.
she has like a male love interest, and so I was just like,
Wait, who's Aaron? Oh, Aaron Paul. Aaron! Aaron! What are we going to do without men? Listen, don't sing Imagine. Imagine all the people actually appreciating men. What would we do without men? Ethan, tell me what would we do without men?
she's like, they.
Has Ela ever cosplayed as her? She'd be good at Wonder Woman.
No.
Because she's very tall. And
Oh, this one's obvious.
Oh, I've never seen this one. But I've seen it like on I Love the 80s. I just can't remember it. What is that one?
That's Duck Boy. Who is this?
Duck
I don't know
Boy?
what this is.
It's Howard the Duck.
Howard, and he has superpowers. What is his superpower?
I think it's kind of a stretch to call him a superhero. I don't know.
Is he a superhero, Ian?
Ian says he has his
Howard the
moments.
Duck.
Does he fall in love with a human in the movie?
Yeah.
Howard fucks a human?
Yeah, I hate these. I hate
Wait,
when
did
they...
someone fuck Howard the Duck in the movie?
Yeah, the girl from Back to the Future, right? Or is that a different movie?
I think
Same-
so, yeah.
Whoa.
It's considered one of the worst movies of all time.
Should we watch it? Howard the Duck? Do a Howard the Duck review on
Oh.
Frenemies vlog. Howard the Duck review.
I can't believe the duck fucks a woman.
I hate when they did that. I hate it when they like would cross because they did
Did
it.
they have like an intimate sex scene with the duck and the woman?
Who are you asking? Not me. I don't
Well,
know.
these guys know.
I don't think they know.
I'm pulling it up right now.
But do you remember that one where Brad Pitt had sex with a cartoon? It was like Play It Cool or Cool Dude or something. And I was like, why? Or the rabbit? What's the rabbit
Yo,
one?
I like the way she dances, bro.
Roger
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Nobody
That guy.
fucks.
No, but that guy said he went crazy after that movie because he hallucinated that the people were there. That even after he couldn't get the hallucinations out of his head, so he still thought he was talking to like cartoons in real life.
That can't be real.
It's real. Just think about it, actually. Like I just saw that on like I don't know something, but I don't like when they mix people with animals. Like I think there's some weird like bestiality there. I don't like.
Oh, we
it.
got the sex scene, Dan? Holy
I
shit.
think you can watch it.
Well, let's watch it. Oh, fuck it. I got to see this for myself. Yo, Howard the Duck, intense animal magnetism.
Hold up. Why I say hold up?
Because ew.
I don't like it.
Whoa.
Oh, it's so
Here
cringe.
we go. Howard the Duck. Is this a comedy? What's happening here? Whoa. Dude. The duck is getting.
Oh my god, is that Roger Burt in the middle? I swear that was him. That was so weird. That was crazy. Was
maybe.
That looked like him, right? That was so weird. Ugh.
All right. Are we done, Dan?
Yeah, we're pretty much out of time.
Anything else, Trisha? Oh, we're going to Disney this week for Theodore's birthday.
I can't believe next week's episode. That's it. The end of Frenemies.
Yeah, first time.
He's never been. I am so pumped.
Do you think he's gonna get scared? Sometimes Theodore gets a little scared. He gets a little spooked.
I don't know. Like, I think the Haunted Mansion will for sure spook.
Oh, you cannot take him on that. That's so scary.
Yeah.
He'll traumatize
And then,
him.
I want to take. I think Pirates. I don't know.
You might be too little for that. You have to do like Dumbo.
We're gonna do the Fantasyland ones. He'll love that, like Peter Pan.
Small World that you said you've never been
Small
on.
World. He's gonna love. I've been on Small World.
Oh, you have been on Small World. Okay, Disney fanatic. That's so exciting. I'm so excited for you. Can we go to Universal together for a vlog?
Yeah, we should.
Okay.
I like Universal.
Okay. The VIP tour gives you like a private trolley. Like, can I say it's better than the Disneyland VIP? Because that VIP at Universal, they let you do whatever. Like, you want to get off at Jaws, go run around Jaws. We got to go run around the set.
Yeah, I saw you were back.
Yeah. They never let us do that before, though, so I don't know if that's
Are you like
allowed.
ruining the ride for other people doing?
No, they loved it. Most of the time, everyone's like, Trisha! Everyone's like, and I was like, I feel like that's part of the attraction. I was like, here I am. The guy was really impressed. He's like, we had the Kardashians here. Nobody had that reaction to them, so I felt very...
he's blowing you up.
No, he wasn't like that. Well, maybe.
You really think you really think you get recognized more than the Kardashians?
I want to say people are more excited to see me than the Kardashians.
Oh, stop it.
I got magic.
Maybe if she
Carissa.
walks around like this.
I mean, people spot her. Like, people do not.
I bet Trisha fans are more excited to see Trisha in public than Kardashian fans are excited to see the Kardashians in public. I think that might be true, actually. I think it'd be much more exciting to see Trisha in public than a Kardashian, for sure. Definitely.
That means her head, mask on, they know it's her.
I had an anxiety attack. So if you're somebody trying to come up to me and I was like, and the bodyguard was like, no, I had a little bit of anxiety attack because I was the most mobbed I've ever been, which I like love. In theory, I love, but I got really scared and I had a panic attack. So I kind of like, after we got out of Harry Potter, I literally started like spitting and I had like.
Also, reasons Trisha might actually be autistic is they actually do struggle to be in crowds and they struggle to have like physical attention on them. And they don't seek out attention the way traditional celebrities do. So maybe that's a part of it. Like maybe that's another sign towards neurodivergency. Because, yeah, you would think Trisha would love paparazzi and love being in public and love doing those things. I can definitely get myself ready to do it, but I don't like seek it out naturally. Like it's not something I seek out, but I could push through for an event for sure. And I could have a good time and I could be extroverted and I could be like, yay, I want to be here. And then I come home and I crash for 2 weeks. But yeah, maybe Trisha, that's the reason Trisha doesn't like being the center of attention in that way. Because I actually don't like being the center of attention in that way either. And I've always wondered why not. But it gives me like a lot of anxiety. And I don't like it. So yeah, maybe it's that. Chess says she's very paranoid. Well, maybe it's just that. I mean, I don't blame her. YouTube is very death thready. YouTube is weirdly death thready. You know, you're not the celebrity of status in the same way. But like, yeah, it's like it can be very more unnerving, I think, for YouTubers sometimes. Maybe.
Like lay down and then
You're
like
spitting?
Yeah, they had to take me to the VIP area.
Why are
Like
you spitting?
Spinning.
Oh,
and it wasn't from the ride. I had a severe panic, but I do love it. I do love meeting people. I was like, it was overwhelming. But thank you, honestly, because I like, who the fuck cares?
You are
anymore?
a huge deal.
I felt like a huge deal.
More
I like
famous
feeling
than
it.
Kim-
They even let us have our own room in the restaurant. They're like, we're gonna give you guys a private room for 40 people. I'm like, we don't need a private room. We
You had
just
a
want
private room for 40
literally.
people?
So we had to tip
Let's
big.
go.
Moses paid for it. I'm like, let me tip. It was like $100. I'm like, I'd put another $100 on there. I'm like, we need to give them like $500 because we rented this whole room. We didn't
Yeah.
ask for it, but I mean, they really thought we were a big deal. They're like,
Well, when we
she's
ate at
extra.
Disney, that was such bullshit.
It was bullshit. No, I'm telling you, Universal.
Okay,
I'm
let's
really
do
fun
it.
tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Okay. But you'll have fun at Disneyland with Theodore. I'm very excited for you.
Me
I'm
too, I
excited
can't
for
wait.
Theodore's birthday. I picked out the presents this year. Well, we picked them out, but I picked them out. They're really, really
Okay,
cute.
so see you on the weekend?
Yeah, we'll see you on the weekend. I'm so excited to give him presents. I love presents. I think he's gonna love it.
As long as it's truck.
I
What
got
the
something- Close. I got something to match me.
What
Oh,
happened?
But it's like a boy thing. It's like a little boy thing.
Okay, he'll love anything.
I'll wear mine and then we'll be like matching.
But trucks for sure.
It's around. It's like, yeah. If we got them cool things, like, okay, I'm
All right, we gotta go. I'm still dying anyway. I did this exercise this morning. I'm
You
so
need to
hungry,
eat?
bro. I need
We're
to
gonna
eat
go
more.
walk around West Hollywood and
Thank you, peace and love. We love you all so much.
'Cause
Watch
love
the
is
vlog.
love.
Well, love is love.
love is love is love is love. Who said that? Lin-Manuel Miranda.
And watch our vlog, okay? Because it's awesome. Bye.
Bro, what goes wrong? June 1st. Here we go. And then this is tomorrow. June 8th. What the fuck happened? What happened? What happened? God. What happened, huh? Humans, bro. Wow. Well, we'll have to see because that is the end of today's live stream. But tomorrow, come back with our final Frenemies live stream. We did it, girls. Episode 39. Talking about Gabby Hanna. Maybe it triggered, you know? And then we're going to watch Ethan make a standalone video called Regarding Trisha Quitting Frenemies. And that's it. The Fire Nation attacked. This is truly the day the Fire Nation attacked. I'm devastated that they had been so great all of this time. I can't believe how great they were getting along, truly. You know, I remember it so differently in a way. I remember Trisha being much more off the rails. Trisha is much more stable than people give them credit for, but just not as healthy as they could be. And neither is Ethan. But Trisha is not as insane as like I even remember them being, nor how people explained their problems with frenemies. Truly, look how this is week in between every episode, weeks of absolutely fine. You know. So, you know, good to review it, good to remind ourselves of it. But then we walk in tomorrow and let's see let's see what happens. And okay, with that said, I will be back tomorrow. Great conversation today. I was making my brain light up. Like if I was being scanned right now, you would have seen my brain just go, because these are like my favorite. I love these conversations about like why we do things. So yeah, maybe we can incorporate, like an open discussion. I was actually thinking about doing it on Tuesdays after pod, so people could watch the podcast and then come in and discuss topics and ideas, especially since the vegan podcast is going to come out in 2 weeks. And then we'll have the discussion about veganism on stream on Tuesday following the Monday podcast. So maybe it'll be like Tuesdays, open discussion, questions, and then the remainder of stream be like topical things. I would love that. I think it'd be really interesting. Okay, with that said, go watch the latest podcast I did. Thank you for being here. Like the stream before you leave. And I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow.